Section 11 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 6, Part 1. Pierre had been in Rome for a fortnight, and yet the affair of his book was no nearer solution. He was still possessed by an ardent desire to see the Pope, but could in no wise tell how to satisfy it. So frequent were the delays, and so greatly had he been frightened by Monsignor Nani's predictions of the dire consequences which might attend any imprudent action. And so, foreseeing a prolonged sojourn, he at last betook himself to the vicariate in order that his celebrate might be stamped, and afterwards said his Mass each morning at the church of Santa Brigida, where he received a kindly greeting from Abbe Pisoni, Benedetta's former confessor. One Monday evening he resolved to repair early to Donna Serafina's customary reception, in the hope of learning some news and expediting his affairs. Perhaps Monsignor Nani would look in. Perhaps he might be lucky enough to come across some cardinal or domestic prelate willing to help him. It was in vain that he had tried to extract any positive information from Don Vigilio, for, after a short spell of affability and willingness, Cardinal Pio's secretary had relapsed into distrust and fear, and avoided Pierre as if he were resolved not to meddle in a business which, all considered, was decidedly suspicious and dangerous. Moreover, for a couple of days past, a violent attack of fever had compelled him to keep his room. Thus the only person to whom Pierre could turn for comfort was Victorine Bosquet, the old Beauceron's servant who had been promoted to the rank of housekeeper, and who still retained a French heart after 30 years' residence in Rome. She often spoke to the young priest of Auneau, her native place, as if she had left it only the previous day. But on that particular Monday even she had lost her wonted gay vivacity, and when she heard that he meant to go down in the evening to see the ladies, she wagged her head significantly. "Ah, he won't find them very cheerful," said she. "My poor Benedetta is greatly worried. Her divorce suit is not progressing at all well." All Rome, indeed, was again talking of this affair. An extraordinary revival of tittle-tattle had set both white and black worlds agog. And so there was no need for reticence on Victorine's part, especially in conversing with a compatriot. It appeared, then, that in reply to Advocate Morano's memoir setting forth that the marriage had not been consummated, there had come another memoir, a terrible one, emanating from Monsignor Palma, a doctor in theology, whom the congregation of the council had selected to defend the marriage. As a first point, Monsignor Palma flatly disputed the alleged non-consummation, questioned the certificate put forward on Benedetta's behalf, and quoted instances recorded in scientific textbooks which showed how deceptive appearances often were. He strongly insisted, moreover, on the narrative which Count Prada supplied in another memoir, a narrative well calculated to inspire doubt. And further, he so turned and twisted the evidence of Benedetta's own maid as to make that evidence also serve against her. Finally, he argued in a decisive way that, even supposing the marriage had not been consummated, this could only be ascribed to the resistance of the Countess, who had thus set at defiance one of the elementary laws of married life, which was that a wife owed obedience to her husband. Next had come a fourth memoir, drawn up by the reporter of the congregation, who analysed and discussed the three others, and subsequently the congregation itself had dealt with the matter, opining in favour of the dissolution of the marriage by a majority of 1 vote. Such a bare majority, indeed, that Monsignor Palma, exercising his rights, had hastened to demand further inquiry, a course which brought the whole procedure again into question and rendered a fresh vote necessary. "Ah, the poor Contessina!" exclaimed Victorine. "She'll surely die of grief, for calm as she may seem, there's an inward fire consuming her. It seems that Monsignor Palma is the master of the situation, and can make the affair drag on as long as he likes. And then a deal of money has already been spent, and one will have to spend a lot more. Abbe Pisoni, whom you know, was very badly inspired when he helped on that marriage. And though I certainly don't want to soil the memory of my good mistress, Countess Ernesta, who was a real saint, it's none the less true that she wrecked her daughter's life when she gave her to Count Prada." The housekeeper paused. Then, impelled by an instinctive sense of justice, she resumed, "It's only natural that Count Prada should be annoyed, for he's really being made a fool of. And for my part, as there is no end to all the fuss, and this divorce is so hard to obtain, I really don't see why the Contessina shouldn't live with her Dario without troubling any further. Haven't they loved one another ever since they were children? Aren't they both young and handsome, and wouldn't they be happy together, whatever the world might say? Happiness, mon Dieu! One finds it so seldom that one can't afford to let it pass. Then, seeing how greatly surprised Pierre was at hearing such language, she began to laugh with the quiet composure of one belonging to the humble classes of France, whose only desire is a quiet and happy life, irrespective of matrimonial ties. Next, in more discreet language, she proceeded to lament another worry which had fallen on the household, another result of the divorce affair. A rupture had come about between Donna Serafina and Advocate Morano, who was very displeased with the ill success of his memoir to the congregation, and accused Father Lorenza, the confessor of the Boccanera ladies, of having urged them into a deplorable lawsuit, whose only fruit could be a wretched scandal affecting everybody. And so great had been Morano's annoyance that he had not returned to the Boccanera mansion, but had severed a connection of 30 years' standing, to the stupefaction of all the Roman drawing-rooms, which altogether disapproved of his conduct. Donna Serafina was, for her part, the more grieved as she suspected the advocate of having purposely picked the quarrel in order to secure an excuse for leaving her, his real motive, in her estimation, being a sudden, disgraceful passion for a young and intriguing woman of the middle classes. That Monday evening, when Pierre entered the drawing-room, hung with a yellow brocatelle of a flowery Louis XIV pattern, he at once realized that melancholy reigned in the dim light radiating from the lace-veiled lamps. Benedetta and Celia, seated on a sofa, were chatting with Dario, whilst Cardinal Sarno, ensconced in an armchair, listened to the ceaseless chatter of the old relative who conducted the little princess to each Monday gathering. And the only other person present was Donna Serafina, seated all alone in her wonted place on the right-hand side of the chimney-piece, and consumed with secret rage at seeing the chair on the left-hand side unoccupied, that chair which Morano had always taken during the 30 years that he had been faithful to her. Pierre noticed with what anxious and then despairing eyes she observed his entrance, her glance ever straying towards the door, as though she even yet hoped for the fickle one's return. Withal, her bearing was erect and proud. She seemed to be more tightly laced than ever, and there was all the wonted haughtiness on her hard-featured face, with its jet-black eyebrows and snowy hair. Pierre had no sooner paid his respects to her than he allowed his own worry to appear by inquiring whether they would not have the pleasure of seeing Monsignor Nani that evening. And thereupon Donna Serafina could not refrain from answering, "Oh, Monsignor Nani is forsaking us like the others. People always take themselves off when they can be of service." She harboured a spite against the prelate for having done so little to further the divorce in spite of his many promises. Beneath his outward show of extreme willingness and caressing affability, he doubtless concealed some scheme of his own which he was tenaciously pursuing. However, Donna Serafina promptly regretted the confession which anger had wrung from her, and resumed, "After all, he will perhaps come. He is so good-natured and so fond of us." In spite of the vivacity of her temperament, she really wished to act diplomatically, so as to overcome the bad luck which had recently set in. Her brother the cardinal had told her how irritated he was by the attitude of the congregation of the council. He had little doubt that the frigid reception accorded to his niece's suit had been due in part to the desire of some of his brother cardinals to be disagreeable to him. Personally, he desired the divorce, as it seemed to him the only means of ensuring the perpetuation of the family. For Dario obstinately refused to marry any other woman than his cousin. And thus there was an accumulation of disasters. The cardinal was wounded in his pride, his sister shared his sufferings and on her own side was stricken in the heart, whilst both lovers were plunged in despair at finding their hopes yet again deferred. As Pierre approached the sofa where the young folks were chatting, he found that they were speaking of the catastrophe. "Why should you be so despondent?" asked Celia in an undertone. "After all, there was a majority of a vote in favour of annulling the marriage. Your suit hasn't been rejected, there is only a delay." But Benedetta shook her head. "No, no, if Monsignor Palma proves obstinate, His Holiness will never consent. It's all over." "Ah, if one were only rich, very rich," murmured Dario, with such an air of conviction that no one smiled. And turning to his cousin, he added in a whisper, "I must really have a talk with you. We cannot go on living like this." In a breath she responded, "Yes, you are right. Come down tomorrow evening at 5. I will be here alone." Then dreariness set in. The evening seemed to have no end. Pierre was greatly touched by the evident despair of Benedetta, who as a rule was so calm and sensible. The deep eyes which illumined her pure, delicate, infantile face were now blurred as by restrained tears. He had already formed a sincere affection for her, pleased as he was with her equable if somewhat indolent disposition, the semblance of discreet good sense with which she veiled her soul of fire. That Monday even she certainly tried to smile while listening to the pretty secrets confided to her by Celia, whose love affairs were prospering far more than her own. There was only one brief interval of general conversation, and that was brought about by the little princess's aunt, who, suddenly raising her voice, began to speak of the infamous manner in which the Italian newspapers referred to the Holy Father. Never indeed had there been so much bad feeling between the Vatican and the Quirinal. Cardinal Sarno felt so strongly on the subject that he departed from his wonted silence to announce that on the occasion of the sacrilegious festivities of the 20th of September, celebrating the capture of Rome, the Pope intended to cast a fresh letter of protest in the face of all the Christian powers whose indifference proved their complicity in the odious spoliation of the Church. "Yes, indeed, what folly to try and marry the Pope and the King," bitterly exclaimed Donna Serafina, alluding to her niece's deplorable marriage. The old maid now seemed quite beside herself. It was already so late that neither Monsignor Nani nor anybody else was expected. However, at the unhoped-for sound of footsteps her eyes again brightened and turned feverishly towards the door. But it was only to encounter a final disappointment. The visitor proved to be Narcisse Abbe, who stepped up to her, apologizing for making so late a call. It was Cardinal Sarno, his uncle by marriage, who had introduced him into this exclusive salon, where he had received a cordial reception on account of his religious views, which were said to be most uncompromising. If, however, despite the lateness of the hour, he had ventured to call there that evening, it was solely on account of Pierre, whom he at once drew on one side. "I felt sure I should find you here," he said. "Just now I managed to see my cousin, Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo, and I have some good news for you. He will see us tomorrow at about 11 in his rooms at the Vatican." Then, lowering his voice, "I think he will endeavour to conduct you to the Holy Father. Briefly, the audience seems to me assured." Pierre was greatly delighted by this promised certainty, which came to him so suddenly in that dreary drawing-room, where for a couple of hours he had been gradually sinking into despair. So at last a solution was at hand. Meantime Narcisse, after shaking hands with Dario and bowing to Benedetta and Celia, approached his uncle the Cardinal, who, having rid himself of the old relation, made up his mind to talk. But his conversation was confined to the state of his health, and the weather, and sundry insignificant anecdotes which he had lately heard. Not a word escaped him respecting the 1,000 complicated matters with which he dealt at the Propaganda. It was as though, once outside his office, he plunged into the commonplace and the unimportant by way of resting from the anxious task of governing the world. And after he had spoken for a time, everyone got up, and the visitors took leave. "Don't forget," Narcisse repeated to Pierre, "you will find me at the Sixtine Chapel tomorrow at 10, and I will show you the Botticellis before we go to our appointment." At 9:30 on the following morning Pierre, who had come on foot, was already on the spacious piazza of St. Peter's, and before turning to the right, towards the bronze gate near one corner of Bernini's colonnade, he raised his eyes and lingered gazing at the Vatican. Nothing to his mind could be less monumental than the jumble of buildings which, without semblance of architectural order or regularity of any kind, had grown up in the shadow cast by the dome of the basilica. Roofs rose one above the other, and broad, flat walls stretched out chancewise, just as wings and stories had been added. The only symmetry observable above the colonnade was that of the 3 sides of the court of San Damaso, where the lofty glasswork which now encloses the old loggie sparkled in the sun between the ruddy columns and pilasters, suggesting, as it were, 3 huge conservatories. And this was the most beautiful palace in the world, the largest of all palaces, comprising no fewer than 11,000 apartments and containing the most admirable masterpieces of human genius. But Pierre, disillusioned as he was, had eyes only for the lofty façade on the right, overlooking the piazza, for he knew that the second-floor windows there were those of the Pope's private apartments. And he contemplated those windows for a long time, and remembered having been told that the fifth one on the right was that of the Pope's bedroom, and that a lamp could always be seen burning there far into the night. What was there, too, behind that gate of bronze which he saw before him, that sacred portal by which all the kingdoms of the world communicated with the kingdom of heaven, whose august vicar had secluded himself behind those lofty, silent walls? From where he stood, Pierre gazed on that gate with its metal panels studded with large square-headed nails, and wondered what it defended, what it concealed, what it shut off from the view, with its stern, forbidding air, recalling that of the gate of some ancient fortress. What kind of world would he find behind it? What treasures of human charity jealously preserved in yonder gloom? What revivifying hope for the new nations hungering for fraternity and justice? He took pleasure in fancying, in picturing the one holy pastor of humanity, ever watching in the depths of that closed palace, and, while the nations strayed into hatred, preparing all for the final reign of Jesus, and at last proclaiming the advent of that reign by transforming our democracies into the one great Christian community promised by the Saviour. Assuredly the world's future was being prepared behind that bronze portal. Assuredly it was that future which would issue forth. But all at once Pierre was amazed to find himself face to face with Monsignor Nani, who had just left the Vatican on his way to the neighbouring palace of the Inquisition, where as assessor he had his residence. "Ah, Monseigneur," said Pierre, "I am very pleased. My friend Monsieur Abbe is going to present me to his cousin, Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo, and I think I shall obtain the audience I so greatly desire." Monsignor Nani smiled with his usual amiable yet keen expression. "Yes, yes, I know." But correcting himself, as it were, he added, "I share your satisfaction, my dear son. Only you must be prudent." And then, as if fearing that the young priest might have understood by his first words that he had just seen Monsignor Gamba, the most easily terrified prelate of the whole prudent pontifical family, he related that he had been running about since an early hour on behalf of 2 French ladies, who likewise were dying of a desire to see the Pope. However, he greatly feared that the help he was giving them would not prove successful. "I will confess to you, Monseigneur," replied Pierre, "that I myself was getting very discouraged. Yes, it is high time I should find a little comfort, for my sojourn here is hardly calculated to brace my soul." He went on in this strain, allowing it to be seen that the sights of Rome were finally destroying his faith. Such days as those which he had spent on the Palatine and along the Appian Way, in the catacombs and at St. Peter's, grievously disturbed him, spoilt his dream of Christianity rejuvenated and triumphant. He emerged from them full of doubt and growing lassitude, having already lost much of his usually rebellious enthusiasm. Still smiling, Monsignor Nani listened and nodded approvingly. Yes, no doubt that was the fatal result. He seemed to have foreseen it, and to be well satisfied thereat. "At all events, my dear son," said he, "everything is going on well, since you are now certain that you will see His Holiness." "That is true, Monseigneur. I have placed my only hope in the very just and perspicacious Leo XIII. He alone can judge me, since he alone can recognize in my book his own ideas, which I think I have very faithfully set forth. Ah, if he be willing, he will, in Jesus' name and by democracy and science, save this old world of ours." Pierre's enthusiasm was returning again, and Nani, smiling more and more affably with his piercing eyes and thin lips, again expressed approval. "Certainly, quite so, my dear son. You will speak to him, you will see." Then, as they both raised their heads and looked towards the Vatican, Nani carried his amiability so far as to undeceive Pierre with respect to the Pope's bedroom. No, the window where a light was seen every evening was simply that of a landing where the gas was kept burning almost all night. The window of His Holiness's bedchamber was the second one farther on. Then both relapsed into silence, equally grave as they continued to gaze at the façade. "Well, till we meet again, my dear son," said Nani at last. "You will tell me of your interview, I hope." As soon as Pierre was alone, he went in by the bronze portal, his heart beating violently, as if he were entering some redoubtable sanctuary where the future happiness of mankind was elaborated. A sentry was on duty there, a Swiss guard, who walked slowly up and down in a grey-blue cloak, below which one only caught a glimpse of his baggy red, black and yellow breeches. And it seemed as if that cloak of sober hue were purposely cast over a disguise, in order to conceal its strangeness, which had become irksome. Then on the right hand came the covered stairway conducting to the court of San Damaso. But to reach the Sixtine Chapel it was necessary to follow a long gallery, with columns on either hand, and ascend the royal staircase, the Scala Regia. And in this realm of the gigantic, where every dimension is exaggerated and replete with overpowering majesty, Pierre's breath came short as he ascended the broad steps. He was much surprised on entering the Sixtine Chapel, for it at first seemed to him small, a sort of rectangular and lofty hall, with a delicate screen of white marble separating the part where guests congregate on the occasion of great ceremonies from the choir where the cardinals sit on simple oaken benches, while the inferior prelates remain standing behind them. On a low platform to the right of the soberly adorned altar is the pontifical throne, while in the wall on the left opens the narrow singing gallery with its balcony of marble. And for everything suddenly to spread out and soar into the infinite, one must raise one's head, allow one's eyes to ascend from the huge fresco of the Last Judgment, occupying the whole of the end wall, to the paintings which cover the vaulted ceiling down to the cornice extending between the 12 windows of white glass, 6 on either hand. Fortunately, there were only 3 or 4 quiet tourists there, and Pierre at once perceived Narcisse Habert occupying one of the cardinal's seats above the steps where the train-bearers crouch. Motionless, and with his head somewhat thrown back, the young man seemed to be in ecstasy. But it was not the work of Michelangelo that he thus contemplated. His eyes never strayed from one of the earlier frescoes below the cornice, and on recognizing the priest he contented himself with murmuring, "Ah, my friend, just look at the Botticelli." Then with dreamy eyes he relapsed into a state of rapture. Pierre, for his part, had received a great shock both in heart and in mind, overpowered as he was by the superhuman genius of Michelangelo. The rest vanished. There only remained up yonder, as in a limitless heaven, the extraordinary creations of the master's art. That which at first surprised one was that the painter should have been the sole artisan of the mighty work. No marble cutters, no bronze workers, no gilders, no one of another calling had intervened. The painter with his brush had sufficed for all. For the pilasters, columns, and cornices of marble, for the statues and the ornaments of bronze, for the fleurons and roses of gold, for the whole of the wondrously rich decorative work which surrounded the frescoes. And Pierre imagined Michelangelo on the day when the bare vault was handed over to him, covered with plaster, offering only a flat white surface, hundreds of square yards to be adorned. And he pictured him face to face with that huge white page, refusing all help, driving all inquisitive folks away, jealously, violently shutting himself up alone with his gigantic task, spending 4.5 years in fierce solitude, and day by day adding to his colossal work of creation. Ah, that mighty work, a task to fill the whole lifetime, a task which he must have begun with quiet confidence in his own will and power, drawing, as it were, an entire world from his brain, and flinging it there with the ceaseless flow of creative virility, in the full heyday of its omnipotence. And Pierre was yet more overcome when he began to examine these presentiments of humanity, magnified as by the eyes of a visionary, overflowing in mighty sympathetic pages of cyclopean symbolization. Royal grace and nobility, sovereign peacefulness and power, every beauty shone out like natural fluorescence. And there was perfect science, the most audacious foreshortening risked with the certainty of success. An everlasting triumph of technique over the difficulty which an arched surface presented. And in particular there was wonderful simplicity of medium. Matter was reduced almost to nothingness. A few colours were used broadly without any studied search for effect or brilliancy. Yet that sufficed. The blood seethed freely, the muscles projected, the figures became animated and stood out of their frames with such energy and dash that it seemed as if a flame were flashing by aloft, endowing all those beings with superhuman and immortal life. Life, aye, it was life, which burst forth and triumphed. Mighty, swarming life, miraculous life, the creation of one sole hand possessed of the supreme gift, simplicity blended with power. That a philosophical system, a record of the whole of human destiny, should have been found therein, with the creation of the world, of man, and of woman, the fall, the chastisement, then the redemption, and finally God's judgment on the last day. This was a matter on which Pierre was unable to dwell at this first visit in the wondering stupor into which the paintings threw him. But he could not help noticing how the human body, its beauty, its power, and its grace were exalted. Ah, that regal Jehovah, at once terrible and paternal, carried off amid the whirlwind of his creation, his arms outstretched and giving birth to worlds. And that superb and nobly outlined Adam with extended hand, whom Jehovah, though he touch him not, animates with his finger, a wondrous and admirable gesture, leaving a sacred space between the finger of the Creator and that of the created, a tiny space in which nevertheless abides all the infinite of the invisible and the mysterious. And then that powerful yet adorable Eve, that Eve with the sturdy flanks fit for the bearing of humanity, that Eve with the proud, tender grace of a woman bent on being loved even to perdition, that Eve embodying the whole of woman with her fecundity, her seductiveness, her empire. Moreover, even the decorative figures of the pilasters at the corners of the frescoes celebrate the triumph of the flesh. There are the 20 young men radiant in their nakedness, with incomparable splendour of torso and of limb, and such intensity of life that a craze for motion seems to carry them off, bend them, throw them over in superb attitudes. And between the windows are the giants, the prophets and the sibyls, man and woman deified, with inordinate wealth of muscle and grandeur of intellectual expression. There is Jeremiah with his elbow resting on his knee and his chin on his hand, plunged as he is in reflection, in the very depths of his visions and his dreams. There is the Sibylla Erythrea, so pure of profile, so young despite the opulence of her form, and with one finger resting on the open book of destiny. There is Isaiah with the thick lips of truth, virile and haughty, his head half turned and his hand raised with a gesture of command. There is the Sibylla Cumea, terrifying with her science and her old age, her wrinkled countenance, her vulture's nose, her square protruding chin. There is Jonah cast forth by the whale, and wondrously foreshortened, his torso twisted, his arms bent, his head thrown back, and his mouth agape and shouting. And there are the others, all of the same full-blown, majestic family, reigning with the sovereignty of eternal health and intelligence, and typifying the dream of a broader, loftier, and indestructible humanity. Moreover, in the lunettes and the arches over the windows, other figures of grace, power, and beauty appear and throng, the ancestors of the Christ, thoughtful mothers with lovely nude infants, men with wondering eyes peering into the future, representatives of the punished weary race longing for the promised Redeemer, while in the pendentives of the four corners various biblical episodes, the victories of Israel over the spirit of evil, spring into life. And finally there is the gigantic fresco at the far end, the Last Judgment with its swarming multitude, so numerous that days and days are needed to see each figure aright, a distracted crowd, full of the hot breath of life, from the dead rising in response to the furious trumpeting of the angels, from the fearsome groups of the damned, whom the demons fling into hell, even to Jesus the Justiciar, surrounded by the saints and apostles, and to the radiant concourse of the blessed who ascend upheld by angels, whilst higher and still higher other angels, bearing the instruments of the Passion, triumph as in full glory. And yet above this gigantic composition, painted 30 years subsequently, in the full ripeness of age, the ceiling retains its ethereality, its unquestionable superiority, for on it the artist bestowed all his virgin power, his whole youth, the first great flare of his genius. And Pierre found but one word to express his feelings. Michelangelo was the monster dominating and crushing all others. Beneath his immense achievement you had only to glance at the works of Perugino, Pinturicchio, Rosselli, Signorelli and Botticelli, those earlier frescoes, admirable in their way, which below the cornice spread out around the chapel. Narcisse, for his part, had not raised his eyes to the overpowering splendour of the ceiling. Wrapped in ecstasy, he did not allow his gaze to stray from one of the 3 frescoes of Botticelli. "Ah, Botticelli," he at last murmured, "in him you have the elegance and the grace of the mysterious, a profound feeling of sadness even in the midst of voluptuousness, a divination of the whole modern soul with the most troublous charm that ever attended artist's work." Pierre glanced at him in amazement, and then ventured to inquire, "You come here to see the Botticellis?" Yes, certainly, the young man quietly replied. I only come here for him, and 5 hours every week I only look at his work. There, just study that fresco, Moses and the Daughters of Jethro. Isn't it the most penetrating work that human tenderness and melancholy have produced? Then, with a faint devout quiver in his voice and the air of a priest initiating another into the delightful but perturbing atmosphere of a sanctuary, he went on repeating the praises of Botticelli's art. His women with long, sensual, yet candid faces, supple bearing, and rounded forms showing from under light drapery. His young men, his angels of doubtful sex, blending stateliness of muscle with infinite delicacy of outline. Next the mouths he painted, fleshy, fruit-like mouths, at times suggesting irony, at others pain, and often so enigmatical with their sinuous curves that one knew not whether the words they left unuttered were words of purity or filth. Then, too, the eyes which he bestowed on his figures, eyes of languor and passion, of carnal or mystical rapture, their joy at times so instinct with grief as they peer into the nihility of human things that no eyes in the world could be more impenetrable. And finally there were Botticelli's hands, so carefully and delicately painted, so full of life, wantoning, so to say, in a free atmosphere, now joining, caressing, and even, as it were, speaking, the whole evincing such intense solicitude for gracefulness that at times there seems to be undue mannerism, though every hand has its particular expression, each varying expression of the enjoyment or pain which the sense of touch can bring. And yet there was nothing effeminate or false about the painter's work. On all sides a sort of virile pride was apparent, an atmosphere of superb passionate motion, absolute concern for truth, direct study from life, conscientiousness, veritable realism, corrected and elevated by a genial strangeness of feeling and character that imparted a never-to-be-forgotten charm even to ugliness itself. Pierre's stupefaction, however, increased as he listened to Narcisse, whose somewhat studied elegance, whose curly hair cut in the Florentine fashion, and whose blue mauvish eyes paling with enthusiasm, he now for the first time remarked. Botticelli, he at last said, was no doubt a marvellous artist, only it seems to me that here, at any rate, Michelangelo... But Narcisse interrupted him almost with violence. No, no, don't talk of him. He spoilt everything, ruined everything. A man who harnessed himself to his work like an ox, who laboured at his task like a navvy, at the rate of so many square yards a day. And a man, too, with no sense of the mysterious and the unknown, who saw everything so huge as to disgust one with beauty, painting girls like the trunks of oak trees, women like giant butchers, with heaps and heaps of stupid flesh, and never a gleam of a divine or infernal soul. He was a mason, a colossal mason, if you like, but he was nothing more. Weary modern that Narcisse was, spoilt by the pursuit of the original and the rare, he thus unconsciously gave rein to his fated hate of health and power. That Michelangelo, who brought forth without an effort, who had left behind him the most prodigious of all artistic creations, was the enemy. And his crime precisely was that he had created life, produced life in such excess that all the petty creations of others, even the most delightful among them, vanished in presence of the overflowing torrent of human beings flung there all alive in the sunlight. Well, for my part, Pierre courageously declared, I'm not of your opinion. I now realize that life is everything in art, that real immortality belongs only to those who create. The case of Michelangelo seems to me decisive, for he is the superhuman master, the monster who overwhelms all others, precisely because he brought forth that magnificent living flesh which offends your sense of delicacy. Those who are inclined to the curious, those who have minds of a pretty turn, whose intellects are ever seeking to penetrate things, may try to improve on the equivocal and invisible, and set all the charm of art in some elaborate stroke or symbolization. But none the less, Michelangelo remains the all-powerful, the maker of men, the master of clearness, simplicity, and health. At this Narcisse smiled with indulgent and courteous disdain, and he anticipated further argument by remarking, "It's already 11. My cousin was to have sent a servant here as soon as he could receive us. I am surprised to have seen nobody as yet. Shall we go up to see the stanze of Raffaele while we wait?" Once in the rooms above, he showed himself perfect, both lucid in his remarks and just in his appreciations, having recovered all his easy intelligence as soon as he was no longer upset by his hatred of colossal labour and cheerful decoration. It was unfortunate that Pierre should have first visited the Sixtine Chapel, for it was necessary he should forget what he had just seen and accustom himself to what he now beheld in order to enjoy its pure beauty. It was as if some potent wine had confused him, and prevented any immediate relish of a lighter vintage of delicate fragrance. Admiration did not here fall upon one with lightning speed. It was slowly, irresistibly that one grew charmed. And the contrast was like that of Racine beside Corneille, Lamartine beside Hugo, the eternal pair, the masculine and feminine genius coupled through centuries of glory. With Raphael it is nobility, grace, exquisiteness and correctness of line, and divineness of harmony that triumph. You do not find in him merely the materialist symbolism so superbly thrown off by Michelangelo. He introduces psychological analysis of deep penetration into the painter's art. Man is shown more purified, idealized. One sees more of that which is within him. And though one may be in presence of an artist of sentimental bent, a feminine genius whose quiver of tenderness one can feel, it is also certain that admirable firmness of workmanship confronts one, that the whole is very strong and very great. Pierre gradually yielded to such sovereign masterliness, such virile elegance, such a vision of supreme beauty set in supreme perfection. But if the dispute on the sacrament and the so-called School of Athens, both prior to the paintings of the Sixtine Chapel, seemed to him to be Raphael's masterpieces, he felt that in the burning of the Borgo, and particularly in the expulsion of Heliodorus from the temple, and Pope St. Leo's staying Attila at the gates of Rome, the artist had lost the flower of his divine grace, through the deep impression which the overwhelming grandeur of Michelangelo had wrought upon him. How crushing indeed had been the blow when the Sixtine Chapel was thrown open and the rivals entered. The creations of the monster then appeared, and the greatest of the humanizers lost some of his soul at the sight of them, thenceforward unable to rid himself of their influence. From the Stanze, Narcisse took Pierre to the Loggie, those glazed galleries which are so high and so delicately decorated. But here you only find work which pupils executed after designs left by Raphael at his death. The fall was sudden and complete, and never had Pierre better understood that genius is everything, that when it disappears the school collapses. The man of genius sums up his period. At a given hour he throws forth all the sap of the social soil, which afterwards remains exhausted often for centuries. So Pierre became more particularly interested in the fine view that the Loggie afford, and all at once he noticed that the papal apartments were in front of him, just across the court of San Damaso. This court, with its porticus, fountain, and white pavement, had an aspect of empty, airy, sunlit solemnity which surprised him. There was none of the gloom or pent-up religious mystery that he had dreamt of with his mind full of the surroundings of the old northern cathedrals. Right and left of the steps conducting to the rooms of the Pope and the Cardinal Secretary of State, 4 or 5 carriages were ranged, the coachmen stiffly erect and the horses motionless in the brilliant light. And nothing else peopled that vast square desert of a court which, with its bareness gilded by the coruscations of its glasswork and the ruddiness of its stones, suggested a pagan temple dedicated to the sun. But what more particularly struck Pierre was the splendid panorama of Rome, for he had not hitherto imagined that the Pope from his windows could thus behold the entire city spread out before him, as if he merely had to stretch forth his hand to make it his own once more. While Pierre contemplated the scene, a sound of voices caused him to turn, and he perceived a servant in black livery who, after repeating a message to Narcisse, was retiring with a deep bow. Looking much annoyed, the attaché approached the young priest. "Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo," said he, "has sent word that he can't see us this morning. Some unexpected duties require his presence." However, Narcisse's embarrassment showed that he did not believe in the excuse, but rather suspected someone of having so terrified his cousin that the latter was afraid of compromising himself. Obliging and courageous as Abbe himself was, this made him indignant. Still he smiled and resumed, "Listen, perhaps there's a means of forcing an entry. If your time is your own, we can lunch together and then return to visit the Museum of Antiquities. I shall certainly end by coming across my cousin, and we may perhaps be lucky enough to meet the Pope should he go down to the gardens." At the news that his audience was yet again postponed, Pierre had felt keenly disappointed. However, as the whole day was at his disposal, he willingly accepted the attaché's offer. They lunched in front of St. Peter's, in a little restaurant of the Borgo, most of whose customers were pilgrims, and the fare, as it happened, was far from good. Then, at about 2 o'clock, they set off for the museum, skirting the basilica by way of the Piazza della Sagrestia. It was a bright, deserted, burning district, and again, but in a far greater degree, did the young priest experience that sensation of bare, tawny, sun-baked majesty which had come upon him while gazing into the court of San Damaso. Then, as he passed the apse of St. Peter's, the enormity of the Colossus was brought home to him more strongly than ever. It rose like a giant bouquet of architecture edged by empty expanses of pavement sprinkled with fine weeds. And in all the silent immensity there were only 2 children playing in the shadow of a wall. The old papal mint, the Zecca, now an Italian possession, and guarded by soldiers of the Royal Army, is on the left of the passage leading to the museums, while on the right, just in front, is one of the entrances of honour to the Vatican, where the papal Swiss Guard keeps watch and ward. And this is the entrance by which, according to etiquette, the pair-horse carriages convey the Pope's visitors into the court of San Damaso. Following the long lane which ascends between a wing of the palace and its garden wall, Narcisse and Pierre at last reached the Museum of Antiquities. Ah, what a museum it is, with galleries innumerable, a museum compounded of 3 museums, the Pio Clementino, the Chiaramonti, and the Braccia Nuovo, and containing a whole world found beneath the soil, then exhumed, and now glorified in full sunlight. For more than 2 hours Pierre went from one hall to another, dazzled by the masterpieces, bewildered by the accumulation of genius and beauty. It was not only the celebrated examples of statuary, the Laocoon and the Apollo of the cabinets of the Belvedere, the Meleager, or even the torso of Hercules, that astonished him. He was yet more impressed by the ensemble, by the innumerable quantities of Venuses, Bacchuses, and deified emperors and empresses, by the whole superb growth of beautiful or august flesh, celebrating the immortality of life. 3 days previously he had visited the Museum of the Capitol, where he had admired the Venus, the dying Gaul, the marvellous centaurs of black marble, and the extraordinary collection of busts. But here his admiration became intensified into stupor by the inexhaustible wealth of the galleries. And with more curiosity for life than for art, perhaps, he again lingered before the busts which so powerfully resuscitate the Rome of history. The Rome which, whilst incapable of realizing the ideal beauty of Greece, was certainly well able to create life. The emperors, the philosophers, the learned men, the poets are all there, and live such as they really were, studied and portrayed in all scrupulousness with their deformities, their blemishes, the slightest peculiarities of their features. And from this extreme solicitude for truth springs a wonderful wealth of character and an incomparable vision of the past. Nothing indeed could be loftier. The very men live once more, and retrace the history of their city, that history which has been so falsified that the teaching of it has caused generations of schoolboys to hold antiquity in horror. But on seeing the men, how well one understands, how fully one can sympathize. And indeed the smallest bits of marble, the maimed statues, the bas-reliefs in fragments, even the isolated limbs, whether the divine arm of a nymph or the sinewy, shaggy thigh of a satyr, evoke the splendour of a civilization full of light, grandeur, and strength. End of section 11. Section 12 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 6, Part 2. At last Narcisse brought Pierre back into the gallery of the candelabra, 300 feet in length and full of fine examples of sculpture. "Listen, my dear Abbe," said he, "it is scarcely more than 4 o'clock, and we will sit down here for a while, as I am told that the Holy Father sometimes passes this way to go down to the gardens. It would be really lucky if you could see him, perhaps even speak to him. Who can tell? At all events, it will rest you, for you must be tired out." Narcisse was known to all the attendants, and his relationship to Monsignor Gamba gave him the run of almost the entire Vatican, where he was fond of spending his leisure time. Finding 2 chairs, they sat down, and the attaché again began to talk of art. How astonishing had been the destiny of Rome, what a singular borrowed royalty had been hers. She seemed like a centre whither the whole world converged, but where nothing grew from the soil itself, which from the outset appeared to be stricken with sterility. The arts required to be acclimatized there. It was necessary to transplant the genius of neighbouring nations, which once there, however, flourished magnificently. Under the emperors, when Rome was the queen of the earth, the beauty of her monuments and sculpture came to her from Greece. Later, when Christianity arose in Rome, it there remained impregnated with paganism. It was on another soil that it produced Gothic art, the Christian art par excellence. Later still, at the Renaissance, it was certainly at Rome that the age of Julius II and Leo X shone forth. But the artists of Tuscany and Umbria prepared the evolution, brought it to Rome that it might thence expand and soar. For the second time, indeed, art came to Rome from without, and gave her the royalty of the world by blossoming so triumphantly within her walls. Then occurred the extraordinary awakening of antiquity, Apollo and Venus resuscitated, worshipped by the popes themselves, who from the time of Nicholas V dreamt of making papal Rome the equal of the imperial city. After the precursors, so sincere, tender, and strong in their art, Fra Angelico, Perugino, Botticelli, and so many others, came the two sovereigns, Michelangelo and Raffaele, the superhuman and the divine. Then the fall was sudden. Years elapsed before the advent of Caravaggio with power of colour and modelling, all that the science of painting could achieve when bereft of genius. And afterwards the decline continued until Bernini was reached. Bernini, the real creator of the Rome of the present popes, the prodigal child who at 20 could already show a galaxy of colossal marble wenches, the universal architect who with fearful activity finished the façade, built the colonnade, decorated the interior of St. Peter's, and raised fountains, churches, and palaces innumerable. And that was the end of all, for since then Rome has little by little withdrawn from life, from the modern world, as though she, who always lived on what she derived from others, were dying of her inability to take anything more from them in order to convert it to her own glory. Ah, Bernini, that delightful Bernini, continued Narcisse with his rapturous air. He is both powerful and exquisite, his verve always ready, his ingenuity invariably awake, his fecundity full of grace and magnificence. As for their Bramante with his masterpiece, that cold, correct Cancelleria, we'll dub him the Michelangelo and Raffaele of architecture, and say no more about it. But Bernini, that exquisite Bernini, why, there is more delicacy and refinement in his pretended bad taste than in all the hugeness and perfection of the others. Our own age ought to recognize itself in his art, at once so varied and so deep, so triumphant in its mannerisms, so full of a perturbing solicitude for the artificial and so free from the baseness of reality. Just go to the Villa Borghese to see the group of Apollo and Daphne, which Bernini executed when he was 18, and in particular see his statue of Santa Teresa in ecstasy at Santa Maria della Vittoria. Ah, that Santa Teresa! It is like heaven opening, with the quiver that only a purely divine enjoyment can set in women's flesh, the rapture of faith carried to the point of spasm, the creature losing breath and dying of pleasure in the arms of the divinity. I have spent hours and hours before that work without exhausting the infinite scope of its precious, burning symbolization. Narcisse's voice died away, and Pierre, no longer astonished at his covert, unconscious hatred of health, simplicity, and strength, scarcely listened to him. The young priest himself was again becoming absorbed in the idea he had formed of pagan Rome resuscitating in Christian Rome, and turning it into Catholic Rome, the new political, sacerdotal, domineering centre of earthly government. Apart from the primitive age of the catacombs, had Rome ever been Christian? The thoughts that had come to him on the Palatine, in the Appian Way, and in St. Peter's were gathering confirmation. Genius that morning had brought him fresh proof. No doubt the paganism which reappeared in the art of Michelangelo and Raffaele was tempered, transformed by the Christian spirit. But did it not still remain the basis? Had not the former master peered across Olympus when snatching his great nudities from the terrible heavens of Jehovah? Did not the ideal figures of Raffaele reveal the superb, fascinating flesh of Venus beneath the chaste veil of the Virgin? It seemed so to Pierre, and some embarrassment mingled with his despondency, for all those beautiful forms glorifying the ardent passions of life were in opposition to his dream of rejuvenated Christianity giving peace to the world and reviving the simplicity and purity of the early ages. All at once he was surprised to hear Narcisse, by what transition he could not tell, speaking to him of the daily life of Leo XIII. "Yes, my dear Abbé, at 84 the Holy Father shows the activity of a young man, and leads a life of determination and hard work such as neither you nor I would care for. At 6 o'clock he is already up, says his Mass in his private chapel, and drinks a little milk for breakfast. Then from 8 o'clock till noon there is a ceaseless procession of cardinals and prelates, all the affairs of the congregations passing under his eyes, and none could be more numerous or intricate. At noon the public and collective audiences usually begin. At 2 he dines. Then comes the siesta, which he has well earned, or else a promenade in the gardens until 6 o'clock. The private audiences then sometimes keep him for an hour or two. He sups at 9 and scarcely eats, lives on nothing, in fact, and is always alone at his little table. What do you think, of the etiquette which compels him to such loneliness? There you have a man who for 18 years has never had a guest at his table, who day by day sits all alone in his grandeur. And as soon as 10 o'clock strikes, after saying the rosary with his familiars, he shuts himself up in his room. But although he may go to bed, he sleeps very little. He is frequently troubled by insomnia, and gets up and sends for a secretary to dictate memoranda or letters to him. When any interesting matter requires his attention, he gives himself up to it heart and soul, never letting it escape his thoughts. And his life, his health, lies in all this. His mind is always busy, his will and strength must always be exerting themselves. You may know that he long cultivated Latin verse with affection, and I believe that in his days of struggle he had a passion for journalism, inspired the articles of the newspapers he subsidized, and even dictated some of them when his most cherished ideas were in question. Silence fell. At every moment Narcisse craned his neck to see if the little papal cortege were not emerging from the gallery of the tapestries to pass them on its way to the gardens. "You are perhaps aware," he resumed, "that His Holiness is brought down on a low chair which is small enough to pass through every doorway. It's quite a journey, more than a mile, through the loggie, the stanze of Raffaele, the painting and sculpture galleries, not to mention the numerous staircases, before he reaches the gardens, where a pair-horse carriage awaits him. It's quite fine this evening, so he will surely come. We must have a little patience." Whilst Narcisse was giving these particulars, Pierre again sank into a reverie and saw the whole extraordinary history pass before him. First came the worldly, ostentatious popes of the Renaissance, those who resuscitated antiquity with so much passion and dreamt of draping the Holy See with the purple of empire once more. There was Paul II, the magnificent Venetian who built the Palazzo di Venezia, Sixtus IV, to whom one owes the Sixtine Chapel, and Julius II and Leo X, who made Rome a city of theatrical pomp, prodigious festivities, tournaments, ballets, hunts, masquerades, and banquets. At that time the papacy had just rediscovered Olympus amidst the dust of buried ruins, and as though intoxicated by the torrent of life which arose from the ancient soil, it founded the museums, thus reviving the superb temples of the pagan age, and restoring them to the cult of universal admiration. Never had the Church been in such peril of death, for if the Christ was still honoured at St. Peter's, Jupiter and all the other gods and goddesses, with their beauteous, triumphant flesh, were enthroned in the halls of the Vatican. Then, however, another vision passed before Pierre, one of the modern popes prior to the Italian occupation, notably Pius IX, who, whilst yet free, often went into his good city of Rome. His huge red and gold coach was drawn by 6 horses, surrounded by Swiss guards and followed by noble guards. But now and again he would alight in the Corso, and continue his promenade on foot, and then the mounted men of the escort galloped forward to give warning and stop the traffic. The carriages drew up, the gentlemen had to alight and kneel on the pavement, whilst the ladies simply rose and devoutly inclined their heads, as the Holy Father, attended by his court, slowly wended his way to the Piazza del Popolo, smiling and blessing at every step. And now had come Leo XIII, the voluntary prisoner, shut up in the Vatican for 18 years, and he, behind the high silent walls, in the unknown sphere where each of his days flowed by so quietly, had acquired a more exalted majesty, instinct with sacred and redoubtable mysteriousness. Ah, that Pope whom you no longer meet or see, that Pope hidden from the common of mankind like some terrible divinity whom the priests alone dare to approach. It is in that sumptuous Vatican which his forerunners of the Renaissance built and adorned for giant festivities that he has secluded himself. It is there he lives, far from the crowd, in prison with the handsome men and the lovely women of Michelangelo and Raffaelli, with the gods and goddesses of marble, with the whole of resplendent Olympus celebrating around him the religion of life and light. With him the entire papacy is there steeped in paganism. What a spectacle when the slender, weak old man, all soul, so purely white, passes along the galleries of the Museum of Antiquities on his way to the gardens. Right and left the statues behold him pass with all their bare flesh. There is Jupiter, there is Apollo, there is Venus the dominatrix, there is Pan the universal god in whose laugh the joys of earth ring out. Nereids bathe in transparent water. Bacchantes roll, unveiled, in the warm grass. Centaurs gallop by carrying lovely girls, faint with rapture, on their steaming haunches. Ariadne is surprised by Bacchus, Ganymede fondles the eagle, Adonis fires youth and maiden with his flame. And on passes the weak, white old man, swaying on his low chair, amidst that splendid triumph, that display and glorification of the flesh, which shouts aloud the omnipotence of nature, of everlasting matter. Since they have found it again, exhumed it and honoured it, that it is which once more reigns there imperishable. And in vain have they set vine leaves on the statues, even as they have swathed the huge figures of Michelangelo. Sex still flares on all sides, life overflows, its germs course in torrents through the veins of the world. Near by, in that Vatican library of incomparable wealth, where all human science lies slumbering, there lurks a yet more terrible danger, the danger of an explosion which would sweep away everything, Vatican and St. Peter's also, if one day the books in their turn were to awake and speak aloud as speak the beauty of Venus and the manliness of Apollo. But the white, diaphanous old man seems neither to see nor to hear, and the huge heads of Jupiter, the trunks of Hercules, the equivocal statues of Antinous, continue to watch him as he passes on. However, Narcisse had become impatient, and going in search of an attendant, he learnt from him that His Holiness had already gone down. To shorten the distance, indeed, the cortege often passes along a kind of open gallery leading towards the Mint. "Well, let us go down as well," said Narcisse to Pierre. "I will try to show you the gardens." Down below, in the vestibule, a door of which opened onto a broad path, he spoke to another attendant, a former pontifical soldier whom he personally knew. The man at once let him pass with Pierre, but he was unable to tell him whether Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo had accompanied His Holiness that day. "No matter," resumed Narcisse when he and his companion were alone in the path. "I don't despair of meeting him, and these, you see, are the famous gardens of the Vatican. They are very extensive grounds, and the Pope can go quite 2.5 miles by passing along the paths of the wood, the vineyard, and the kitchen garden. Occupying the plateau of the Vatican Hill, which the medieval wall of Leo IV still girdles, the gardens are separated from the neighbouring valleys as by a fortified rampart. The wall formerly stretched to the castle of Sant'Angelo, thereby forming what was known as the Leonine city. No inquisitive eyes can peer into the grounds excepting from the dome of St. Peter's, which casts its huge shadow over them during the hot summer weather. They are, too, quite a little world, which each pope has taken pleasure in embellishing. There is a large parterre with lawns of geometrical patterns, planted with handsome palms and adorned with lemon and orange trees in pots. There is a less formal, a shadier garden, where amidst deep plantations of yoke elms you find Giovanni Vesanzio's fountain, the Aquilone, and Pius IV's old casino. Then, too, there are the woods with their superb evergreen oaks, their thickets of plane trees, acacias and pines, intersected by broad avenues, which are delightfully pleasant for leisurely strolls. And finally, on turning to the left, beyond other clumps of trees, come the kitchen garden and the vineyard, the last well tended. Whilst walking through the wood, Narcisse told Pierre of the life led by the Holy Father in these gardens. He strolls in them every second day when the weather allows. Formerly the popes left the Vatican for the Quirinal, which is cooler and healthier, as soon as May arrived, and spent the dog days at Castle Gandolfo on the margins of the lake of Albano. But nowadays the only summer residence possessed by His Holiness is a virtually intact tower of the old rampart of Leo IV. He here spends the hottest days, and has even erected a sort of pavilion beside it for the accommodation of his suite. Narcisse, like one at home, went in and secured permission for Pierre to glance at the one room occupied by the Pope, a spacious round chamber with semispherical ceiling, on which are painted the heavens with symbolical figures of the constellations. One of the latter, the lion, having 2 stars for eyes, stars which a system of lighting causes to sparkle during the night. The walls of the tower are so thick that after blocking up a window, a kind of room for the accommodation of a couch has been contrived in the embrasure. Besides this couch, the only furniture is a large work table, a dining table with flaps, and a large regal armchair, a mass of gilding, one of the gifts of the Pope's episcopal jubilee. And you dream of the days of solitude and perfect silence, spent in that low donjon hall, where the coolness of a tomb prevails whilst the heavy suns of August are scorching overpowered Rome. An astronomical observatory has been installed in another tower, surmounted by a little white cupola, which you espy amidst the greenery. And under the trees there is also a Swiss chalet, where Leo XIII is fond of resting. He sometimes goes on foot to the kitchen garden, and takes much interest in the vineyard, visiting it to see if the grapes are ripening and if the vintage will be a good one. What most astonished Pierre, however, was to learn that the Holy Father had been very fond of sport before age had weakened him. He was indeed passionately addicted to bird-snaring. Broad-meshed nets were hung on either side of a path on the fringe of a plantation, and in the middle of the path were placed cages containing the decoys, whose songs soon attracted all the birds of the neighbourhood: redbreasts, whitethroats, blackcaps, nightingales, fig-peckers of all sorts. And when a numerous company of them was gathered together, Leo XIII, seated out of sight and watching, would suddenly clap his hands and startle the birds, which flew up and were caught by the wings in the meshes of the nets. All that then remained to be done was to take them out of the nets and stifle them by a touch of the thumb. Roast fig-peckers are delicious. As Pierre came back through the wood, he had another surprise. He suddenly lighted on a grotto of Lourdes, a miniature imitation of the original, built of rocks and blocks of cement. And such was his emotion at the sight that he could not conceal it. "It's true, then," said he. "I was told of it, but I thought that the Holy Father was of loftier mind, free from all such base superstitions." "Oh," replied Narcisse, "I fancy that the grotto dates from Pius IX, who evinced especial gratitude to Our Lady of Lourdes. At all events, it must be a gift, and Leo XIII simply keeps it in repair." For a few moments Pierre remained motionless and silent before that imitative grotto, that childish plaything. Some zealously devout visitors had left their visiting cards in the cracks of the cement work. For his part, he felt very sad, and followed his companion with bowed head, lamenting the wretched idiocy of the world. Then, on emerging from the wood, on again reaching the parterre, he raised his eyes. Ah, how exquisite in spite of everything was that decline of a lovely day, and what a victorious charm ascended from the soil in that part of the gardens. There, in front of that bare, noble, burning parterre, far more than under the languishing foliage of the wood or among the fruitful vines, Pierre realized the strength of nature. Above the grass growing meagerly over the compartments of geometrical pattern which the pathways traced, there were barely a few low shrubs, dwarf roses, aloes, rare tufts of withering flowers. Some green bushes still described the escutcheon of Pius IX in accordance with the strange taste of former times. And amidst the warm silence one only heard the faint crystalline murmur of the water trickling from the basin of the central fountain. But all Rome, its ardent heavens, sovereign grace, and conquering voluptuousness, seemed with their own soul to animate this vast rectangular patch of decorative gardening, this mosaic of verdure, which in its semi-abandonment and scorched decay assumed an aspect of melancholy pride, instinct with the ever-returning quiver of a passion of fire that could not die. Some antique vases and statues, whitely nude under the setting sun, skirted the parterres, and above the aroma of eucalyptus and of pine, stronger even than that of the ripening oranges, there rose the odour of the large, bitter box shrubs, so laden with pungent life that it disturbed one as one passed, as if indeed it were the very scent of the fecundity of that ancient soil saturated with the dust of generations. "It's very strange that we have not met His Holiness," exclaimed Narcisse. "Perhaps his carriage took the other path through the wood while we were in the tower." Then, reverting to Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo, the attaché explained that the functions of coppiere, or papal cup-bearer, which his cousin should have discharged as one of the 4 camerieri segreti partecipanti, had become purely honorary, since the dinners offered to diplomatists or in honour of newly consecrated bishops had been given by the Cardinal Secretary of State. Monsignor Gamba, whose cowardice and nullity were legendary, seemed therefore to have no other role than that of enlivening Leo XIII, whose favour he had won by his incessant flattery and the anecdotes which he was ever relating about both the black and the white worlds. Indeed, this fat, amiable man, who could even be obliging when his interests were not in question, was a perfect newspaper, brimful of tittle-tattle, disdaining no item of gossip whatever, even if it came from the kitchens. And thus he was quietly marching towards the cardinalate, certain of obtaining the hat without other exertion than that of bringing a budget of gossip to beguile the pleasant hours of the promenade. And heaven knew that he was always able to garner an abundant harvest of news in that closed Vatican swarming with prelates of every kind, in that womanless pontifical family of old begowned bachelors, all secretly exercised by vast ambitions, covert and revolting rivalries, and ferocious hatreds, which, it is said, are still sometimes carried as far as the good old poison of ancient days. All at once Narcisse stopped. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I was certain of it. There's the Holy Father. But we are not in luck. He won't even see us. He is about to get into his carriage again." As he spoke, a carriage drew up at the verge of the wood, and a little cortege, emerging from a narrow path, went towards it. Pierre felt as if he had received a great blow in the heart. Motionless beside his companion, and half hidden by a lofty vase containing a lemon tree, it was only from a distance that he was able to see the white old man, looking so frail and slender in the wavy folds of his white cassock, and walking so very slowly with short, gliding steps. The young priest could scarcely distinguish the emaciated face of old diaphanous ivory, emphasized by a large nose which jutted out above thin lips. However, the pontiff's black eyes were glittering with an inquisitive smile, while his right ear was inclined towards Monsignor Gamba Zelzoppo, who was doubtless finishing some story at once rich and short, flowery and dignified. And on the left walked a noble guard, and 2 other prelates followed. It was but a familiar apparition. Leo XIII was already climbing into the closed carriage, and Pierre, in the midst of that large odoriferous burning garden, again experienced the singular emotion which had come upon him in the gallery of the candelabra while he was picturing the Pope on his way between the Apollos and Venuses radiant in their triumphant nudity. There, however, it was only pagan art which had celebrated the eternity of life, the superb almighty powers of nature. But here he had beheld the pontiff steeped in nature itself, in nature clad in the most lovely, most voluptuous, most passionate guise. Ah, that Pope, that old man strolling with his divinity of grief, humility, and renunciation along the paths of those gardens of love, in the languid evenings of the hot summer days, beneath the caressing scents of pine and eucalyptus, ripe oranges, and tall acrid box shrubs. Pan, the great god Pan, enveloped him with the sovereign effluvia of his powers. How pleasant was the thought of living there, amidst that magnificence of heaven and of earth, of loving the beauty of woman and of rejoicing in the fruitfulness of all. And suddenly the decisive truth burst forth, that from a land of such joy and light it was only possible for a temporal religion of conquest and political domination to rise, not the mystical, pain-fraught religion of the north, the religion of the soul. However, Narcisse led the young priest away, telling him other anecdotes as they went, anecdotes of the occasional bonhomie of Leo XIII, who would stop to chat with the gardeners and question them about the health of the trees and the sale of the oranges. And he also mentioned the Pope's former passion for a pair of gazelles sent him from Africa, 2 graceful creatures which he had been fond of caressing, and at whose death he had shed tears. But Pierre no longer listened. When they found themselves on the piazza of St. Peter's, he turned round and gazed at the Vatican once more. His eyes had fallen on the gate of bronze, and he remembered having wondered that morning what there might be behind these metal panels ornamented with big nails. And he did not yet dare to answer the question and decide if the new nations thirsting for fraternity and justice would really find there the religion necessary for the democracies of tomorrow. For he had not been able to probe things, and only carried a first impression away with him. But how keen it was, and how ill it boded for his dream. A gate of bronze. Yes, a hard impregnable gate, so completely shutting the Vatican off from the rest of the world that nothing new had entered the palace for 300 years. Behind that portal the old centuries, as far as the 16th, remained immutable. Time seemed to have stayed its course there forever. Nothing more stirred. The very costumes of the Swiss guards, the noble guards, and the prelates themselves were unchanged. And you found yourself in the world of 300 years ago, with its etiquette, its costumes, and its ideas. That the popes in a spirit of haughty protest should for 25 years have voluntarily shut themselves up in their palace was already regrettable. But this imprisonment of centuries within the past, within the grooves of tradition, was far more serious and dangerous. It was all Catholicism which was thus imprisoned, whose dogmas and sacerdotal organization were obstinately immobilized. Perhaps, in spite of its apparent flexibility, Catholicism was really unable to yield in anything, under peril of being swept away, and therein lay both its weakness and its strength. And then what a terrible world was there! How great the pride and ambition, how numerous the hatreds and rivalries! And how strange the prison, how singular the company assembled behind the bars! The crucified by the side of Jupiter Capitolinus, all pagan antiquity fraternizing with the apostles, all the splendours of the Renaissance surrounding the pastor of the gospel who reigns in the name of the humble and the poor. The sun was sinking, the gentle, luscious sweetness of the Roman evenings was falling from the limpid heavens, and after that splendid day spent with Michelangelo, Raffaele, the ancients, and the Pope, in the finest palace of the world, the young priest lingered, distracted, on the piazza of St. Peter's. "Well, you must excuse me, my dear abbé," concluded Narcisse, "but I will now confess to you that I suspect my worthy cousin of a fear that he might compromise himself by meddling in your affair. I shall certainly see him again, but you will do well not to put too much reliance on him." It was nearly 6 o'clock when Pierre got back to the Boccanera mansion. As a rule, he passed in all modesty down the lane, and entered by the little side door, a key of which had been given him. But he had that morning received a letter from Monsieur de Lachoux, and desired to communicate it to Benedetta. So he ascended the grand staircase, and on reaching the anteroom was surprised to find nobody there. As a rule, whenever the manservant went out, Victorine installed herself in his place, and busied herself with some needlework. Her chair was there, and Pierre even noticed some linen which she had left on a little table when probably summoned elsewhere. Then, as the door of the first reception-room was ajar, he at last ventured in. It was almost night there already, the twilight was softly dying away, and all at once the young priest stopped short, fearing to take another step, for from the room beyond, the large yellow salon, there came a murmur of feverish, distracted words, ardent entreaties, fierce panting, a rustling and a shuffling of footsteps. And suddenly Pierre no longer hesitated, urged on despite himself by the conviction that the sounds he heard were those of a struggle, and that someone was hard pressed. And when he darted into the further room he was stupefied, for Dario was there, no longer showing the degenerate elegance of the last scion of an exhausted race, but maddened by the hot, frantic blood of the Boccaneras which had bubbled up within him. He had clasped Benedetta by the shoulders in a frenzy of passion and was scorching her face with his hot, entreating words. "But since you say, my darling, that it is all over, that your marriage will never be dissolved, oh, why should we be wretched forever? Love me as you do love me, and let me love you. Let me love you." But the Contessina, with an indescribable expression of tenderness and suffering on her tearful face, repulsed him with her outstretched arms, she likewise evincing a fierce energy as she repeated, "No, no, I love you, but it must not be." At that moment, amidst the roar of his despair, Dario became conscious that someone was entering the room. He turned and gazed at Pierre with an expression of stupefied insanity, scarce able even to recognize him. Then he carried his 2 hands to his face, to his bloodshot eyes and his cheeks wet with scalding tears, and fled, heaving a terrible, pain-fraught sigh in which baffled passion mingled with grief and repentance. Benedetta seated herself, breathing hard, her strength and courage well nigh exhausted. But as Pierre, too much embarrassed to speak, turned towards the door, she addressed him in a calmer voice. "No, no, Monsieur l'Abbé, do not go away. Sit down, I pray you. I should like to speak to you for a moment." He thereupon thought it his duty to account for his sudden entrance, and explained that he had found the door of the first salon ajar, and that Victorine was not in the anteroom, though he had seen her work lying on the table there. "Yes," exclaimed the Contessina, "Victorine ought to have been there. I saw her there but a short time ago. And when my poor Dario lost his head, I called her. Why did she not come?" Then, with sudden expansion, leaning towards Pierre, she continued, "Listen, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will tell you what happened, for I don't want you to form too bad an opinion of my poor Dario. It was all in some measure my fault. Last night he asked me for an appointment here in order that we might have a quiet chat, and as I knew that my aunt would be absent at this time today, I told him to come. It was only natural, wasn't it, that we should want to see one another and come to an agreement after the grievous news that my marriage will probably never be annulled. We suffer too much, and must form a decision. And so when he came in this evening we began to weep and embrace, mingling our tears together. I kissed him again and again, telling him how I adored him, how bitterly grieved I was at being the cause of his sufferings, and how surely I should die of grief at seeing him so unhappy. No doubt I did wrong. I ought not to have caught him to my heart and embraced him as I did, for it maddened him, Monsieur l'Abbé. He lost his head, and would have made me break my vow to the Blessed Virgin." She spoke these words in all tranquillity and simplicity, without sign of embarrassment, like a young and beautiful woman who is at once sensible and practical. Then she resumed, "Oh, I know my poor Dario well, but it does not prevent me from loving him. Perhaps indeed it only makes me love him the more. He looks delicate, perhaps rather sickly, but in truth he is a man of passion. Yes, the old blood of my people bubbles up in him. I know something of it myself, for when I was a child I sometimes had fits of angry passion which left me exhausted on the floor, and even now, when the gusts arise within me, I have to fight against myself and torture myself in order that I may not act madly. But my poor Dario does not know how to suffer. He is like a child whose fancies must be gratified. And yet at bottom he has a good deal of common sense. He waits for me because he knows that the only real happiness lies with the woman who adores him." As Pierre listened, he was able to form a more precise idea of the young prince, of whose character he had hitherto had but a vague perception. Whilst dying of love for his cousin, Dario had ever been a man of pleasure. Though he was no doubt very amiable, the basis of his temperament was none the less egotism. And in particular he was unable to endure suffering. He loathed suffering, ugliness, and poverty, whether they affected himself or others. Both his flesh and his soul required gaiety, brilliancy, show, life in the full sunlight. And withal he was exhausted, with no strength left in him but for the idle life he led, so incapable of thought and will that the idea of joining the new regime had not even occurred to him. Yet he had all the unbounded pride of a Roman. Sagacity, a keen practical perception of the real, was mingled with his indolence, while his inveterate love of woman, more frequently displayed in charm of manner, burst forth at times in attacks of frantic sensuality. "After all, he is a man," concluded Benedetta in a low voice, "and I must not ask impossibilities of him." Then, as Pierre gazed at her, his notions of Italian jealousy quite upset, she exclaimed, aglow with passionate adoration, "No, no, situated as we are, I am not jealous. I know very well that he will always return to me, and that he will be mine alone whenever I please, whenever it may be possible." Silence followed. Shadows were filling the room, the gilding of the large pier tables faded away, and infinite melancholy fell from the lofty, dim ceiling and the old hangings, yellow like autumn leaves. But soon, by some chance play of the waning light, a painting stood out above the sofa on which the Contessina was seated. It was the portrait of the beautiful young girl with the turban, Cassia Boccanera, the forerunner, the amorosa and avengeress. Again was Pierre struck by the portrait's resemblance to Benedetta, and thinking aloud, he resumed, "Passion always proves the stronger. There invariably comes a moment when one succumbs." But Benedetta violently interrupted him. "I? Ah, you do not know me. I would rather die." And with extraordinary exultation, all aglow with love, as if her superstitious faith had fired her passion to ecstasy, she continued, "I have vowed to the Madonna that I will belong to none but the man I love, and to him only when he is my husband. And hitherto I have kept that vow at the cost of my happiness, and I will keep it still, even if it cost me my life. Yes, we will die, my poor Dario and I, if it be necessary, but the Holy Virgin has my vow, and the angels shall not weep in heaven." She was all in those words, her nature all simplicity, intricate, inexplicable though it might seem. She was doubtless swayed by that idea of human nobility which Christianity has set in renunciation and purity, a protest, as it were, against eternal matter, against the forces of nature, the everlasting fruitfulness of life. But there was more than this. She reserved herself, like a divine and priceless gift, to be bestowed on the one being whom her heart had chosen, he who would be her Lord and Master when God should have united them in marriage. For her everything lay in the blessing of the priest, in the religious solemnization of matrimony. And thus one understood her long resistance to Prada, whom she did not love, and her despairing, grievous resistance to Dario, whom she did love, but who was not her husband. And how torturing it was for that soul of fire to have to resist her love. How continual was the combat waged by duty in the Virgin's name against the wild, passionate blood of her race. Ignorant, indolent though she might be, she was capable of great fidelity of heart, and moreover she was not given to dreaming. Love might have its immaterial charms, but she desired it complete. As Pierre looked at her in the dying twilight, he seemed to see and understand her for the first time. The duality of her nature appeared in her somewhat full, fleshy lips, in her big black eyes, which suggested a dark, tempestuous night illumined by flashes of lightning, and in the calm, sensible expression of the rest of her gentle infantile face. And withal, behind those eyes of flame, beneath that pure, candid skin, one divined the internal tension of a superstitious, proud, and self-willed woman, who was obstinately intent on reserving herself for her one love. And Pierre could well understand that she should be adored, that she should fill the life of the man she chose with passion, and that to his own eyes she should appear like the younger sister of that lovely, tragic Cassia, who, unwilling to survive the blow that had rendered self-bestowal impossible, had flung herself into the Tiber, dragging her brother Ercole and the corpse of her lover Flavio with her. However, with a gesture of kindly affection, Benedetta caught hold of Pierre's hands. "You have been here a fortnight, Monsieur l'Abbé," said she, "and I have come to like you very much, for I feel you to be a friend. If at first you do not understand us, at least pray do not judge us too severely. Ignorant as I may be, I always strive to act for the best, I assure you." Pierre was greatly touched by her affectionate graciousness, and thanked her whilst for a moment retaining her beautiful hands in his own, for he also was becoming much attached to her. A fresh dream was carrying him off, that of educating her, should he have the time, or at all events, of not returning home before winning her soul over to his own ideas of future charity and fraternity. Did not that adorable, unoccupied, indolent, ignorant creature, who only knew how to defend her love, personify the Italy of yesterday? The Italy of yesterday, so lovely and so sleepy, instinct with a dying grace, charming one even in her drowsiness, and retaining so much mystery in the fathomless depths of her black, passionate eyes. And what a role would be that of awakening her, instructing her, winning her over to truth, making her the rejuvenated Italy of tomorrow, such as he had dreamt of. Even in that disastrous marriage with Count Prada he tried to see merely a first attempt at revival which had failed, the modern Italy of the north being over-hasty, too brutal in its eagerness to love and transform that gentle, belated Rome which was yet so superb and indolent. But might he not take up the task? Had he not noticed that his book, after the astonishment of the first perusal, had remained a source of interest and reflection with Benedetta amidst the emptiness of her days given over to grief? What? Was it really possible that she might find some appeasement for her own wretchedness by interesting herself in the humble, in the happiness of the poor? Emotion already thrilled her at the idea, and he, quivering at the thought of all the boundless love that was within her and that she might bestow, vowed to himself that he would draw tears of pity from her eyes. But the night had now almost completely fallen, and Benedetta rose to ask for a lamp. Then, as Pierre was about to take leave, she detained him for another moment in the gloom. He could no longer see her, he only heard her grave voice. "You will not go away with too bad an opinion of us, will you, Monsieur l'Abbé? We love one another, Dario and I, and that is no sin when one behaves as one ought. Ah, yes, I love him, and have loved him for years. I was barely 13, he was 18, and we already loved one another wildly in those big gardens of the Villa Montefiore, which are now all broken up. Ah, what days we spent there, whole afternoons among the trees, hours in secret hiding places where we kissed like little angels. When the oranges ripened, their perfume intoxicated us. And the large box plants, ah, Dio, how they enveloped us, how their strong acrid scent made our hearts beat. I can never smell them nowadays without feeling faint." A manservant brought in the lamp, and Pierre ascended to his room. But when halfway up the little staircase he perceived Victorine, who started slightly, as if she had posted herself there to watch his departure from the salon. And now, as she followed him up, talking and seeking for information, he suddenly realized what had happened. "Why did you not go to your mistress instead of running off?" he asked, "when she called you while you were sewing in the anteroom?" At first she tried to feign astonishment and reply that she had heard nothing, but her good-natured frank face did not know how to lie, and she ended by confessing with a gay, courageous air. "Well," she said, "it surely wasn't for me to interfere between lovers. Besides, my poor little Benedetta is simply torturing herself to death with those ideas of hers. Why shouldn't they be happy, since they love one another? Life isn't so amusing as some may think, and how bitterly one regrets not having seized hold of happiness when the time for it has gone." Once alone in his room, Pierre suddenly staggered, quite overcome. The great box plants with their acrid, perturbing perfume. She, Benedetta, like himself, had quivered as she smelt them, and he saw them once more in a vision of the pontifical gardens, the voluptuous gardens of Rome, deserted, glowing under the August sun. And now his whole day, crystallized, assumed clear and full significance. It spoke to him of the fruitful awakening, of the eternal protest of nature and life, of Venus and Hercules, whom one may bury for centuries beneath the soil, but who nevertheless one day arise from it, and though one may seek to wall them up within the domineering, stubborn, immutable Vatican, reign yet even there, and rule the whole wide world with sovereign power. End of section 12. Section 13 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 7, Part 1. On the following day, as Pierre, after a long ramble, once more found himself in front of the Vatican, whither a harassing attraction ever led him, he again encountered Monsignor Nanni. It was a Wednesday evening, and the assessor of the Holy Office had just come from his weekly audience with the Pope, whom he had acquainted with the proceedings of the congregation at its meeting that morning. "What a fortunate chance, my dear sir," said he. "I was thinking of you. Would you like to see His Holiness in public while you are waiting for a private audience?" Nanni had put on his pleasant expression of smiling civility, beneath which one would barely detect the faint irony of a superior man who knew everything, prepared everything, and could do everything. "Why, yes, Monseigneur," Pierre replied, somewhat astonished by the abruptness of the offer. "Anything of a nature to divert one's mind is welcome when one loses one's time in waiting." No, you are not losing your time," replied the prelate. "You are looking round you, reflecting and enlightening yourself. Well, this is the point. You are doubtless aware that the great international pilgrimage of the Peter's Pence Fund will arrive in Rome on Friday, and be received on Saturday by His Holiness. On Sunday, moreover, the Holy Father will celebrate Mass at the Basilica. Well, I have a few cards left, and here are some very good places for both ceremonies." So saying, he produced an elegant little pocket-book bearing a gilt monogram, and handed Pierre 2 cards, one green and the other pink. "If you only knew how people fight for them," he resumed. "You remember that I told you of 2 French ladies who were consumed by a desire to see His Holiness. Well, I did not like to support their request for an audience in too pressing a way, and they have had to content themselves with cards like these. The fact is, the Holy Father is somewhat fatigued at the present time. I found him looking yellow and feverish just now. But he has so much courage, he nowadays only lives by force of soul." Then Nanni's smile came back with its almost imperceptible touch of derision as he resumed. "Impatient ones ought to find a great example in him, my dear son. I heard that Monsignor Gamba del Zoppo has been unable to help you. But you must not be too much distressed on that account. This long delay is assuredly a grace of Providence in order that you may instruct yourself and come to understand certain things which you French priests do not, unfortunately, realize when you arrive in Rome. And perhaps it will prevent you from making certain mistakes. Come, calm yourself, and remember that the course of events is in the hands of God, who in his sovereign wisdom fixes the hour for all things." Thereupon Nani offered Pierre his plump, supple, shapely hand, a hand soft like a woman's but with the grasp of a vice. And afterwards he climbed into his carriage, which was waiting for him. It so happened that the letter which Pierre had received from Viscount Philibert de Lachoux was a long cry of spite and despair in connection with the great international pilgrimage of the Peter's Pence Fund. The Viscount wrote from his bed, to which he was confined by a very severe attack of gout, and his grief at being unable to come to Rome was the greater as the president of the committee, who would naturally present the pilgrims to the Pope, happened to be the Baron de Fouras, one of his most bitter adversaries of the old conservative Catholic party. Monsieur de Lachoux felt certain that the Baron would profit by his opportunity to win the Pope over to the theory of free corporations, whereas he, the Viscount, believed that the salvation of Catholicism and the world could only be worked by a system in which the corporations should be closed and obligatory. And so he urged Pierre to exert himself with such cardinals as were favourable, to secure an audience with the Holy Father whatever the obstacles, and to remain in Rome until he should have secured the pontiff's approbation, which alone could decide the victory. The letter further mentioned that the pilgrimage would be made up of a number of groups headed by bishops and other ecclesiastical dignitaries, and would comprise 3,000 people from France, Belgium, Spain, Austria, and even Germany. 2,000 of these would come from France alone. An international committee had assembled in Paris to organize everything and select the pilgrims, which last had proved a delicate task, as a representative gathering had been desired, a commingling of members of the aristocracy, sisterhoods of middle-class ladies, and associations of the working classes, among whom all social differences would be forgotten in the union of a common faith. And the Viscount added that the pilgrimage would bring the Pope a large sum of money, and had settled the date of its arrival in the Eternal City in such wise that it would figure as a solemn protest of the Catholic world against the festivities of September the 20th, by which the Quirinal had just celebrated the anniversary of the occupation of Rome. The reception of the pilgrimage being fixed for noon, Pierre in all simplicity thought that he would be sufficiently early if he reached St. Peter's at 11. The function was to take place in the Hall of Beatifications, which is a large and handsome apartment over the portico, and has been arranged as a chapel since 1890. One of its windows opens onto the central balcony, whence the popes formally blessed the people, the city, and the world. To reach the apartment you pass through two other halls of audience, the Sala Regia and Sala Ducale, and when Pierre wished to gain the place to which his green card entitled him, he found both those rooms so extremely crowded that he could only elbow his way forward with the greatest difficulty. For an hour already the 3,000 or 4,000 people assembled there had been stifling, full of growing emotion and feverishness. At last the young priest managed to reach the threshold of the third hall, but was so discouraged at sight of the extraordinary multitude of heads before him that he did not attempt to go any further. The apartment, which he could survey at a glance by rising on tiptoe, appeared to him to be very rich of aspect, with walls gilded and painted under a severe and lofty ceiling. On a low platform, where the altar usually stood, facing the entry, the pontifical throne had now been set. A large armchair upholstered in red velvet with glittering golden back and arms, whilst the hangings of the baldacchino, also of red velvet, fell behind and spread out on either side like a pair of huge purple wings. However, what more particularly interested Pierre was the wildly passionate concourse of people whose hearts he could almost hear beating, and whose eyes sought to beguile their feverish impatience by contemplating and adoring the empty throne, as if it had been some golden monstrance which the divinity in person would soon deign to occupy. That throne dazzled them, disturbed them, filled them all with devout rapture. Among the throng were workmen rigged out in their Sunday best, with clear childish eyes and rough ecstatic faces, ladies of the upper classes wearing black, as the regulations required, and looking intensely pale from the sacred awe which mingled with their excessive desire, and gentlemen in evening dress, who appeared quite glorious, inflated with the conviction that they were saving both the Church and the nations. One cluster of dress-coats, assembled near the throne, was particularly noticeable. It comprised the members of the International Committee, headed by Baron de Fouras, a very tall, stout, fair man of 50, who bestirred and exerted himself and issued orders like some commander on the morning of a decisive victory. Then, amidst the general mass of grey, neutral hue, there gleamed the violet silk of some bishop's cassock, for each pastor had desired to remain with his flock, whilst members of various religious orders, superiors in brown, black, and white habits, rose up above all others with lofty bearded or shaven heads. Right and left drooped banners which associations and congregations had brought to present to the Pope, and the sea of pilgrims ever waved and surged with a growing clamour, so much impatient love being exhaled by those perspiring faces, burning eyes, and hungry mouths, that the atmosphere, reeking with the odour of the throng, seemed thickened and darkened. All at once, however, Pierre perceived Monsignor Nani standing near the throne and beckoning him to approach, and although the young priest replied by a modest gesture, implying that he preferred to remain where he was, the prelate insisted, and even sent an usher to make way for him. Directly the usher had led him forward, Nani inquired, "Why did you not come to take your place? Your card entitled you to be here, on the left of the throne." "The truth is," answered the priest, "I did not like to disturb so many people. Besides, this is an undue honour for me." No, I gave you that place in order that you should occupy it. I want you to be in the first rank, so that you may see everything of the ceremony." Pierre could not do otherwise than thank him. Then, on looking round, he saw that several cardinals and many other prelates were likewise waiting on either side of the throne. But it was in vain that he sought Cardinal Bocconera, who only came to St. Peter's and the Vatican on the days when his functions required his presence there. However, he recognized Cardinal Sanguinetti, who, broad and sturdy and red of face, was talking in a loud voice to Baron de Fouras, and Nani, with his obliging air, stepped up again to point out two other eminences who were high and mighty personages: the Cardinal Vicar, a short, fat man, with a feverish countenance scorched by ambition, and the Cardinal Secretary, who was robust and bony, fashioned as with a hatchet, suggesting a romantic type of Sicilian bandit, who, to other courses, had preferred the discreet, smiling diplomacy of the Church. A few steps further on, and quite alone, the Grand Penitentiary, silent and seemingly suffering, showed his grey, lean, ascetic profile. Noon had struck. There was a false alarm, a burst of emotion, which swept in like a wave from the other halls. But it was merely the ushers opening a passage for the cortège. Then all at once acclamations arose in the first hall, gathered volume, and drew nearer. This time it was the cortège itself. First came a detachment of the Swiss Guard in undress, headed by a sergeant, then a party of chair-bearers in red, and next the domestic prelates, including the 4 camerieri segreti partecipanti. And finally, between 2 rows of noble guards, in semi-gala uniforms, walked the Holy Father, alone, smiling a pale smile, and slowly blessing the pilgrims on either hand. In his wake the clamour which had risen in the other apartments swept into the hall of beatifications with the violence of delirious love, and under his slender, white, benedictive hand, all those distracted creatures fell upon both knees, naught remaining but the prostration of a devout multitude, overwhelmed, as it were, by the apparition of its God. Quivering, carried away, Pierre had knelt like the others. Ah, that omnipotence, that irresistible contagion of faith, of the redoubtable current from the spheres beyond, increased tenfold by a scenario and a pomp of sovereign grandeur. Profound silence fell when Leo XIII was seated on the throne surrounded by the cardinals and his court, and then the ceremony proceeded according to rite and usage. First a bishop spoke, kneeling and laying the homage of the faithful of all Christendom at His Holiness's feet. The president of the committee, Baron de Fouras, followed, remaining erect whilst he read a long address in which he introduced the pilgrimage and explained its motive, investing it with all the gravity of a political and religious protest. This stout man had a shrill and piercing voice, and his words jarred like the grating of a gimlet as he proclaimed the grief of the Catholic world at the spoliation which the Holy See had endured for a quarter of a century, and the desire of all the nations there represented by the pilgrims to console the supreme and venerated head of the Church by bringing him the offerings of rich and poor, even to the mites of the humblest, in order that the papacy might retain the pride of independence and be able to treat its enemies with contempt. And he also spoke of France, deplored her errors, predicted her return to healthy traditions, and gave it to be understood that she remained in spite of everything the most opulent and generous of the Christian nations. the donor whose gold and presents flowed into Rome in a never-ending stream. At last Leo XIII arose to reply to the bishop and the baron. His voice was full, with a strong nasal twang, and surprised one coming from a man so slight of build. In a few sentences he expressed his gratitude, saying how touched he was by the devotion of the nations to the Holy See. Although the times might be bad, the final triumph could not be delayed much longer. There were evident signs that mankind was returning to faith, and that iniquity would soon cease under the universal dominion of the Christ. As for France, was she not the eldest daughter of the Church, and had she not given too many proofs of her affection for the Holy See for the latter ever to cease loving her? Then, raising his arm, he bestowed on all the pilgrims present, on the societies and enterprises they represented, on their families and friends, on France, on all the nations of the Catholic world, his apostolic benediction, in gratitude for the precious help which they sent him. And whilst he was again seating himself, applause burst forth. Frantic salvos of applause, lasting for 10 minutes, and mingling with vivats and inarticulate cries, a passionate, tempestuous outburst which made the very building shake. Amidst this blast of frantic adoration Pierre gazed at Leo XIII, now again motionless on his throne. With the papal cap on his head and the red cape edged with ermine about his shoulders, he retained in his long white cassock the rigid sacerdotal attitude of an idol venerated by 250 millions of Christians. Against the purple background of the hangings of the baldacchino, between the wing-like drapery on either side, enclosing as it were a brazier of glory, he assumed real majesty of aspect. He was no longer the feeble old man with the slow jerky walk and the slender scraggy neck of a poor ailing bird. The simious ugliness of his face, the largeness of his nose, the long slit of his mouth, the hugeness of his ears, the conflicting jumble of his withered features disappeared. In that waxen countenance you only distinguished the admirable, dark, deep eyes, beaming with eternal youth, with extraordinary intelligence and penetration. And then there was a resolute bracing of his entire person, a consciousness of the eternity which he represented, a regal nobility, born of the very circumstance that he was now but a mere breath, a soul set in so pellucid a body of ivory that it became visible as though it were already freed from the bonds of earth. And Pierre realized what such a man, the sovereign pontiff, the king obeyed by 250 millions of subjects, must be for the devout and dolent creatures who came to adore him from so far, and who fell at his feet awestruck by the splendour of the powers incarnate in him. Behind him, amidst the purple of the hangings, what a gleam was suddenly afforded of the spheres beyond! What an infinite of ideality and blinding glory! So many centuries of history from the Apostle Peter downward, so much strength and genius, so many struggles and triumphs to be summed up in one being, the elect, the unique, the superhuman. And what a miracle, incessantly renewed, was that of heaven deigning to descend into human flesh, of the Deity fixing his abode in his chosen servant, whom he consecrated above and beyond all others, endowing him with all power and all science. What sacred perturbation, what emotion fraught with distracted love might one not feel at the thought of the Deity being ever there in the depths of that man's eyes, speaking with his voice, and emanating from his hand each time that he raised it to bless. Could one imagine the exorbitant absoluteness of that sovereign who was infallible, who disposed of the totality of authority in this world and of salvation in the next? At all events, how well one understood that souls consumed by a craving for faith should fly towards him, that those who at last found the certainty they had so ardently sought should seek annihilation in him, the consolation of self-bestowal and disappearance within the Deity himself. Meantime the ceremony was drawing to an end. Baron de Fouras was now presenting the members of the committee and a few other persons of importance. There was a slow procession with trembling genuflections and much greedy kissing of the papal ring and slipper. Then the banners were offered, and Pierre felt a pang on seeing that the finest and richest of them was one of Lourdes, an offering, no doubt, from the fathers of the Immaculate Conception. On one side of the white gold-broidered silk Our Lady of Lourdes was painted, while on the other appeared a portrait of Leo XIII. Pierre saw the Pope smile at the presentment of himself, and was greatly grieved thereat, as though, indeed, his whole dream of an intellectual, evangelical Pope, disentangled from all low superstition, were crumbling away. And just then his eyes met those of Nani. who from the outset had been watching him with the inquisitive air of a man who is making an experiment. "That banner is superb, isn't it?" said Nanny, drawing near. "How it must please His Holiness to be so nicely painted in company with so pretty a Virgin." And as the young priest, turning pale, did not reply, the prelate added, with an air of devout enjoyment, "We are very fond of Lourdes in Rome. That story of Bernadette is so delightful." However, the scene which followed was so extraordinary that for a long time Pierre remained overcome by it. He had beheld never to be forgotten idolatry at Lourdes, incidents of naive faith and frantic religious passion which yet made him quiver with alarm and grief. But the crowds rushing on the grotto, the sick dying of divine love before the Virgin's statue, the multitudes delirious with the contagion of the miraculous, nothing of all that gave an idea of the blast of madness which suddenly inflamed the pilgrims at the feet of the Pope. Some bishops, superiors of religious orders, and other delegates of various kinds had stepped forward to deposit near the throne the offerings which they brought from the whole Catholic world, the universal collection of St. Peter's pence. It was the voluntary tribute of the nations to their sovereign. Silver, gold, and banknotes in purses, bags, and cases. Ladies came and fell on their knees to offer silk and velvet alms bags which they themselves had embroidered. Others had caused the note cases which they tendered to be adorned with the monogram of Leo XIII in diamonds. And at one moment the enthusiasm became so intense that several women stripped themselves of their adornments, flung their own purses onto the platform, and emptied their pockets even to the very coppers they had about them. One lady, tall and slender, very beautiful and very dark, wrenched her watch from about her neck, pulled off her rings, and threw everything upon the carpet. Had it been possible, they would have torn away their flesh to pluck out their love-burnt hearts and fling them likewise to the demigod. They would even have flung themselves, have given themselves without reserve. It was a rain of presents, an explosion of the passion which impels one to strip oneself for the object of one's cult, happy at having nothing of one's own that shall not belong to him. And meantime the clamour grew, vivats and shrill cries of adoration arose amidst pushing and jostling of increased violence, one and all yielding to the irresistible desire to kiss the idol. But a signal was given, and Leo XIII made haste to quit the throne and take his place in the cortege in order to return to his apartments. The Swiss guards energetically thrust back the throng, seeking to open a way through the three halls. But at sight of His Holiness's departure a lamentation arose and spread, as if heaven's gates had suddenly closed again and shut out those who had not yet been able to approach. What a frightful disappointment, to have beheld the living manifestation of the Deity, and to see it disappear before gaining salvation by just touching it. So terrible became the scramble, so extraordinary the confusion, that the Swiss guards were swept away, and ladies were seen to dart after the Pope, to drag themselves on all fours over the marble slabs and kiss his footprints and lap up the dust of his steps. The tall dark lady suddenly fell at the edge of the platform, raised a loud shriek, and fainted, and two gentlemen of the committee had to hold her so that she might not do herself an injury in the convulsions of the hysterical fit which had come upon her. Another, a plump blonde, was wildly, desperately kissing one of the golden arms of the throne-chair on which the old man's poor bony elbow had just rested. And others, on seeing her, came to dispute possession, seized both arms, gilding and velvet, and pressed their mouths to woodwork or upholstery, their bodies meanwhile shaking with their sobs. Force had to be employed in order to drag them away. When it was all over, Pierre went off, emerging as it were from a painful dream, sick at heart, and with his mind revolting. And again he encountered Nanny's glance, which never left him. "It was a superb ceremony, was it not?" said the prelate. "It consoles one for many iniquities." "Yes, no doubt, but what idolatry!" the young priest murmured despite himself. Nanny, however, merely smiled as if he had not heard the last word. At the same moment the two French ladies whom he had provided with tickets came up to thank him, and Pierre was surprised to recognize the mother and daughter whom he had met at the catacombs. Charming, bright, and healthy as they were, their enthusiasm was only for the spectacle. They declared that they were well pleased at having seen it, that it was really astonishing, unique. As the crowd slowly withdrew, Pierre all at once felt a tap on his shoulder, and on turning his head perceived Narcisse Abbe, who also was very enthusiastic. "I made signs to you, my dear Abbé," said he, "but you didn't see me. Ah, how superb was the expression of that dark woman who fell rigid beside the platform with her arms outstretched. She reminded me of a masterpiece of one of the primitives, Cimabue, Giotto, or Fra Angelico. And the others, those who devoured the chair arms with their kisses, what suavity, beauty, and love! I never miss these ceremonies. There are always some fine scenes, perfect pictures in which souls reveal themselves. The long stream of pilgrims slowly descended the stairs, and Pierre, followed by Nanny and Narcisse, who had begun to chat, tried to bring the ideas which were tumultuously throbbing in his brain into something like order. There was certainly grandeur and beauty in that Pope who had shut himself up in his Vatican, and who, the more he became a purely moral, spiritual authority freed from all terrestrial cares, had grown in the adoration and awe of mankind. Such a flight into the ideal deeply stirred Pierre, whose dream of rejuvenated Christianity rested on the idea of the supreme head of the Church exercising only a purified spiritual authority. He had just seen what an increase of majesty and power was in that way gained by the supreme pontiff of the spheres beyond, at whose feet the women fainted, and behind whom they beheld a vision of the Deity. But at the same moment the pecuniary side of the question had risen before him and spoilt his joy. If the enforced relinquishment of the temporal power had exalted the Pope by freeing him from the worries of a petty sovereignty which was ever threatened, the need of money still remained like a chain about his feet tying him to earth. As he could not accept the proffered subvention of the Italian government, there was certainly in the Peter's pence a means of placing the Holy See above all material cares, provided, however, that this Peter's pence were really the Catholic sou, the mite of each believer, levied on his daily income and sent direct to Rome. Such a voluntary tribute paid by the flock to its pastor would, moreover, suffice for the wants of the Church if each of the 250 million of Catholics gave his or her sou every week. In this wise the Pope, indebted to each and all of his children, would be indebted to none in particular. A sou was so little and so easy to give, and there was also something so touching about the idea. But unhappily things were not worked in that way. The great majority of Catholics gave nothing whatever, while the rich ones sent large sums from motives of political passion. And a particular objection was that the gifts were centralized in the hands of certain bishops and religious orders, so that these became ostensibly the benefactors of the papacy, the indispensable cashiers from whom it drew the sinews of life. The lowly and humble whose mites filled the collection boxes were, so to say, suppressed, and the Pope became dependent on the intermediaries, and was compelled to act cautiously with them, listen to their remonstrances, and even at times obey their passions, lest the stream of gifts should suddenly dry up. And so, although he was disburdened of the dead weight of the temporal power, he was not free, but remained the tributary of his clergy, with interests and appetites around him which he must needs satisfy. And Pierre remembered the grotto of Lourdes in the Vatican gardens, and the banner which he had just seen, and he knew that the Lourdes fathers levied 200,000 francs a year on their receipts to send them as a present to the Holy Father. Was not that the chief reason of their great power? He quivered and suddenly became conscious that, do what he might, he would be defeated, and his book would be condemned. At last, as he was coming out onto the piazza of St. Peter's, he heard Narcisse asking Monsignor Nanni, "Indeed, do you really think that today's gifts exceeded that figure?" "Yes, more than 3 millions, I'm convinced of it," the prelate replied. For a moment the three men halted under the right-hand colonnade, and gazed at the vast sunlit piazza where the pilgrims were spreading out like little black specks, hurrying hither and thither, an ant-hill, as it were, in revolution. 3 millions. The words had rung in Pierre's ears. And raising his head, he gazed at the Vatican, all golden in the sunlight against the expanse of blue sky, as if he wished to penetrate its walls and follow the steps of Leo XIII returning to his apartments. He pictured him laden with those millions, with his weak, slender arms pressed to his breast, carrying the silver, the gold, the banknotes, and even the jewels which the women had flung him. And almost unconsciously the young priest spoke aloud, "What will he do with those millions? Where is he taking them?" Narcisse and even Nanni could not help being amused by this strangely expressed curiosity. It was the young attaché who replied, "Why, His Holiness is taking them to his room, or at least is having them carried there before him. Didn't you see 2 persons of his suite picking up everything and filling their pockets? And now His Holiness has shut himself up quite alone, And if you could see him, you would find him counting and recounting his treasure with cheerful care, ranging the rolls of gold in good order, slipping the banknotes into envelopes in equal quantities, and then putting everything away in hiding places which are only known to himself." While his companion was speaking, Pierre again raised his eyes to the windows of the Pope's apartments as if to follow the scene. Moreover, Narcisse gave further explanations, asserting that the money was put away in a certain article of furniture, standing against the right-hand wall in the Holy Father's bedroom. Some people, he added, also spoke of a writing table or secrétaire with deep drawers, and others declared that the money slumbered in some big padlocked trunks stored away in the depths of the alcove, which was very roomy. Of course, on the left side of the passage leading to the archives, there was a large room occupied by a general cashier and a monumental safe. But the funds kept there were simply those of the patrimony of St. Peter, the administrative receipts of Rome, whereas the Peter's pence money, the voluntary donations of Christendom, remained in the hands of Leo XIII. He alone knew the exact amount of that fund, and lived alone with its millions, which he disposed of like an absolute master, rendering account to none. And such was his prudence that he never left his room when the servants cleaned it and set it in order. At the utmost he would consent to remain on the threshold of the adjoining apartment in order to escape the dust. And whenever he meant to absent himself for a few hours, to go down into the gardens, for instance, he double-locked the doors and carried the keys away with him, never confiding them to another. At this point Narcisse paused, and, turning to Nani, inquired, "Is that not so, Monseigneur? These are things known to all Rome." The prelate, ever smiling and wagging his head without expressing either approval or disapproval, had begun to study on Pierre's face the effect of these curious stories. No doubt," he responded. "So many things are said. I know nothing myself, but you seem to be certain of it all, Monsieur Abbe." "Oh," resumed the other, "I don't accuse His Holiness of sordid avarice, such as is rumoured. Some fabulous stories are current, stories of coffers full of gold in which the Holy Father is said to plunge his hands for hours at a time, treasures which he has heaped up in corners for the sole pleasure of counting them over and over again. Nevertheless, one may well admit that His Holiness is somewhat fond of money for its own sake, for the pleasure of handling it and setting it in order when he happens to be alone. And after all, that is a very excusable mania in an old man who has no other pastime. But I must add that he is yet fonder of money for the social power which it brings, the decisive help which it will give to the Holy See in the future, if the latter desires to triumph." These words evoked the lofty figure of a wise and prudent pope, conscious of modern requirements, inclined to utilize the powers of the century in order to conquer it, and for this reason venturing on business and speculation. As it happened, the treasure bequeathed by Pius IX had nearly been lost in a financial disaster, but ever since that time Leo XIII had sought to repair the breach and make the treasure whole again, in order that he might leave it to his successor intact and even enlarged. Economical he certainly was, but he saved for the needs of the Church, which, as he knew, increased day by day. And money was absolutely necessary if atheism was to be met and fought in the sphere of the schools, institutions and associations of all sorts. Without money, indeed, the Church would become a vassal at the mercy of the civil powers, the Kingdom of Italy, and other Catholic states. And so, although he liberally helped every enterprise which might contribute to the triumph of the faith, Leo XIII had a contempt for all expenditure without an object, and treated himself and others with stern closeness. Personally, he had no needs. At the outset of his pontificate, he had set his small private patrimony apart from the rich patrimony of St. Peter, refusing to take aught from the latter for the purpose of assisting his relatives. Never had pontiff displayed less nepotism. His 3 nephews and his 2 nieces had remained poor, in fact in great pecuniary embarrassment. Still he listened neither to complaints nor accusations, but remained inflexible, proudly resolved to bequeath the sinews of life, the invincible weapon money, to the popes of future times, and therefore vigorously defending the millions of the Holy See against the desperate covetousness of one and all. "But what are the receipts and expenses of the Holy See?" inquired Pierre. In all haste, Nani again made his amiable evasive gesture. "Oh, I am altogether ignorant in such matters," he replied. "Ask Monsieur Abbe, who is so well informed." "For my part," responded the attaché, "I simply know what is known to all the embassies here, the matters which are the subject of common report. With respect to the receipts, there is, first of all, the treasure left by Pius IX, some 20 millions, invested in various ways and formerly yielding about 1 million a year in interest. But, as I have said before, a disaster happened, and there must then have been a falling off in the income. Still, nowadays it is reported that nearly all deficiencies have been made good. Well, besides the regular income from the invested money, a few 100,000 francs are derived every year from chancellery dues, patents of nobility, and all sorts of little fees paid to the congregations. However, as the annual expenses exceed 7 millions, it has been necessary to find quite 6 millions every year. And certainly it is the Peter's Pence Fund that has supplied, not the 6 millions perhaps, but 3 or 4 of them, and with these the Holy See has speculated in the hope of doubling them and making both ends meet. It would take me too long just now to relate the whole story of these speculations, the first huge gains, then the catastrophe which almost swept everything away, and finally the stubborn perseverance which is gradually supplying all deficiencies. However, if you are anxious on the subject, I will one day tell you all about it." Pierre had listened with deep interest. 6 millions, even 4, he exclaimed. "What does the Peter's Pence Fund bring in, then?" "Oh, I can only repeat that nobody has ever known the exact figures. In former times the Catholic press published lists giving the amounts of different offerings, and in this way one could frame an approximate estimate. But the practice must have been considered unadvisable, for no documents nowadays appear, and it is absolutely impossible for people to form any real idea of what the Pope receives. He alone knows the correct amount, keeps the money, and disposes of it with absolute authority. Still, I believe that in good years the offerings have amounted to between 4 and 5 millions. Originally France contributed 1/2 of the sum, but nowadays it certainly gives much less. Then come Belgium and Austria, England and Germany. As for Spain and Italy, oh, Italy!" Narcisse paused and smiled at Monsignor Nani, who was wagging his head with the air of a man delighted at learning some extremely curious things of which he had previously had no idea. "Oh, you may proceed, my dear son," said he. "Well then, Italy scarcely distinguishes itself. If the Pope had to provide for his living out of the gifts of the Italian Catholics, there would soon be a famine at the Vatican. Far from helping him, indeed, the Roman nobility has cost him dear, for one of the chief causes of his pecuniary losses was his folly in lending money to the princes who speculated. It is really only from France and England that rich people, noblemen and so forth, have sent royal gifts to the imprisoned and martyred pontiff. Among others there was an English nobleman who came to Rome every year with a large offering, the outcome of a vow which he had made in the hope that heaven would cure his unhappy idiot son. And of course I don't refer to the extraordinary harvest garnered during the sacerdotal and the episcopal jubilees, the 40 millions which then fell at His Holiness's feet." "And the expenses?" asked Pierre. "Well, as I told you, they amount to about 7 millions. We may reckon 2 of them for the pensions paid to former officials of the pontifical government who are unwilling to take service under Italy. But I must add that this source of expense is diminishing every year as people die off and their pensions become extinguished. Then, broadly speaking, we may put down 1 million for the Italian sees, another for the Secretariat and the nunciatures, and another for the Vatican. In this last sum I include the expenses of the pontifical court, the military establishment, the museums, and the repair of the palace and the basilica. Well, we have reached 5 millions, and the 2 others may be set down for the various subsidized enterprises, the propaganda, and particularly the schools, which Leo XIII, with great practical good sense, subsidizes very handsomely, for he is well aware that the battle and the triumph lie in that direction, among the children who will be men tomorrow, and who will then defend their mother the Church, provided that they have been inspired with horror for the abominable doctrines of the age." A spell of silence ensued, and the 3 men slowly paced the majestic colonnade. The swarming crowd had gradually disappeared, leaving the piazza empty, so that only the obelisk and the twin fountains now arose from the burning desert of symmetrical paving, whilst on the entablature of the porticos across the square a noble line of motionless statues stood out in the bright sunlight. And Pierre, with his eyes still raised to the Pope's windows, again fancied that he could see Leo XIII amidst all the streaming gold that had been spoken of, his whole, white, pure figure, his poor waxen transparent form steeped amidst those millions which he hid and counted and expended for the glory of God alone. "And so," murmured the young priest, "he has no anxiety, he is not in any pecuniary embarrassment." "Pecuniary embarrassment!" exclaimed Monsignor Nani, his patience so sorely tried by the remark that he could no longer retain his diplomatic reserve. "Oh, my dear son! Why, when Cardinal Mocenni, the treasurer, goes to His Holiness every month, His Holiness always gives him the sum he asks for. He would give it, and be able to give it, however large it might be. His Holiness has certainly had the wisdom to effect great economies. The treasure of St. Peter is larger than ever. Pecuniary embarrassment, indeed! Why, if a misfortune should occur, and the Sovereign Pontiff were to make a direct appeal to all his children, the Catholics of the entire world, do you know that in that case 1,000 millions would fall at his feet, just like the gold and the jewels which you saw raining on the steps of his throne just now?" Then suddenly calming himself, and recovering his pleasant smile, Nani added, "At least that is what I sometimes hear said. For personally I know nothing, absolutely nothing. And it is fortunate that Monsieur Abbe should have been here to give you information. Ah, Monsieur Abbe! Why, I fancied that you were always in the skies absorbed in your passion for art, and far removed from all base mundane interests. But you really understand these things like a banker or a notary. Nothing escapes you, nothing. It is wonderful." End of section 13. Section 14 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 7, Part 2. Narcisse must have felt the sting of the prelate's delicate sarcasm. At bottom, beneath this make-believe Florentine all-angelicalness, with long curly hair and mauve eyes which grew dim with rapture at sight of a Botticelli, there was a thoroughly practical, business-like young man, who took admirable care of his fortune and was even somewhat miserly. However, he contented himself with lowering his eyelids and assuming a languorous air. "Oh," said he, "I am all reverie, my soul is elsewhere." "At all events," resumed Nani, turning towards Pierre, "I am very glad that you were able to see such a beautiful spectacle. A few more such opportunities, and you will understand things far better than you would from all the explanations in the world. Don't miss the grand ceremony at St. Peter's tomorrow. It will be magnificent, and will give you food for useful reflection. I'm sure of it. And now allow me to leave you, delighted at seeing you in such a fit frame of mind." Darting a last glance at Pierre, Nani seemed to have observed with pleasure the weariness and uncertainty which were paling his face. And when the prelate had gone off, and Narcisse also had taken leave with a gentle handshake, the young priest felt the ire of protest rising within him. What fit frame of mind did Nani mean? Did that man hope to weary him and drive him to despair by throwing him into collision with obstacles, so that he might afterwards overcome him with perfect ease? For the second time Pierre became suddenly and briefly conscious of the stealthy efforts which were being made to invest and crush him. But believing as he did in his own strength of resistance, pride filled him with disdain. Again he swore that he would never yield, never withdraw his book, no matter what might happen. And then, before crossing the piazza, he once more raised his eyes to the windows of the Vatican, all his impressions crystallizing in the thought of that much-needed money which, like a last bond, still attached the Pope to earth. Its chief evil doubtless lay in the manner in which it was provided, and if indeed the only question were to devise an improved method of collection, his dream of a Pope who should be all soul, the bond of love, the spiritual leader of the world, would not be seriously affected. At this thought Pierre felt comforted and was unwilling to look on things otherwise than hopefully, moved as he was by the extraordinary scene which he had just beheld, that feeble old man shining forth like the symbol of human deliverance, obeyed and venerated by the multitudes, and alone among all men endowed with the moral omnipotence that might at last set the reign of charity and peace on earth. For the ceremony on the following day it was fortunate that Pierre held a private ticket which admitted him to a reserved gallery, for the scramble at the entrances to the basilica proved terrible. The Mass, which the Pope was to celebrate in person, was fixed for 10 o'clock, but people began to pour into St. Peter's 4 hours earlier, as soon, indeed, as the gates had been thrown open. The 3,000 members of the international pilgrimage were increased tenfold by the arrival of all the tourists in Italy, who had hastened to Rome eager to witness one of those great pontifical functions which nowadays are so rare. Moreover, the devotees and partisans whom the Holy See numbered in Rome itself, and in other great cities of the kingdom, helped to swell the throng, all alacrity at the prospect of a demonstration. Judging by the tickets distributed, there would be a concourse of 40,000 people. And indeed, at 9 o'clock, when Pierre crossed the piazza on his way to the cannon's entrance in the Via Santa Maria, where the holders of pink tickets were admitted, he saw the portico of the façade still thronged with people who were but slowly gaining admittance, while several gentlemen in evening dress, members of some Catholic association, bestirred themselves to maintain order with the help of a detachment of pontifical guards. Nevertheless, violent quarrels broke out in the crowd, and blows were exchanged amidst the involuntary scramble. Some people were almost stifled, and 2 women were carried off half crushed to death. A disagreeable surprise met Pierre on his entry into the basilica. The huge edifice was draped. Coverings of old red damask with bands of gold swathed the columns and pilasters, 75 feet high. Even the aisles were hung with the same old and faded silk. And the shrouding of those pompous marbles, of all the superb dazzling ornamentation of the church, bespoke a very singular taste, a tawdry affectation of pomposity, extremely wretched in its effect. However, he was yet more amazed on seeing that even the statue of St. Peter was clad, costumed like a living pope in sumptuous pontifical vestments, with a tiara on its metal head. He had never imagined that people could garment statues either for their glory or for the pleasure of the eyes, and the result seemed to him disastrous. The Pope was to say Mass at the papal altar of the Confession, the high altar which stands under the dome. On a platform at the entrance of the left-hand transept was the throne on which he would afterwards take his place. Then, on either side of the nave, tribunes had been erected for the choristers of the Sixtine Chapel, the Corps Diplomatique, the Knights of Malta, the Roman nobility, and other guests of various kinds. And finally, in the centre before the altar, there were 3 rows of benches covered with red rugs, the first for the cardinals and the other 2 for the bishops and the prelates of the pontifical court. All the rest of the congregation was to remain standing. Ah, that huge concert audience, those 30,000-40,000 believers from here, there, and everywhere, inflamed with curiosity, passion, or faith, bestirring themselves, jostling one another, rising on tiptoe to see the better. The clamour of a human sea arose. The crowd was as gay and familiar as if it had found itself in some heavenly theatre, where it was allowable for one to chat aloud and recreate oneself with the spectacle of religious pomp. At first Pierre was thunderstruck, he who only knew of nervous, silent kneeling in the depths of dim cathedrals, who was not accustomed to that religion of light, whose brilliancy transformed a religious celebration into a morning festivity. Around him, in the same tribune as himself, were gentlemen in dress coats and ladies gowned in black, carrying glasses as in an opera house. There were German and English women, and numerous Americans, all more or less charming, displaying the grace of thoughtless, chirruping birds. In the tribune of the Roman nobility on the left he recognized Benedetta and Donna Serafina, and there the simplicity of the regulation attire for ladies was relieved by large lace veils, rivalling one another in richness and elegance. Then on the right was the tribune of the Knights of Malta, where the Grand Master stood amidst a group of commanders, while across the nave rose the diplomatic tribune where Pierre perceived the ambassadors of all the Catholic nations, resplendent in gala uniforms covered with gold lace. However, the young priest's eyes were ever returning to the crowd, the great surging throng in which the 3,000 pilgrims were lost amidst the multitude of other spectators. And yet, as the basilica was so vast that it could easily contain 80,000 people, it did not seem to be more than half full. People came and went along the aisles and took up favourable positions without impediment. Some could be seen gesticulating, and calls rang out above the ceaseless rumble of voices. From the lofty windows of plain white glass fell broad sheets of sunlight, which set a gory glow upon the faded damask hangings, and these cast a reflection as of fire upon all the tumultuous, feverish, impatient faces. The multitude of candles and the 87 lamps of the confession paled to such a degree that they seemed but glimmering night-lights in the blinding radiance, and everything proclaimed the worldly gala of the imperial deity of Roman pomp. All at once there came a premature shock of delight, a false alarm. Cries burst forth and circulated through the crowd. "Eccolo! Eccolo! Here he comes!" And then there was pushing and jostling, eddying which made the human sea whirl and surge, all craning their necks, raising themselves to their full height, darting forward in a frenzied desire to see the Holy Father and the cortege. But only a detachment of noble guards marched by and took up position right and left of the altar. A flattering murmur accompanied them, their fine impassive bearing, with its exaggerated military stiffness, provoking the admiration of the throng. An American woman declared that they were superb-looking fellows, and a Roman lady gave an English friend some particulars about the select court to which they belonged. Formerly, said she, the young men of the aristocracy had greatly sought the honour of forming part of it, for the sake of wearing its rich uniform and caracoling in front of the ladies. But recruiting was now such a difficult matter that one had to content oneself with good-looking young men of doubtful or ruined nobility, whose only care was for the meagre pay which just enabled them to live. When another quarter of an hour of chatting and scrutinizing had elapsed, the papal cortege at last made its appearance, and no sooner was it seen than applause burst forth as in a theatre. Furious applause it was, which rose and rolled along under the vaulted ceilings, suggesting the acclamations which ring out when some popular, idolized actor makes his entry on the stage. As in a theatre, too, everything had been very skilfully contrived so as to produce all possible effect amidst the magnificent scenery of the basilica. The cortege was formed in the wings, that is, in the Cappella della Pietà, in the first chapel of the right aisle, and in order to reach it, the Holy Father, coming from his apartments by the way of the chapel of the Blessed Sacrament, had been stealthily carried behind the hangings of the aisle which served the purpose of a drop scene. Awaiting him in all readiness in the Cappella della Pietà were the cardinals, archbishops, and bishops, the whole pontifical prelacy, hierarchically classified and grouped. And then, as at a signal from a ballet-master, the cortege made its entry, reaching the nave and ascending it in triumph from the closed Porta Santa to the altar of the Confession. On either hand were the rows of spectators whose applause at the sight of so much magnificence grew louder and louder as their delirious enthusiasm increased. It was the cortege of the olden solemnities, the cross and sword, the Swiss Guard in full uniform, the valets in scarlet simars, the knights of the cape and the sword in Renaissance costumes, the canons in rochets of lace, the superiors of the religious communities, the apostolic protonotaries, the archbishops and bishops, all the pontifical prelates in violet silk, the cardinals, each wearing the capa magna and draped in purple, walking solemnly 2 by 2 with long intervals between each pair. Finally, around His Holiness were grouped the officers of the military household, the chamber prelates, Monsignor the Majordomo, Monsignor the Grand Chamberlain, and all the other high dignitaries of the Vatican, with the Roman prince assistant of the throne, the traditional symbolical defender of the Church. And on the sedia gestatoria, screened by the flabelli with their lofty triumphal fans of feathers and carried on high by the bearers in red tunics broidered with silk, sat the Pope, clad in the sacred vestments which he had assumed in the chapel of the Blessed Sacrament, the amict, the alb, the stole, and the white chasuble and white mitre enriched with gold, 2 gifts of extraordinary sumptuousness that had come from France. And as His Holiness drew near, all hands were raised and clapped yet more loudly amidst the waves of living sunlight which streamed from the lofty windows. Then a new and different impression of Leo XIII came to Pierre. The Pope, as he now beheld him, was no longer the familiar tired, inquisitive old man, leaning on the arm of a talkative prelate as he strolled through the loveliest gardens in the world. He no longer recalled the Holy Father, in red cape and papal cap, giving a paternal welcome to a pilgrimage which brought him a fortune. He was here the sovereign pontiff, the all-powerful master whom Christendom adored. His slim waxen form seemed to have stiffened within his white vestments, heavy with golden broidery, as in a reliquary of precious metal, and he retained a rigid, haughty, hieratic attitude, like that of some idol, gilded, withered for centuries past by the smoke of sacrifices. Amidst the mournful stiffness of his face only his eyes lived, eyes like black sparkling diamonds gazing afar, beyond earth into the infinite. He gave not a glance to the crowd, he lowered his eyes neither to right nor to left, but remained soaring in the heavens, ignoring all that took place at his feet. And as that seemingly embalmed idol, deaf and blind, in spite of the brilliancy of its eyes, was carried through the frantic multitude which it appeared neither to hear nor to see, it assumed fearsome majesty, disquieting grandeur, all the rigidity of dogma, all the immobility of tradition exhumed with its fascia which alone kept it erect. Still Pierre fancied he could detect that the Pope was ill and weary, suffering from the attack of fever which Nanny had spoken of when glorifying the courage of that old man of 84, whom strength of soul alone now kept alive. The service began. Alighting from the sedia gestatoria before the altar of the confession, His Holiness slowly celebrated a low mass, assisted by 4 prelates and the pro-prefect of the ceremonies. When the time came for washing his fingers, Monsignor the Majordomo and Monsignor the Grand Chamberlain, accompanied by 2 cardinals, poured the water on his august hands. And shortly before the elevation of the host, all the prelates of the pontifical court, each holding a lighted taper, came and knelt around the altar. There was a solemn moment. The 40,000 believers there assembled shuddered as if they could feel the terrible yet delicious blast of the invisible sweeping over them, when, during the elevation, the silver clarions sounded the famous chorus of angels which invariably makes some women swoon. Almost immediately an aerial chant descended from the cupola, from a lofty gallery where 120 choristers were concealed, and the enraptured multitude marvelled as though the angels had indeed responded to the clarion call. The voices descended, taking their flight under the vaulted ceilings with the airy sweetness of celestial harps. Then in suave harmony they died away, reascended to the heavens as with a faint flapping of wings. And after the Mass, His Holiness, still standing at the altar, in person started the Te Deum, which the singers of the Sixtine Chapel and the other choristers took up, each party chanting a verse alternately. But soon the whole congregation joined them, 40,000 voices were raised, and the hymn of joy and glory spread through the vast nave with incomparable splendour of effect. And then the scene became one of extraordinary magnificence. There was Bernini's triumphal, flowery, gilded baldacchino, surrounded by the whole pontifical court with the lighted tapers showing like starry constellations. There was the sovereign pontiff in the centre, radiant like a planet in his gold-broidered chasuble. There were the benches crowded with cardinals in purple and archbishops and bishops in violet silk. There were the tribunes glittering with official finery, the gold lace of the diplomatists, the variegated uniforms of foreign officers, and then there was the throng flowing and eddying on all sides, rolling billows after billows of heads from the most distant depths of the basilica. And the hugeness of the temple increased one's amazement, and even the glorious hymn which the multitude repeated became colossal, ascended like a tempest blast amidst the great marble tombs, the superhuman statues and gigantic pillars, till it reached the vast vaulted heavens of stone, and penetrated into the firmament of the cupola, where the infinite seemed to open resplendent with the gold work of the mosaics. A long murmur of voices followed the Te Deum, whilst Leo XIII, after donning the tiara in lieu of the mitre, and exchanging the chasuble for the pontifical cope, went to occupy his throne on the platform at the entry of the left transept. He thence dominated the whole assembly through which a quiver sped when, after the prayers of the ritual, he once more rose erect. Beneath the symbolic triple crown, in the golden sheathing of his cope, he seemed to have grown taller. Amidst sudden and profound silence, which only feverish heartbeats interrupted, he raised his arm with a very noble gesture, and pronounced the papal benediction in a slow, loud, full voice, which seemed, as it were, the very voice of the Deity, so greatly did its power astonish one, coming from such waxen lips, from such a bloodless, lifeless frame. And the effect was prodigious. As soon as the cortege reformed to return whence it had come, applause again burst forth, a frenzy of enthusiasm which the clapping of hands could no longer content. Acclamations resounded and gradually gained upon the whole multitude. They began among a group of ardent partisans stationed near the statue of St. Peter. Evive il Papa Re! Evive il Papa Re! Long live the Pope King! As the cortege went by, the shout rushed along like leaping fire, inflaming heart after heart, and at last springing from every mouth in a thunderous protest against the theft of the states of the Church. All the faith, all the love of those believers, overexcited by the regal spectacle they had just beheld, returned once more to the dream, to the rageful desire that the Pope should be both king and pontiff, master of men's bodies as he was of their souls. In one word, the absolute sovereign of the earth. Therein lay the only truth, the only happiness, the only salvation. Let all be given to him, both mankind and the world. Eviva il Papa Re, eviva il Papa Re. Long live the Pope King. Ah, that cry of war which had caused so many errors and so much bloodshed, that cry of self-abandonment and blindness which, realized, would have brought back the old ages of suffering, it shocked Pierre, and impelled him in all haste to quit the tribune where he was in order that he might escape the contagion of idolatry. And while the cortege still went its way and the deafening clamour of the crowd continued, he for a moment followed the left aisle amidst the general scramble. This, however, made him despair of reaching the street, and anxious to escape the crush of the general departure, it occurred to him to profit by a door which he saw open and which led him into a vestibule, whence ascended the steps conducting to the dome. A sacristan standing in the doorway, both bewildered and delighted at the demonstration, looked at him for a moment, hesitating whether he should stop him or not. However, the sight of the young priest's cassock combined with his own emotion rendered the man tolerant. Pierre was allowed to pass, and at once began to climb the staircase as rapidly as he could, in order that he might flee farther and farther away, ascend higher and yet higher into peace and silence. And the silence suddenly became profound, the walls stifled the cry of the multitude. The staircase was easy and light, with broad paved steps turning within a sort of tower. When Pierre came out upon the roofs of nave and aisles, he was delighted to find himself in the bright sunlight and the pure keen air which blew there as in the open country. And it was with astonishment that he gazed upon the huge expanse of lead, zinc, and stonework, a perfect aerial city living a life of its own under the blue sky. He saw cupolas, spires, terraces, and even houses and gardens, houses bright with flowers, the residences of the workmen who live atop of the basilica, which is ever and ever requiring repair. A little population here bestirs itself, labours, loves, eats and sleeps. However, Pierre desired to approach the balustrade so as to get a near view of the colossal statues of the Saviour and the Apostles which surmount the façade on the side of the piazza. These giants, some 19 feet in height, are constantly being mended. Their arms, legs and heads, into which the atmosphere is ever eating, nowadays only hold together by the help of cement, bars and hooks. And having examined them, Pierre was leaning forward to glance at the Vatican's jumble of ruddy roofs, when it seemed to him that the shout from which he had fled was rising from the piazza, and thereupon in all haste he resumed his ascent within the pillar conducting to the dome. There was first a staircase, and then came some narrow, oblique passages, inclines intersected by a few steps, between the inner and outer walls of the cupola. Yielding to curiosity, Pierre pushed a door open and suddenly found himself inside the basilica again, at nearly 200 feet from the ground. A narrow gallery there ran round the dome just above the frieze, on which, in letters 5 feet high, appeared the famous inscription Tu es Petrus, et super hanc Petram edificabo ecclesiam meam, et tibi dabo claves regni celorum. And then, as Pierre leant over to gaze into the fearful cavity beneath him, and the wide openings of nave and aisles and transepts, the cry, the delirious cry of the multitude, yet clamorously swarming below, struck him full in the face. He fled once more, but higher up yet a second time he pushed another door open and found another gallery, one perched above the windows, just where the splendid mosaics begin, and whence the crowd seemed to him lost in the depths of a dizzy abyss, altar and baldacchino alike looking no larger than toys. And yet the cry of idolatry and warfare arose again, and smote him like the buffet of a tempest which gathers increase of strength the farther it rushes. So to escape it he had to climb higher still, even to the outer gallery which encircles the lantern, hovering in the very heavens. How delightful was the relief which that bath of air and sunlight at first brought him! Above him now there only remained the ball of gilt copper into which emperors and queens have ascended, as is testified by the pompous inscriptions in the passages. A hollow ball it is, where the voice crashes like thunder, where all the sounds of space reverberate. As he had emerged on the side of the apse, his eyes at first plunged into the papal gardens, whose clumps of trees seemed mere bushes almost level with the soil, and he could retrace his recent stroll among them, the broad parterre looking like a faded Smyrna rug, the large wood showing the deep glaucous greenery of a stagnant pool. Then there were the kitchen garden and the vineyard easily identified and tended with care. The fountains, the observatory, the casino, where the Pope spent the hot days of summer, showed merely like little white spots in those undulating grounds, walled in like any other estate, but with the fearsome rampart of the fourth Leo, which yet retained its fortress-like aspect. However, Pierre took his way round the narrow gallery and abruptly found himself in front of Rome, a sudden and immense expanse, with the distant sea on the west, the uninterrupted mountain chains on the east and the south, the Roman Campagna stretching to the horizon like a bare and greenish desert, while the city, the eternal city, was spread out at his feet. Never before had space impressed him so majestically. Rome was there as a bird might see it, within the glance, as distinct as some geographical plan executed in relief. To think of it, such a past, such a history, so much grandeur, and Rome so dwarfed and contracted by distance. Houses as Lilliputian and as pretty as toys, and the whole a mere mouldy speck upon the earth's wide face. What impassioned Pierre was that he could at a glance understand the divisions of Rome, the antique city yonder with the Capitol, the Forum, and the Palatine, the papal city in that Borgo which he overlooked, with St. Peter's and the Vatican gazing across the city of the Middle Ages, which was huddled together in the right angle described by the yellow Tiber, towards the modern city, the Quirinal of the Italian monarchy. And particularly did he remark the chalky girdle with which the new districts encompassed the ancient, central, sun-tanned quarters, thus symbolizing an effort at rejuvenescence, the old heart but slowly mended, whereas the outlying limbs were renewed as if by miracle. In that ardent noontide glow, however, Pierre no longer beheld the pure ethereal Rome which had met his eyes on the morning of his arrival in the delightfully soft radiance of the rising sun. That smiling, unobtrusive city, half veiled by golden mist, immersed as it were in some dream of childhood, now appeared to him flooded with a crude light, motionless, hard of outline, and silent like death. The distance was as if devoured by too keen a flame, steeped in a luminous dust in which it crumbled. And against that blurred background the whole city showed with violent distinctness in great patches of light and shade, their tracery harshly conspicuous. One might have fancied oneself above some very ancient, abandoned stone quarry, which a few clumps of trees spotted with dark green. Of the ancient city one could see the sunburnt tower of the Capitol, the black cypresses of the Palatine, and the ruins of the palace of Septimius Severus, suggesting the white caseous carcass of some fossil monster, left there by a flood. In front was enthroned the modern city with the long renovated buildings of the Quirinal, whose yellow walls stood forth with wondrous crudity amidst the vigorous crests of the garden trees. And to the right and left on the Viminal, beyond the palace, the new districts appeared like a city of chalk and plaster, mottled by innumerable windows, as with 1,000 touches of black ink. Then here and there were the Pincio showing like a stagnant mere, the Villa Medici uprearing its campanili, the castle of Sant'Angelo brown like rust, the spire of Santa Maria Maggiore aglow like a burning taper, the three churches of the Aventine drowsy amidst verdure, the Palazzo Farnese with its summer-baked tiles showing like old gold, the domes of the Gesù, of Sant'Andrea della Valle, of San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, and yet other domes, all in fusion, incandescent in the brazier of the heavens. And Pierre again felt a heart-pang in presence of that harsh, stern Rome, so different from the Rome of his dream, the Rome of rejuvenescence and hope, which he had fancied he had found on his first morning, but which had now faded away to give place to the immutable city of pride and domination, stubborn under the sun even unto death. And there on high, all alone with his thoughts, Pierre suddenly understood. It was as if a dart of flaming light fell on him in that free, unbounded expanse where he hovered. Had it come from the ceremony which he had just beheld, from the frantic cry of servitude still ringing in his ears? Had it come from the spectacle of that city beneath him, that city which suggested an embalmed queen still reigning amidst the dust of her tomb? He knew not, but doubtless both had acted as factors, and at all events the light which fell upon his mind was complete. He felt that Catholicism could not exist without the temporal power, that it must fatally disappear whenever it should no longer be king over this earth. The first reason of this lay in heredity, in the forces of history, the long line of the heirs of the Caesars, the popes, the great pontiffs, in whose veins the blood of Augustus, demanding the empire of the world, had never ceased to flow. Though they might reside in the Vatican, they had come from the imperial abodes on the Palatine, from the palace of Septimius Severus, and throughout the centuries their policy had ever pursued the dream of Roman mastery, of all the nations vanquished, submissive and obedient to Rome. If its sovereignty were not universal, extending alike over bodies and over souls, Catholicism would lose its raison d'être, for the Church cannot recognize any empire or kingdom otherwise than politically, the emperors and the kings being purely and simply so many temporary delegates placed in charge of the nations pending the time when they shall be called upon to relinquish their trust. All the nations, all humanity, and the whole world belong to the Church to whom they have been given by God. And if real and effective possession be not hers today, this is only because she yields to force, compelled to face accomplished facts, but with the formal reserve that she is in presence of guilty usurpation, that her possessions are unjustly withheld from her, and that she awaits the realization of the promises of the Christ, who, when the times shall be accomplished, will forever restore to her both the earth and mankind. Such is the real future city which time is to bring, Catholic Rome, sovereign of the world once more. And Rome the city forms a substantial part of the dream, Rome whose eternity has been predicted, Rome whose soil has imparted to Catholicism the inextinguishable thirst of absolute power. And thus the destiny of the papacy is linked to that of Rome, to such a point indeed that a pope elsewhere than at Rome would no longer be a Catholic pope. The thought of all this frightened Pierre. A great shudder passed through him as he leant on the light iron balustrade, gazing down into the abyss where the stern, mournful city was even now crumbling away under the fierce sun. There was, however, evidence of the facts which had dawned on him. If Pius IX and Leo XIII had resolved to imprison themselves in the Vatican, it was because necessity bound them to Rome. A pope is not free to leave the city, to be the head of the Church elsewhere, and in the same way a pope, however well he may understand the modern world, has not the right to relinquish the temporal power. This is an inalienable inheritance which he must defend, and it is moreover a question of life, peremptory, above discussion. And thus Leo XIII has retained the title of master of the temporal dominions of the Church, and this he has done the more readily since as a cardinal, like all the members of the Sacred College when elected, he swore that he would maintain those dominions intact. Italy may hold Rome as her capital for another century or more, but the coming popes will never cease to protest and claim their kingdom. If ever an understanding should be arrived at, it must be based on the gift of a strip of territory. Formerly, when rumours of reconciliation were current, was it not said that the papacy exacted, as a formal condition, the possession of at least the Leonine city, with the neutralization of a road leading to the sea? Nothing is not enough. One cannot start from nothing to attain to everything, whereas that Civitas Leonina, that bit of a city, would already be a little royal ground, and it would then only be necessary to conquer the rest, first Rome, next Italy, then the neighbouring states, and at last the whole world. Never has the Church despaired, even when, beaten and despoiled, she seemed to be at the last gasp. Never will she abdicate, never will she renounce the promises of the Christ, for she believes in a boundless future and declares herself to be both indestructible and eternal. Grant her but a pebble on which to rest her head, and she will hope to possess, first the field in which that pebble lies, and then the empire in which the field is situated. If one pope cannot achieve the recovery of the inheritance, another pope, 10, 20 other popes will continue the work. The centuries do not count. And this explains why an old man of 84 has undertaken colossal enterprises whose achievement requires several lives, certain as he is that his successor will take his place, and that the work will ever and ever be carried forward and completed. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Pierre, overlooking that ancient city of glory and domination, so stubbornly clinging to its purple, realized that he was an imbecile with his dream of a purely spiritual pope. The notion seemed to him so different from the reality, so out of place, that he experienced a sort of shame-fraught despair. The new pope, consonant to the teachings of the gospel, such as a purely spiritual pope reigning over souls alone would be, was virtually beyond the ken of a Roman prelate. At thought of that papal court congealed in ritual, pride, and authority, Pierre suddenly understood what horror and repugnance such a pastor would inspire. How great must be the astonishment and contempt of the papal prelates for that singular notion of the northern mind, a pope without dominions or subjects, military household, or royal honours, a pope who would be, as it were, a spirit exercising purely moral authority, dwelling in the depths of God's temple, and governing the world solely with gestures of benediction and deeds of kindliness and love. All that was but a misty Gothic invention for this Latin clergy, these priests of light and magnificence, who were certainly pious and even superstitious, but who left the deity well sheltered within the tabernacle in order to govern in his name, according to what they considered the interests of heaven. Thence it arose that they employed craft and artifice like mere politicians, and lived by dint of expedients amidst the great battle of human appetites, marching with the prudent, stealthy steps of diplomatists towards the final terrestrial victory of the Christ, who, in the person of the Pope, was one day to reign over all the nations. And how stupefied must a French prelate have been, a prelate like Monseigneur Bergerot, that apostle of renunciation and charity, when he lighted amidst that world of the Vatican. How difficult must it have been for him to understand and focus things, and afterwards how great his grief at finding himself unable to come to any agreement with those men without country, without fatherland, those internationals who were ever poring over the maps of both hemispheres, ever absorbed in schemes which were to bring them empire. Days and days were necessary, one needed to live in Rome, and he, Pierre himself, had only seen things clearly after a month's sojourn, whilst labouring under the violent shock of the royal pomp of St. Peter's, and standing face to face with the ancient city as it slumbered heavily in the sunlight and dreamt its dream of eternity. But on lowering his eyes to the piazza in front of the basilica, he perceived the multitude, the 40,000 believers streaming over the pavement like insects. And then he thought that he could hear the cry again rising, "Eviva il Papa Re! Eviva il Papa Re! Long live the Pope King!" Whilst ascending those endless staircases a moment previously, it had seemed to him as if the colossus of stone were quivering with the frantic shout raised beneath its ceilings. And now that he had climbed even into cloudland, that shout apparently was traversing space. If the colossal pile beneath him still vibrated with it, was it not as with a last rise of sap within its ancient walls, a reinvigoration of that Catholic blood which formerly had demanded that the pile should be a stupendous one, the veritable king of temples, and which now was striving to reanimate it with the powerful breath of life, and this at the very hour when death was beginning to fall upon its over-vast, deserted nave and aisles? The crowd was still streaming forth, filling the piazza, and Pierre's heart was wrung by frightful anguish, for that throng with its shout had just swept his last hope away. On the previous afternoon, after the reception of the pilgrimage, he had yet been able to deceive himself by overlooking the necessity for money which bound the Pope to earth, in order that he might see naught but the feeble old man, all spirituality, resplendent like the symbol of moral authority. But his faith in such a pastor of the gospel, free from all considerations of earthly wealth, and king of none other than a heavenly kingdom, had fled. Not only did the Peter's Pence impose hard servitude upon Leo XIII, but he was also the prisoner of papal tradition, the eternal king of Rome, riveted to the soil of Rome, unable either to quit the city or to renounce the temporal power. The fatal end would be collapse on the spot, the dome of St. Peter's falling even as the temple of Olympian Jupiter had fallen, Catholicism strewing the grass with its ruins whilst elsewhere schism burst forth, a new faith for the new nations. Of this Pierre had a grandiose and tragical vision. He beheld his dream destroyed, his book swept away amidst that cry which spread around him as if flying to the four corners of the Catholic world. "Eviva il Papa Re! Eviva il Papa Re! Long live the Pope King!" But even in that hour of the papacy's passing triumph, he already felt that the giant of gold and marble on which he stood was oscillating, even as totter all old and rotten societies. At last he took his way down again, and a fresh shock of emotion came to him as he reached the roofs, that sunlit expanse of lead and zinc, large enough for the sight of a town. Monsignor Nani was there, in company with the two French ladies, the mother and the daughter, both looking very happy and highly amused. No doubt the prelate had good-naturedly offered to conduct them to the dome. However, as soon as he recognized the young priest, he went towards him. "Well, my dear son," he inquired, "are you pleased? Have you been impressed, edified?" As he spoke, his searching eyes dived into Pierre's soul, as if to ascertain the present result of his experiments. Then, satisfied with what he detected, he began to laugh softly. "Yes, yes, I see. Come, you are a sensible fellow after all. I begin to think that the unfortunate affair which brought you here will have a happy ending. End of section 14. Section 15 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 8, Part 1. When Pierre remained in the morning at the Boccanera mansion, he often spent some hours in the little neglected garden which had formerly ended with a sort of colonnaded loggia, whence 2 flights of steps descended to the Tiber. This garden was a delightful, solitary nook, perfumed by the ripe fruit of the centenarian orange trees, whose symmetrical lines were the only indication of the former pathways, now hidden beneath rank weeds. And Pierre also found there the acrid scent of the large box shrubs growing in the old central fountain basin, which had been filled up with loose earth and rubbish. On those luminous October mornings, full of such tender and penetrating charm, the spot was one where all the joy of living might well be savoured, but Pierre brought thither his northern dreaminess, his concern for suffering, his steadfast feeling of compassion, which rendered yet sweeter the caress of the sunlight pervading that atmosphere of love. He seated himself against the right-hand wall on a fragment of a fallen column over which a huge laurel cast a deep black shadow, fresh and aromatic. In the antique greenish sarcophagus beside him, on which fauns offered violence to nymphs, the streamlet of water trickling from the mask incrusted in the wall set the unchanging music of its crystal note, whilst he read the newspapers and the letters which he received, all the communications of good Abbé Rose, who kept him informed of his mission among the wretched ones of gloomy Paris, now already steeped in fog and mud. One morning, however, Pierre unexpectedly found Benedetta seated on the fallen column which he usually made his chair. She raised a light cry of surprise on seeing him, and for a moment remained embarrassed, for she had with her his book, New Rome, which she had read once already, but had then imperfectly understood. And overcoming her embarrassment, she now hastened to detain him, making him sit down beside her, and frankly owning that she had come to the garden in order to be alone and apply herself to an attentive study of the book, in the same way as some ignorant schoolgirl. Then they began to chat like a pair of friends, and the young priest spent a delightful hour. Although Benedetta did not speak of herself, he realized that it was her grief alone which brought her nearer to him, as if indeed her own sufferings enlarged her heart and made her think of all who suffered in the world. Patrician as she was, regarding social hierarchy as a divine law, she had never previously thought of such things, and some pages of Pierre's book greatly astonished her. What? One ought to take interest in the lowly, realize that they had the same souls and the same griefs as oneself, and seek in brotherly or sisterly fashion to make them happy. She certainly sought to acquire such an interest, but with no great success, for she secretly feared that it might lead her into sin, as it could not be right to alter aught of the social system which had been established by God and consecrated by the Church. Charitable she undoubtedly was, wont to bestow small sums in alms, but she did not give her heart. She felt no true sympathy for the humble, belonging as she did to such a different race, which looked to a throne in heaven high above the seats of the plebeian elect. She and Pierre, however, found themselves on other mornings side by side in the shade of the laurels near the trickling, singing water. And he, lacking occupation, weary of waiting for a solution which seemed to recede day by day, fervently strove to animate this young and beautiful woman with some of his own fraternal feelings. He was impassioned by the idea that he was catechizing Italy herself, the Queen of Beauty, who was still slumbering in ignorance, but who would recover all her past glory if she were to awake to the new times with soul enlarged, swelling with pity for men and things. Reading good Abbé Rose's letters to Benedetta, he made her shudder at the frightful wail of wretchedness which ascends from all great cities. With such deep tenderness in her eyes, with the happiness of love reciprocated emanating from her whole being, why should she not recognize, even as he did, that the law of love was the sole means of saving suffering humanity, which, through hatred, incurred the danger of death? and to please him she did try to believe in democracy, in the fraternal remodelling of society, but among other nations only. Not at Rome, for an involuntary gentle laugh came to her lips whenever his words evoked the idea of the poor still remaining in the Trastevere district, fraternizing with those who yet dwelt in the old princely palaces. No, no, things had been as they were so long. They could not, must not be altered. And so, after all, Pierre's pupil made little progress. She was, in reality, simply touched by the wealth of ardent love which the young priest had chastely transferred from one alone to the whole of humankind. And between him and her, as those sunlit October mornings went by, a tie of exquisite sweetness was formed. They came to love one another with deep, pure, fraternal affection, amidst the great glowing passion which consumed them both. Then one day Benedetta, her elbow resting on the sarcophagus, spoke of Dario, whose name she had hitherto refrained from mentioning. Ah, poor amico! How circumspect and repentant he had shown himself since that fit of brutal insanity. At first, to conceal his embarrassment, he had gone to spend 3 days at Naples, and it was said that La Tonietta, the sentimental demi-mondaine, had hastened to join him there, wildly in love with him. Since his return to the mansion he had avoided all private meetings with his cousin, and scarcely saw her except at the Monday receptions, when he wore a submissive air, and with his eyes silently entreated forgiveness. "Yesterday, however," continued Benedetta, "I met him on the staircase and gave him my hand. He understood that I was no longer angry with him, and was very happy. What else could I have done? One must not be severe forever. Besides, I do not want things to go too far between him and that woman. I want him to remember that I still love him, and am still waiting for him. Oh, he is mine, mine alone. But alas, I cannot say the word, our affairs are in such sorry plight." She paused, and 2 big tears welled into her eyes. The divorce proceedings to which she alluded had now come to a standstill, fresh obstacles ever arising to stay their course. Pierre was much moved by her tears, for she seldom wept. She herself sometimes confessed, with her calm smile, that she did not know how to weep. But now her heart was melting, and for a moment she remained overcome, leaning on the mossy, crumbling sarcophagus, whilst the clear water falling from the gaping mouth of the tragic mask still sounded its flute-like note. And a sudden thought of death came to the priest as he saw her, so young and so radiant with beauty, half fainting beside that marble resting-place where fauns were rushing upon nymphs in a frantic bacchanal which proclaimed the omnipotence of love, that omnipotence which the ancients were fond of symbolizing on their tombs as a token of life's eternity. And meantime a faint, warm breeze passed through the sunlit, silent garden, wafting hither and thither the penetrating scent of box and orange. "One has so much strength when one loves," Pierre at last murmured. "Yes, yes, you are right," she replied, already smiling again. "I am childish. But it is the fault of your book. It is only when I suffer that I properly understand it. But all the same I am making progress, am I not? Since you desire it, let all the poor, all those who suffer, as I do, be my brothers and sisters." Then for a while they resumed their chat. On these occasions Benedetta was usually the first to return to the house, and Pierre would linger alone under the laurels, vaguely dreaming of sweet, sad things. Often did he think how hard life proved for poor creatures whose only thirst was for happiness. One Monday evening, at 10:15, only the young folks remained in Donna Serafina's reception-room. Monsignor Nani had merely put in an appearance that night, and Cardinal Sarno had just gone off. Even Donna Serafina, in her usual seat by the fireplace, seemed to have withdrawn from the others, absorbed as she was in contemplation of the chair which the absent Morano still stubbornly left unoccupied. Chatting and laughing in front of the sofa on which sat Benedetta and Celia were Dario, Pierre, and Narcisse Abbe, the last of whom had begun to twit the young prince, having met him, so he asserted, a few days previously in the company of a very pretty girl. "Oh, don't deny it, my dear fellow," continued Narcisse, "for she was really superb. She was walking beside you, and you turned into a lane together, the Borgo Angelico, I think." Dario listened smiling, quite at his ease and incapable of denying his passionate predilection for beauty. "No doubt, no doubt. It was I don't deny it," he responded. "Only the inferences you draw are not correct." and turning towards Benedetta, who, without a thought of jealous anxiety, wore as gay a look as himself, as though delighted that he should have enjoyed that passing pleasure of the eyes, he went on, "It was the girl, you know, whom I found in tears 6 weeks ago. Yes, that bead-worker who was sobbing because the workshop was shut up, and who rushed along, all blushing, to conduct me to her parents when I offered her a bit of silver. Pierina, her name is, as you perhaps remember." "Oh, yes, Pierina." "Well, since then I've met her in the street on 4 or 5 occasions, and to tell the truth, she is so very beautiful that I've stopped and spoken to her. The other day, for instance, I walked with her as far as a manufacturer's, but she hasn't yet found any work, and she began to cry, and so to console her a little, I kissed her. She was quite taken aback at it, but she seemed very well pleased." At this all the others began to laugh, but suddenly Celia desisted and said very gravely, "You know, Dario, she loves you. You must not be hard on her." Dario, no doubt, was of Celia's opinion, for he again looked at Benedetta, but with a gay toss of the head, as if to say that, although the girl might love him, he did not love her. A bead-worker indeed, a girl of the lowest classes, pooh! She might be a Venus, but she could be nothing to him. And he himself made merry over his romantic adventure, which Narcisse sought to arrange in a kind of antique sonnet. A beautiful bead-worker falling madly in love with a young prince, as fair as sunlight, who, touched by her misfortune, hands her a silver crown. Then the beautiful bead-worker, quite overcome at finding him as charitable as handsome, dreaming of him incessantly and following him everywhere, chained to his steps by a link of flame. And finally the beautiful bead-worker who has refused the silver crown, so entreating the handsome prince with her soft submissive eyes, that he at last deigns to grant her the alms of his heart. This pastime greatly amused Benedetta, but Celia, with her angelic face and the air of a little girl who ought to have been ignorant of everything, remained very grave and repeated sadly, "Dario, Dario, she loves you. You must not make her suffer." Then the Contessina, in her turn, was moved to pity. "And these poor folks are not happy," said she. "Oh," exclaimed the prince, "it's misery beyond belief. On the day she took me to the Quartiere dei Prati, I was quite overcome. It was awful, astonishingly awful." "But I remember that we promised to go to see the poor people," resumed Benedetta, "and we have done wrong in delaying our visit so long. For your studies, Monsieur l'Abbe Froment, you greatly desired to accompany us and see the poor of Rome. Was that not so?" As she spoke, she raised her eyes to Pierre, who for a moment had been silent. He was much moved by her charitable thought, for he realized, by the faint quiver of her voice, that she desired to appear a docile pupil, progressing in affection for the lowly and the wretched. Moreover, his passion for his apostolate had at once returned to him. "Oh," said he, "I shall not quit Rome without having seen those who suffer, those who lack work and bread. Therein lies the malady which affects every nation. Salvation can only be attained by the healing of misery. When the roots of the tree cannot find sustenance, the tree dies." "Well," resumed the Contessina, "we will fix an appointment at once. You shall come with us to the Quartiere dei Prati. Dario will take us there." At this the prince, who had listened to the priest with an air of stupefaction, unable to understand the simile of the tree and its roots, began to protest distressfully. "No, no, cousin, take Monsieur l'Abbé for a stroll there if it amuses you. But I've been, and don't want to go back. Why, when I got home the last time I was so upset that I almost took to my bed. No, no, such abominations are too awful. It isn't possible." At this moment a voice, bitter with displeasure, arose from the chimney corner. Donna Serafina was emerging from her long silence. "Dario is quite right. Send your alms, my dear, and I will gladly add mine. There are other places where you might take Monsieur l'Abbé, and which it would be far more useful for him to see. With that idea of yours you would send him away with a nice recollection of our city." Roman pride rang out amidst the old lady's bad temper. Why, indeed, show one's sores to foreigners, whose visit is possibly prompted by hostile curiosity. One always ought to look beautiful. Rome should not be shown otherwise than in the garb of glory. Narcisse, however, had taken possession of Pierre. "It's true, my dear abbé," said he, "I forgot to recommend that stroll to you. You really must visit the new district built over the castle meadows. It's typical and sums up all the others. And you won't lose your time there, I'll warrant you, for nowhere can you learn more about the Rome of the present day. It's extraordinary, extraordinary." Then, addressing Benedetta, he added, "Is it decided? Shall we say tomorrow morning? You'll find the abbé and me over there, for I want to explain matters to him beforehand, in order that he may understand them. What do you say to 10 o'clock?" Before answering him, the Contessina turned towards her aunt and respectively opposed her views. "But Monsieur l'Abbé, aunt, has met enough beggars in our streets already, so he may well see everything. Besides, judging by his book, he won't see worse things than he has seen in Paris. As he says in one passage, hunger is the same all the world over." Then, with her sensible air, she gently laid siege to Dario. "You know, Dario," said she, "you would please me very much by taking me there. We can go in the carriage and join these gentlemen. It will be a very pleasant outing for us. It is such a long time since we went out together." It was certainly that idea of going out with Dario, of having a pretext for a complete reconciliation with him, that enchanted her. He himself realized it, and, unable to escape, he tried to treat the matter as a joke. "Ah, cousin," he said, "it will be your fault. I shall have the nightmare for a week. An excursion like that spoils all the enjoyment of life for days and days." The mere thought made him quiver with revolt. However, laughter again rang out around him, and, in spite of Donna Serafina's mute disapproval, the appointment was finally fixed for the following morning at 10 o'clock. Celia, as she went off, expressed deep regret that she could not form one of the party. But with the closed candour of a budding lily, she really took interest in Pierina alone. As she reached the ante-room, she whispered in her friend's ear, "Take a good look at that beauty, my dear, so as to tell me whether she is so very beautiful, beautiful beyond compare." When Pierre met Narcisse near the castle of St. Angelo on the morrow, at 9 o'clock, he was surprised to find him again languid and enraptured, plunged anew in artistic enthusiasm. At first not a word was said of the excursion. Narcisse related that he had risen at sunrise in order that he might spend an hour before Bernini's Santa Teresa. It seemed that when he did not see that statue for a week, he suffered as acutely as if he were parted from some cherished mistress, and his adoration varied with the time of day, according to the light in which he beheld the figure. In the morning, when the pale glow of dawn steeped it in whiteness, he worshipped it with quite a mystical transport of the soul, whilst in the afternoon, when the glow of the declining sun's oblique rays seemed to permeate the marble, his passion became as fiery red as the blood of martyrs. "Ah, my friend," said he with a weary air whilst his dreamy eyes faded to mauve, "you have no idea how delightful and perturbing her awakening was this morning. How languorously she opened her eyes, like a pure, candid virgin, emerging from the embrace of the divinity. One could die of rapture at the sight." Then, growing calm again when he had taken a few steps, he resumed in the voice of a practical man who does not lose his balance in the affairs of life. "We'll walk slowly towards the Castle Fields district, the buildings yonder, and on our way I'll tell you what I know of the things we shall see there. It was the maddest affair imaginable, one of those delirious frenzies of speculation which have a splendour of their own, just like the superb, monstrous masterpiece of a man of genius whose mind is unhinged. I was told of it all by some relatives of mine, who took part in the gambling and in point of fact made a good deal of money by it." Thereupon, with the clearness and precision of a financier, employing technical terms with perfect ease, he recounted the extraordinary adventure. That all Italy, on the morrow of the occupation of Rome, should have been delirious with enthusiasm at the thought of at last possessing the ancient and glorious city, the eternal capital to which the empire of the world had been promised, was but natural. It was, so to say, a legitimate explosion of the delight and the hopes of a young nation anxious to show its power. The question was to make Rome a modern capital worthy of a great kingdom, and before aught else there were sanitary requirements to be dealt with. The city needed to be cleansed of all the filth which disgraced it. One cannot nowadays imagine in what abominable putrescence the city of the popes, the Roma sporca which artists regret, was then steeped. The vast majority of the houses lacked even the most primitive arrangements, the public thoroughfares were used for all purposes, noble ruins served as store-places for sewage, the princely palaces were surrounded by filth, and the streets were perfect manure-beds which fostered frequent epidemics. Thus vast municipal works were absolutely necessary. The question was one of health and life itself. And in much the same way it was only right to think of building houses for the newcomers, who would assuredly flock into the city. There had been a precedent at Berlin, whose population, after the establishment of the German Empire, had suddenly increased by some hundreds of thousands. In the same way the population of Rome would certainly be doubled, tripled, quadrupled, For as the new centre of national life, the city could necessarily attract all the vis viva of the provinces. At this thought pride stepped in. The fallen government of the Vatican must be shown what Italy was capable of achieving, what splendour she would bestow on the new and third Rome, which, by the magnificence of its thoroughfares and the multitude of its people, would far excel either the imperial or the papal city. True, during the early years some prudence was observed. Wisely enough, houses were only built in proportion as they were required. The population had doubled at one bound, rising from 200,000 to 400,000 souls, thanks to the arrival of the little world of employees and officials of the public services, all those who live on the state or hope to live on it, without mentioning the idlers and enjoyers of life whom a court always carries in its train. However, this influx of newcomers was a first cause of intoxication, for everyone imagined that the increase would continue, and in fact become more and more rapid. And so the city of the day before no longer seemed large enough. It was necessary to make immediate preparations for the morrow's need by enlarging Rome on all sides. Folks talked, too, of the Paris of the Second Empire, which had been so extended and transformed into a city of light and health. But unfortunately on the banks of the Tiber there was neither any preconcerted general plan nor any clear-seeing man, master of the situation, supported by powerful financial organizations. And the work, begun by pride, prompted by the ambition of surpassing the Rome of the Caesars and the Popes, the determination to make the eternal, predestined city the queen and centre of the world once more, was completed by speculation, one of those extraordinary gambling frenzies, those tempests which arise, rage, destroy, and carry everything away without premonitory warning or possibility of arresting their course. All at once it was rumoured that land bought at 5 francs the metre had been sold again for 100 francs the metre, and thereupon the fever arose, the fever of a nation which is passionately fond of gambling. A flight of speculators descending from North Italy swooped down upon Rome, the noblest and easiest of preys. Those needy, famished mountaineers found spoils for every appetite in that voluptuous south where life is so benign, and the very delights of the climate helped to corrupt and hasten moral gangrene. At first, too, it was merely necessary to stoop. Money was to be found by the shovelful among the rubbish of the first districts which were opened up. People who were clever enough to scent the course which the new thoroughfares would take and purchase buildings threatened with demolition increased their capital tenfold in a couple of years. And after that the contagion spread, infecting all classes, the princes, burgesses, petty proprietors, even the shopkeepers, bakers, grocers, and bootmakers, the delirium rising to such a pitch that a mere baker subsequently failed for 45 millions. Nothing indeed was left but rageful gambling, in which the stakes were millions, whilst the lands and the houses became mere fictions, mere pretexts for stock exchange operations. And thus the old hereditary pride, which had dreamt of transforming Rome into the capital of the world, was heated to madness by the high fever of speculation, folks buying and building and selling without limit, without a pause, even as one might throw shares upon the market as fast and as long as presses can be found to print them. No other city in course of evolution has ever furnished such a spectacle. Nowadays, when one strives to penetrate things, one is confounded. The population had increased to 500,000 and then seemingly remained stationary. Nevertheless, new districts continued to sprout up more thickly than ever. Yet what folly it was not to wait for a further influx of inhabitants! Why continue piling up accommodation for thousands of families whose advent was uncertain? The only excuse lay in having beforehand propounded the proposition that the third Rome, the triumphant capital of Italy, could not count less than 1,000,000 souls, and in regarding that proposition as an indisputable fact. The people had not come, but they surely would come. No patriot could doubt it without being guilty of treason. And so houses were built and built without a pause for the 500,000 citizens who were coming. There was no anxiety as to the date of their arrival. It was sufficient that they should be expected. Inside Rome, the companies which had been formed in connection with the new thoroughfares passing through the old, demolished, pestiferous districts certainly sold or let their house property, and thereby realized large profits. But as the craze increased, other companies were established for the purpose of erecting yet more and more districts outside Rome, veritable little towns, of which there was no need whatever. Beyond the Porta San Giovanni and the Porta San Lorenzo, suburbs sprang up as by miracle. A town was sketched out over the vast estate of the Villa Ludovisi, from the Porta Pia to the Porta Salaria, and even as far as Sant'Agnese. and then came an attempt to make quite a little city, with church, school, and market, arise all at once on the fields of the castle of Sant'Angelo. And it was no question of small dwellings for labourers, modest flats for employees, and others of limited means. No, it was a question of colossal mansions 3 and 4 stories high, displaying uniform and endless facades which made these new ex-central quarters quite Babylonian, such districts indeed as only capitals endowed with intense life, like Paris and London, could contrive to populate. However, such were the monstrous products of pride and gambling. And what a page of history, what a bitter lesson now that Rome, financially ruined, is further disgraced by that hideous girdle of empty, and for the most part uncompleted carcasses, whose ruins already strew the grassy streets. The fatal collapse, the disaster proved a frightful one. Narcisse explained its causes and recounted its phases so clearly that Pierre fully understood. Naturally enough, numerous financial companies had sprouted up. The Immobiliere, the Società d'Edilizia a Costruzione, the Fondaria, the Tiberiana, and the Esquilino. Nearly all of them built, erected huge houses, entire streets of them, for purposes of sale. But they also gambled in land, selling plots at large profit to petty speculators, who also dreamt of making large profits amidst the continuous, fictitious rise brought about by the growing fever of agiotage. And the worst was that the petty speculators, the middle-class people, the inexperienced shopkeepers without capital, were crazy enough to build in their turn by borrowing of the banks or applying to the companies which had sold them the land for sufficient cash to enable them to complete their structures. As a general rule, to avoid the loss of everything, the companies were one day compelled to take back both land and buildings, incomplete though the latter might be, and from the congestion which resulted they were bound to perish. If the expected million of people had arrived to occupy the dwellings prepared for them, the gains would have been fabulous, and in 10 years Rome might have become one of the most flourishing capitals of the world. But the people did not come, and the dwellings remained empty. Moreover, the buildings erected by the companies were too large and costly for the average investor inclined to put his money into house property. Heredity had acted, the builders had planned things on too huge a scale, raising a series of magnificent piles whose purpose was to dwarf those of all other ages. But, as it happened, they were fated to remain lifeless and deserted, testifying with wondrous eloquence to the impotence of pride. So there was no private capital that dared or could take the place of that of the companies. Elsewhere, in Paris for instance, new districts have been erected and embellishments have been carried out with the capital of the country, the money saved by dint of thrift. But in Rome all was built on the credit system, either by means of bills of exchange at 90 days, or, and this was chiefly the case, by borrowing money abroad. The huge sum sunk in these enterprises is estimated at 1 milliard, 4/5 of which was French money. The bankers did everything. The French ones lent to the Italian bankers at 3.5 or 4%, and the Italian bankers accommodated the speculators, the Roman builders, at 6, 7, and even 8%. And thus the disaster was great indeed when France, learning of Italy's alliance with Germany, withdrew her 800 million francs in less than 2 years. The Italian banks were drained of their specie, and the land and building companies, being likewise compelled to reimburse their loans, were compelled to apply to the banks of issue, those privileged to issue notes. At the same time, they intimidated the government, threatening to stop all work and throw 40,000 artisans and labourers starving on the pavement of Rome if it did not compel the banks of issue to lend them the 5 or 6 millions of paper which they needed. And this the government at last did, appalled by the possibility of universal bankruptcy. Naturally, however, the 5 or 6 millions could not be paid back at maturity, as the newly built houses found neither purchasers nor tenants. And so the great fall began, and continued with a rush, heaping ruin upon ruin. The petty speculators fell on the builders on the land companies on the banks of issue, and the latter on the public credit, ruining the nation. And that was how a mere municipal crisis became a frightful disaster. A whole milliard sunk to no purpose, Rome disfigured, littered with the ruins of the gaping and empty dwellings which had been prepared for the 500,000 or 600,000 inhabitants for whom the city yet waits in vain. Moreover, in the breeze of glory which swept by, the state itself took a colossal view of things. It was a question of at once making Italy triumphant and perfect, of accomplishing in 25 years what other nations have required centuries to effect. So there was feverish activity and a prodigious outlay on canals, ports, roads, railway lines, and improvements in all the great cities. Directly after the alliance with Germany, moreover, the military and naval estimates began to devour millions to no purpose. And the ever-growing financial requirements were simply met by the issue of paper, by a fresh loan each succeeding year. In Rome alone, too, the building of the Ministry of War cost 10 millions, that of the Ministry of Finances 15, whilst 100 was spent on the yet unfinished quays, and 250 was sunk on works of defence around the city. And all this was a flare of the old hereditary pride, springing from that soil whose sap can only blossom in extravagant projects. The determination to dazzle and conquer the world which comes as soon as one has climbed to the Capitol, even though one's feet rest amidst the accumulated dust of all the forms of human power which have there crumbled one above the other. And, my dear friend, continued Narcisse, if I could go into all the stories that are current, that are whispered here and there, you would be stupefied at the insanity which overcame the whole city amidst the terrible fever to which the gambling passion gave rise. Folks of small account, and fools and ignorant people were not the only ones to be ruined. Nearly all the Roman nobles lost their ancient fortunes, their gold, and their palaces, and their galleries of masterpieces, which they owed to the munificence of the popes. The colossal wealth which it had taken centuries of nepotism to pile up in the hands of a few melted away like wax, in less than 10 years, in the levelling fire of modern speculation. Then, forgetting that he was speaking to a priest, he went on to relate one of the whispered stories to which he had alluded. "There's our good friend Dario, Prince Boccanera, the last of the name, reduced to live on the crumbs which fall to him from his uncle the Cardinal, who has little beyond his stipend left him. Well, Dario would be a rich man had it not been for the extraordinary affair of the Villa Montefiore. You have heard of it, no doubt. How Prince Onofrio, Dario's father, speculated, sold the villa grounds for 10 millions, then bought them back and built on them, and how at last not only the 10 millions were lost, but also all that remained of the once colossal fortune of the Boccaneras. What you haven't been told, however, is the secret part which Count Prada, our Contessina's husband, played in the affair. He was the lover of Princess Boccanera, the beautiful Flavia Montefiore, who had brought the villa as dowry to the old prince. She was a very fine woman, much younger than her husband, and it is positively said that it was through her that Prada mastered the prince, for she held her old doting husband at arm's length whenever he hesitated to give a signature or go farther into the affair of which he had scented the danger. And in all this Prada gained the millions which he now spends, while as for the beautiful Flavia, you are aware, no doubt, that she saved a little fortune from the wreck and bought herself a second and much younger husband, whom she turned into a Marquis Montefiore. In the whole affair the only victim is our good friend Dario, who is absolutely ruined and wishes to marry his cousin, who is as poor as himself. It's true that she's determined to have him, and that it's impossible for him not to reciprocate her love. But for that he would have already married some American girl with a dowry of millions, like so many of the ruined princes, on the verge of starvation, have done. That is, unless the Cardinal and Donna Serafina had opposed such a match, which would not have been surprising, proud and stubborn as they are, anxious to preserve the purity of their old Roman blood. However, let us hope that Dario and the exquisite Benedetta will some day be happy together." Narcisse paused, but after taking a few steps in silence, he added in a lower tone, "I've a relative who picked up nearly 3 millions in that Villa Montefiore affair. I regret that I wasn't here in those heroic days of speculation. It must have been very amusing, and what strokes there were for a man of self-possession to make." However, all at once, as he raised his head, he saw before him the Quartiere dei Prati, the new district of the castle fields, and his face thereupon changed. He again became an artist, indignant with the modern abominations with which old Rome had been disfigured. His eyes paled, and a curl of his lips expressed the bitter disdain of a dreamer whose passion for the vanished centuries was sorely hurt. Look at it all," he exclaimed. "To think of it, in the city of Augustus, the city of Leo X, the city of eternal power and eternal beauty." Pierre himself was thunderstruck. The meadows of the castle of Sant'Angelo, dotted with a few poplar trees, had here formerly stretched alongside the Tiber as far as the first slopes of Monte Mario, thus supplying, to the satisfaction of artists, a foreground of greenery to the Borgo and the dome of St. Peter's. But now, amidst the white, leprous, overturned plain, there stood a town of huge, massive houses, cubes of stonework, invariably the same, with broad streets intersecting one another at right angles. From end to end similar facades appeared, suggesting series of convents, barracks, or hospitals. Extraordinary and painful was the impression produced by this town so suddenly immobilized whilst in course of erection. It was as if on some accursed morning a wicked magician had with one touch of his wand stopped the works and emptied the noisy stone-yards, leaving the buildings in mournful abandonment. Here on one side the soil had been banked up, there deep pits dug for foundations had remained gaping, overrun with weeds. There were houses whose walls scarcely rose above the level of the soil, others which had been raised to a second or third floor, others again which had been carried as high as was intended, and even roofed in, suggesting skeletons or empty cages. Then there were houses finished excepting that their walls had not been plastered, others which had been left without window frames, shutters, or doors, others again which had their doors and shutters, but were nailed up like coffins with not a soul inside them, and yet others which were partly, and in a few cases fully, inhabited, animated by the most unexpected of populations. And no words could describe the fearful mournfulness of that city of the Sleeping Beauty, hushed into mortal slumber before it had even lived, lying annihilated beneath the heavy sun, pending an awakening which, likely enough, would never come. Following his companion, Pierre walked along the broad, deserted streets, where all was still as in a cemetery. Not a vehicle nor a pedestrian passed by. Some streets had no footways. Weeds were covering the unpaved roads, turning them once more into fields. And yet there were temporary gas lamps, mere leaden pipes bound to poles, which had been there for years. To avoid payment of the door and window tax, the house owners had generally closed all apertures with planks, while some houses, of which little had been built, were surrounded by high palings, for fear lest their cellars should become the dens of all the bandits of the district. But the most painful sight of all was that of the young ruins, the proud, lofty structures, which, although unfinished, were already cracking on all sides, and required the support of an intricate arrangement of timbers to prevent them from falling in dust upon the ground. A pang came to one's heart, as though one were in a city which some scourge had depopulated, pestilence, war, or bombardment, of which these gaping carcasses seemed to retain the mark. Then at the thought that this was abortion, not death, that destruction would complete its work before the dreamt-of, vainly awaited denizens would bring life to the stillborn houses, one's melancholy deepened to hopeless discouragement. And at each corner, moreover, there was the frightful irony of the magnificent marble slabs which bore the names of the streets, illustrious historical names, Gracchus, Scipio, Pliny, Pompey, Julius Caesar, blazing forth on those unfinished crumbling walls, like a buffet dealt by the past to modern incompetency. Then Pierre was once more struck by this truth, that whosoever possesses Rome is consumed by the building frenzy, the passion for marble, the boastful desire to build and leave his monument of glory to future generations. After the Caesars and the Popes had come the Italian government, which was no sooner master of the city than it wished to reconstruct it, make it more splendid, more huge than it had ever been before. It was the fatal suggestion of the soil itself, the blood of Augustus rushing to the brain of these last comers and urging them to a mad desire to make the third Rome the queen of the earth. Thence had come all the vast schemes such as the Cyclopean Quays and the mere ministries struggling to outvie the Colosseum. And thence had come all the new districts of gigantic houses which had sprouted like towns around the ancient city. It was not only in the castle fields, but at the Porta San Giovanni, the Porta San Lorenzo, the Villa Ludovisi, and on the heights of the Viminal and the Esquiline that unfinished empty districts were already crumbling amidst the weeds of their deserted streets. After 2,000 years of prodigious fertility, the soil really seemed to be exhausted. Even as in very old fruit gardens newly planted plum and cherry trees wither and die, so the new walls, no doubt, found no life in that old dust of Rome, impoverished by the immemorial growth of so many temples, circuses, arches, basilicas, and churches. And thus the modern houses which men had sought to render fruitful, the useless, over-huge houses, swollen with hereditary ambition, had been unable to attain maturity, and remained there sterile like dry bushes on a plot of land exhausted by over-cultivation. And the frightful sadness that one felt arose from the fact that so creative and great a past had culminated in such present-day impotency. Rome, who had covered the world with indestructible monuments, now so reduced that she could only generate ruins. "Oh, they'll be finished some day," said Pierre. Narcisse gazed at him in astonishment. For whom? That was the cruel question. Only by dint of patriotic enthusiasm on the morrow of the conquest had one been able to indulge in the hope of a mighty influx of population, and now singular blindness was needed for the belief that such an influx would ever take place. The past experiment seemed decisive. Moreover, there was no reason why the population should double. Rome offered neither the attraction of pleasure nor that of gain to be amassed in commerce and industry for those she had not, nor of intensity of social and intellectual life, since of this she seemed no longer capable. In any case, years and years would be requisite. And meantime, how could one people those houses which were finished? And for whom was one to finish those which had remained mere skeletons, falling to pieces under sun and rain? Must they all remain there indefinitely, some gaunt and open to every blast, and others closed and silent like tombs, in the wretched hideousness of their inutility and abandonment? What a terrible proof of error they offered under the radiant sky! The new masters of Rome had made a bad start, and even if they now know what they ought to have done, would they have the courage to undo what they had done? Since the milliards sunk there seemed to be definitely lost and wasted, one actually hoped for the advent of a Nero, endowed with mighty sovereign will, who would take torch and pick and burn and raze everything in the avenging name of reason and beauty. "Ah," resumed Narcisse, "here are the Contessina and the Prince." Benedetta had told the coachman to pull up in one of the open spaces intersecting the deserted streets, and now along the broad, quiet, grassy road, well fitted for a lover's stroll, she was approaching on Dario's arm, both of them delighted with their outing, and no longer thinking of the sad things which they had come to see. "What a nice day it is!" the Contessina gaily exclaimed as she reached Pierre and Narcisse. "How pleasant the sunshine is! It's quite a treat to be able to walk about a little as if one were in the country." Dario was the first to cease smiling at the blue sky, all the delight of his stroll with his cousin on his arm suddenly departing. "My dear," said he, "we must go to see those people, since you are bent on it, though it will certainly spoil our day. But first I must take my bearings. I'm not particularly clever, you know, in finding my way in places where I don't care to go. Besides, this district is idiotic with all its dead streets and dead houses, and never a face or a shop to serve as a reminder. Still, I think the place is over yonder. Follow me. At all events, we shall see." The four friends then wended their way towards the central part of the district, the part facing the Tiber, where a small nucleus of a population had collected. The landlords turned the few completed houses to the best advantage they could, letting the rooms at very low rentals and waiting patiently enough for payment. Some needy employees, some poverty-stricken families had thus installed themselves there, and in the long run contrived to pay a trifle for their accommodation. In consequence, however, of the demolition of the ancient ghetto, and the opening of the new streets by which air had been let into the Trastevere district, perfect hordes of tattered Damalians, famished and homeless, and almost without garments, had swooped upon the unfinished houses, filling them with wretchedness and vermin. And it had been necessary to tolerate this lawless occupation lest all the frightful misery should remain displayed in the public thoroughfares. And so it was to those frightful tenants that had fallen the huge 4- and 5-storied palaces, entered by monumental doorways flanked by lofty statues, and having carved balconies upheld by caryatides all along their fronts. Each family had made its choice, often closing the frameless windows with boards and the gaping doorways with rags, and occupying now an entire princely flat and now a few small rooms, according to its taste. Horrid-looking linen hung drying from the carved balconies, foul stains already degraded the white walls, and from the magnificent porches, intended for sumptuous equipages, there poured a stream of filth which rotted in stagnant pools in the roads, where there was neither pavement nor footpath. On 2 occasions already Dario had caused his companions to retrace their steps. He was losing his way and becoming more and more gloomy. "I ought to have turned to the left," said he. "But how is one to know amidst such a set as that?" Parties of verminous children were now to be seen rolling in the dust. They were wondrously dirty, almost naked, with black skins and tangled locks as coarse as horsehair. There were also women in sordid skirts with their loose jackets unhooked. Many stood talking together in yelping voices, whilst others, seated on old chairs, with their hands on their knees, remained like that idle for hours. Not many men were met, but a few lay on the scorched grass, sleeping heavily in the sunlight. However, the stench was becoming unbearable, a stench of misery, as when the human animal eschews all cleanliness to wallow in filth. and matters were made worse by the smell from a small improvised market, the emanations of the rotting fruit, cooked and sour vegetables, and stale fried fish which a few poor women had set out on the ground amidst a throng of famished, covetous children. "Oh, well, my dear, I really don't know where it is," all at once exclaimed the prince, addressing his cousin. "Be reasonable, we've surely seen enough. Let's go back to the carriage." He was really suffering, and as Benedetta had said, he did not know how to suffer. It seemed to him monstrous that one should sadden one's life by such an excursion as this. Life ought to be buoyant and benign under the clear sky, brightened by pleasant sights, by dance and song. And he, with his naive egotism, had a positive horror of ugliness, poverty, and suffering, the sight of which caused him both mental and physical pain. Benedetta shuddered even as he did, but in presence of Pierre she desired to be brave. Glancing at him, and seeing how deeply interested and compassionate he looked, she desired to persevere in her effort to sympathize with the humble and the wretched. "No, no, Dario, we must stay. These gentlemen wish to see everything. Is it not so?" "Oh, the Rome of today is here," exclaimed Pierre. "This tells one more about it than all the promenades among the ruins and the monuments." "You exaggerate, my dear abbé," declared Narcisse. "Still, I will admit that it is very interesting. Some of the old women are particularly expressive." At this moment Benedetta, seeing a superbly beautiful girl in front of her, could not restrain a cry of enraptured admiration. "Oh, che bellezza!" And then Dario, having recognized the girl, exclaimed with the same delight, "Why, it's La Pierina! She'll show us the way." The girl had been following the party for a moment already without daring to approach. Her eyes, glittering with the joy of a loving slave, had at first darted towards the prince, and then had hastily scrutinized the Contessina, not, however, with any show of jealous anger, but with the expression of affectionate submission and resigned happiness at seeing that she also was very beautiful. And the girl fully answered to the prince's description of her. Tall, sturdy, with the bust of a goddess, a real antique, a Juno of 20, her chin somewhat prominent, her mouth and nose perfect in contour, her eyes large and full like a heifer's, and her whole face quite dazzling, gilded, so to say, by a sun-flash, beneath her casque of heavy jet-black hair. "So you will show us the way," said Benedetta, familiar and smiling, already consoled for all the surrounding ugliness by the thought that there should be such beautiful creatures in the world. "Oh yes, signora, yes, at once." And thereupon Pierina ran off before them, her feet in shoes which at any rate had no holes, whilst the old brown woollen dress which she wore appeared to have been recently washed and mended. One seemed to divine in her a certain coquettish care, a desire for cleanliness, which none of the others displayed, unless indeed it were simply that her great beauty lent radiance to her humble garments and made her appear a goddess. "Che bellezza, che bellezza!" the Contessina repeated without wearying. "That girl, Dario mio, is a real feast for the eyes." "I knew she would please you," he quietly replied, flattered at having discovered such a beauty, and no longer talking of departure, since he could at last rest his eyes on something pleasant. Behind them came Pierre, likewise full of admiration, whilst Narcisse spoke to him of the scrupulosity of his own tastes, which were for the rare and the subtle. "She's beautiful, no doubt," said he, "but at bottom nothing can be more gross than the Roman style of beauty. There's no soul, none of the infinite in it. These girls simply have blood under their skins, without ever a glimpse of heaven." Meantime Pierina had stopped, and with a wave of the hand directed attention to her mother, who sat on a broken box beside the lofty doorway of an unfinished mansion. She also must have once been very beautiful, but at 40 she was already a wreck, with dim eyes, drawn mouth, black teeth, broadly wrinkled countenance, and huge fallen bosom. And she was also fearfully dirty, her grey wavy hair dishevelled and her skirt and jacket soiled and slit, revealing glimpses of grimy flesh. On her knees she held a sleeping infant, her last-born, at whom she gazed like one overwhelmed and courageless, like a beast of burden resigned to her fate. "Bene, bene," said she, raising her head. "It's the gentleman who came to give me a crown because he saw you crying, and he's come back to see us with some friends. Well, well, there are some good hearts in the world after all." End of section 15. Section 16 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 8, Part 2. Then she related their story, but in a spiritless way, without seeking to move her visitors. She was called Giacinta, it appeared, and had married a mason, one Tommaso Gozzo, by whom she had had 7 children, Pierina, then Tito, a big fellow of 18, then 4 more girls, each at an interval of 2 years, and finally the infant, a boy, whom she now had on her lap. They had long lived in the Trastevere district, in an old house which had lately been pulled down, and their existence seemed to have then been shattered, for since they had taken refuge in the Quartiere dei Prati, the crisis in the building trade had reduced Tommaso and Tito to absolute idleness, and the bead factory where Pierina had earned as much as 10 pence a day, just enough to prevent them from dying of hunger, had closed its doors. At present not one of them had any work, they lived purely by chance. "If you like to go up," the woman added, "you'll find Tommaso there with his brother Ambrogio, whom we've taken to live with us. They'll know better than I what to say to you. Tommaso is resting, but what else can he do? It's like Tito, he's dozing over there." So saying, she pointed towards the dry grass amidst which lay a tall young fellow with a pronounced nose, hard mouth, and eyes as admirable as Pierina's. He had raised his head to glance suspiciously at the visitors, a fierce frown gathering on his forehead when he remarked how rapturously his sister contemplated the prince. Then he let his head fall again, but kept his eyes open, watching the pair stealthily. "Take the lady and gentleman upstairs, Pierina, since they would like to see the place," said the mother. Other women had now drawn near, shuffling along with bare feet in old shoes. Bands of children, too, were swarming around, little girls but half-clad, amongst whom no doubt were Giacinta's 4. However, with their black eyes under their tangled mops, they were all so much alike that only their mothers could identify them, and the whole resembled a teeming camp of misery pitched on that spot of majestic disaster, that street of palaces, unfinished yet already in ruins. With a soft, loving smile, Benedetta turned to her cousin. "Don't you come up," she gently said. "I don't desire your death, Dario mio. It was very good of you to come so far. Wait for me here in the pleasant sunshine. Monsieur l'Abbé and Monsieur Albert will go up with me." Dario began to laugh, and willingly acquiesced. Then, lighting a cigarette, he walked slowly up and down, well pleased with the mildness of the atmosphere. La Pierina had already darted into the spacious porch whose lofty, vaulted ceiling was adorned with panels displaying a rosaceous pattern. However, a veritable manure heap covered such marble slabs as had already been laid in the vestibule, whilst the steps of the monumental stone staircase with sculptured balustrade were already cracked and so grimy that they seemed almost black. On all sides appeared the greasy stains of hands. The walls, whilst awaiting the painter and gilder, had been smeared with repulsive filth. On reaching the spacious first-floor landing, Pierina paused, and contenting herself with calling through a gaping portal which lacked both door and framework, "Father, here's a lady and 2 gentlemen to see you." Then to the Contessina she added, "It's the 3rd room at the end," and forthwith she herself rapidly descended the stairs, hastening back to her passion. Benedetta and her companions passed through 2 large rooms, bossy with plaster underfoot and having frameless windows wide open upon space, and at last they reached a 3rd room, where the whole Gozzo family had installed itself with the remnants it used as furniture. On the floor, where the bare iron girders showed, no boards having been laid down, were 5 or 6 leprous-looking pagliasses. A long table, which was still strong, occupied the centre of the room, and here and there were a few old, damaged, straw-seated chairs mended with bits of rope. The great business had been to close 2 of the 3 windows with boards, whilst the 3rd one and the door were screened with some old mattress ticking studded with stains and holes. Tommaso's face expressed the surprise of a man who is unaccustomed to visits of charity. Seated at the table, with his elbows resting on it and his chin supported by his hands, he was taking repose, as his wife Giacinta had said. He was a sturdy fellow of 45, bearded and long-haired, and in spite of all his misery and idleness, his large face had remained as serene as that of a Roman senator. However, the sight of the 2 foreigners, for such he at once judged Pierre and Narcisse to be, made him rise to his feet with sudden distrust. But he smiled on recognizing Benedetta, and as she began to speak of Dario and to explain the charitable purpose of their visit, he interrupted her. "Yes, yes, I know, Contessina. Oh, I well know who you are, for in my father's time I once walled up a window at the Palazzo Boccanera." Then he complacently allowed himself to be questioned, telling Pierre, who was surprised, that although they were certainly not happy, they would have found life tolerable had they been able to work 2 days a week. And one could divine that he was, at heart, fairly well content to go on short commons, provided that he could live as he listed without fatigue. His narrative and his manner suggested the familiar locksmith who, on being summoned by a traveller to open his trunk, the key of which was lost, sent word that he could not possibly disturb himself during the hour of the siesta. In short, there was no rent to pay, as there were plenty of empty mansions open to the poor, and a few coppers would have sufficed for food, easily contented and sober as one was. "But, oh, sir," Tommaso continued, "things were ever so much better under the Pope. My father, a Mason like myself, worked at the Vatican all his life, and even now, when I myself get a job or two, it's always there. We were spoilt, you see, by those 10 years of busy work, when we never left our ladders and earned as much as we pleased. Of course, we fed ourselves better, and bought ourselves clothes, and took such pleasure as we cared for, so that it's all the harder nowadays to have to stint ourselves. But if you'd only come to see us in the Pope's time, no taxes, everything to be had for nothing, so to say, why, one merely had to let oneself live." At this moment a growl arose from one of the palliasses lying in the shade of the boarded windows, and the Mason, in his slow, quiet way, resumed. "It's my brother Ambrogio, who isn't of my opinion. He was with the Republicans in '49, when he was 14. But it doesn't matter. We took him with us when we heard that he was dying of hunger and sickness in a cellar." The visitors could not help quivering with pity. Ambrogio was the elder by some 15 years, and now, though scarcely 60, he was already a ruin, consumed by fever, his legs so wasted that he spent his days on his palliasse, without ever going out. Shorter and slighter, but more turbulent than his brother, he had been a carpenter by trade. And despite his physical decay, he retained an extraordinary head, the head of an apostle and martyr, at once noble and tragic in its expression, and encompassed by bristling snowy hair and beard. "The Pope," he growled. "I've never spoken badly of the Pope. Yet it's his fault if tyranny continues. He alone in '49 could have given us the Republic, and then we shouldn't have been as we are now." Ambrogio had known Mazzini, whose vague religiosity remained in him. The dream of a republican Pope at last establishing the reign of liberty and fraternity. But later on his passion for Garibaldi had disturbed these views, and led him to regard the papacy as worthless, incapable of achieving human freedom. And so, between the dream of his youth and the stern experience of his life, he now hardly knew in which direction the truth lay. Moreover, he had never acted save under the impulse of violent emotion, but contented himself with fine words, vague, indeterminate wishes. "Brother Ambrogio," replied Tommaso, all tranquillity, "the Pope is the Pope, and wisdom lies in putting oneself on his side, because he will always be the Pope, that is to say, the stronger. For my part, if we had to vote tomorrow, I'd vote for him." Calmed by the shrewd prudence characteristic of his race, the old carpenter made no haste to reply. At last he said, "Well, as for me, brother Tommaso, I should vote against him, always against him. And you know very well that we should have the majority. The Pope King, indeed! That's all over. The very Borgo would revolt. Still, I won't say that we oughtn't to come to an understanding with him, so that everybody's religion may be respected." Pierre listened, deeply interested, and at last ventured to ask, "Are there many socialists among the Roman working classes?" This time the answer came after a yet longer pause. "Socialists? Yes, there are some, no doubt, but much fewer than in other places. All those things are novelties which impatient fellows go in for without understanding much about them. We old men, we were for liberty. We don't believe in fire and massacre." Then, fearing to say too much in presence of that lady and those gentlemen, Ambrogio began to moan on his pallet, whilst the Contessina, somewhat upset by the smell of the place, took her departure, after telling the young priest that it would be best for them to leave their arms with the wife downstairs. Meantime Tommaso resumed his seat at the table, again letting his chin rest on his hands as he nodded to his visitors, no more impressed by their departure than he had been by their arrival. To the pleasure of seeing you again, and am happy to have been able to oblige you." On the threshold, however, Narcissa's enthusiasm burst forth. He turned to cast a final admiring glance at old Ambrogio's head. A perfect masterpiece, which he continued praising whilst he descended the stairs. Down below, Giacinta was still sitting on the broken box with her infant across her lap, and a few steps away Pierina stood in front of Dario, watching him with an enchanted air whilst he finished his cigarette. Tito, lying low in the grass like an animal on the watch for prey, did not for a moment cease to gaze at them. "Ah, Signorina," resumed the woman in her resigned, doleful voice, "the place is hardly inhabitable, as you must have seen. The only good thing is that one gets plenty of room. But there are draughts enough to kill me, and I'm always so afraid of the children falling down some of the holes." Thereupon she related a story of a woman who had lost her life through mistaking a window for a door one evening and falling headlong into the street. Then, too, a little girl had broken both arms by tumbling from a staircase which had no banisters. And you could die there without anybody knowing how bad you were and coming to help you. Only the previous day the corpse of an old man had been found lying on the plaster in a lonely room. Starvation must have killed him quite a week previously, yet he would still have been stretched there if the odour of his remains had not attracted the attention of neighbours. "If one only had something to eat, things wouldn't be so bad," continued Giacinta. "But it's dreadful when there's a baby to suckle and one gets no food, for after a while one has no milk. This little fellow wants his titty and gets angry with me because I can't give him any. But it isn't my fault. He has sucked me till the blood came, and all I can do is to cry." As she spoke, tears welled into her poor dim eyes. But all at once she flew into a tantrum with Tito, who was still wallowing in the grass like an animal instead of rising by way of civility towards those fine people, who would surely leave her some alms. Tito, you lazy fellow, can't you get up when people come to see you?" she called. After some pretence of not hearing, the young fellow at last rose with an air of great ill-humour, and Pierre, feeling interested in him, tried to draw him out as he had done with the father and uncle upstairs. But Tito only returned curt answers, as if both bored and suspicious. Since there was no work to be had, said he, the only thing was to sleep. It was of no use to get angry, that wouldn't alter matters. So the best was to live as one could without increasing one's worry. As for socialists, well, yes, perhaps there were a few, but he didn't know any. And his weary, indifferent manner made it quite clear that, if his father was for the Pope and his uncle for the Republic, he himself was for nothing at all. In this Pierre divined the end of a nation, or rather the slumber of a nation in which democracy had not yet awakened. However, as the priest continued, asking Tito his age, what school he had attended, and in what district he had been born, the young man suddenly cut the question short by pointing with one finger to his breast and saying gravely, "Io sono Romano di Roma." And indeed, did that not answer everything? "I am a Roman of Rome." Pierre smiled sadly and spoke no further. Never had he more fully realized the pride of that race, the long descending inheritance of glory which was so heavy to bear. The sovereign vanity of the Caesars lived anew in that degenerate young fellow who was scarcely able to read and write. Starveling though he was, he knew his city and could instinctively have recounted the grand pages of its history. The names of the great emperors and great popes were familiar to him. And why should men toil and moil when they had been the masters of the world? Why not live nobly and idly in the most beautiful of cities, under the most beautiful of skies? Io sono Romana di Roma. Benedetta had slipped her arms into the mother's hand, and Pierre and Narcisse were following her example, when Dario, who had already done so, thought of Pierina. He did not like to offer her money, but a pretty fanciful idea occurred to him. Lightly touching his lips with his fingertips, he said, with a faint laugh, "For beauty." There was something really pretty and pleasing in the kiss thus wafted with a slightly mocking laugh by that familiar, good-natured young prince who, as in some love story of the olden time, was touched by the beautiful bead-worker's mute adoration. Pierina, flushed with pleasure, and losing her head, darted upon Dario's hand and pressed her warm lips to it with unthinking impulsiveness, in which there was as much divine gratitude as tender passion. But Tito's eyes flashed with anger at the sight, and brutally seizing his sister by the skirt, he threw her back, growling between his teeth, "None of that, you know, or I'll kill you, and him too." It was high time for the visitors to depart, for other women, scenting the presence of money, were now coming forward with outstretched hands, or dispatching tearful children in their stead. The whole wretched, abandoned district was in a flutter. A distressful wail ascended from those lifeless streets with high resounding names. But what was to be done? One could not give to all, so the only course lay in flight, amidst deep sadness as one realized how powerless was charity in presence of such appalling want. When Benedetta and Dario had reached their carriage, they hastened to take their seats and nestle side by side, glad to escape from all such horrors. Still the Contessina was well pleased with her bravery in the presence of Pierre, whose hand she pressed with the emotion of a pupil touched by the master's lesson, after Narcisse had told her that he meant to take the young priest to lunch at the little restaurant on the Piazza of St. Peter's, whence one obtained such an interesting view of the Vatican. "Try some of the light white wine of Genzano," said Dario, who had become quite gay again. "There's nothing better to drive away the blues." However, Pierre's curiosity was insatiable, and on the way he again questioned Narcisse about the people of modern Rome, their life, habits, and manners. There was little or no education, he learnt, no large manufactures and no export trade existed. The men carried on the few trades that were current, all consumption being virtually limited to the city itself. Among the women there were bead-workers and embroiderers, and the manufacture of religious articles, such as medals and chaplets, and of certain popular jewellery, had always occupied a fair number of hands. But after marriage the women, invariably burdened with numerous offspring, attempted little beyond household work. Briefly, the population took life as it came, working just sufficiently to secure food, contenting itself with vegetables, pastes, and scraggy mutton, without thought of rebellion or ambition. The only vices were gambling and a partiality for the red and white wines of the Roman province, wines which excited to quarrel and murder, and on the evenings of feast days, when the taverns emptied, strewed the streets with groaning men, slashed and stabbed with knives. The girls, however, but seldom went wrong. One could count those who allowed themselves to be seduced. And this arose from the great union prevailing in each family, every member of which bowed submissively to the father's absolute authority. Moreover, the brothers watched over their sisters even as Tito did over Pierina, guarding them fiercely for the sake of the family honour. And amidst all this there was no real religion, but simply a childish idolatry, all hearts going forth to the Madonna and the saints, who alone were entreated and regarded as having being, for it never occurred to anybody to think of God. Thus the stagnation of the lower orders could easily be understood. Behind them were the many centuries during which idleness had been encouraged, vanity flattered, and nerveless life willingly accepted. When there were neither masons, nor carpenters, nor bakers, they were servants serving the priests, and more or less directly in the pay of the Vatican. Thence sprang the two antagonistic parties, on the one hand the more numerous party composed of the old Carbonari, Marzinians, and Garibaldians, the elite of the Trastevere, and on the other the clients of the Vatican, all who lived on or by the Church and regretted the Pope King. But after all, the antagonism was confined to opinions. There was no thought of making an effort or incurring a risk. For that, some sudden flare of passion, strong enough to overcome the sturdy calmness of the race, would have been needed. But what would have been the use of it? The wretchedness had lasted for so many centuries, the sky was so blue, the siesta preferable to aught else during the hot hours. And only one thing seemed positive, that the majority was certainly in favour of Rome remaining the capital of Italy. Indeed, rebellion had almost broken out in the Leonine city when the cession of the latter to the Holy See was rumoured. As for the increase of want and poverty, this was largely due to the circumstance that the Roman workman had really gained nothing by the many works carried on in his city during 15 years. First of all, over 40,000 provincials, mostly from the north, more spirited and resistant than himself, and working at cheaper rates, had invaded Rome. And when he, the Roman, had secured his share of the labour, he had lived in better style, without thought of economy. So that after the crisis, when the 40,000 men from the provinces were sent home again, he had found himself once more in a dead city where trade was always slack. And thus he had relapsed into his antique indolence, at heart well pleased at no longer being hustled by press of work, and again accommodating himself as best he could to his old mistress, Want, empty in pocket, yet always a grand seigneur. However, Pierre was struck by the great difference between the want and wretchedness of Rome and Paris. In Rome the destitution was certainly more complete, the food more loathsome, the dirt more repulsive. Yet at the same time the Roman poor retained more ease of manner and more real gaiety. The young priest thought of the fireless, breadless poor of Paris, shivering in their hovels at winter time, and suddenly he understood. The destitution of Rome did not know cold. What a sweet and eternal consolation, a sun forever bright, a sky forever blue and benign out of charity to the wretched. And what mattered the vileness of the dwelling if one could sleep under the sky, fanned by the warm breeze? What mattered even hunger if the family could await the windfall of chance in sunlit streets or on the scorched grass? The climate induced sobriety. There was no need of alcohol or red meat to enable one to face treacherous fogs. Blissful idleness smiled on the golden evenings. Poverty became like the enjoyment of liberty in that delightful atmosphere where the happiness of living seemed to be all sufficient. Narcisse told Pierre that at Naples, in the narrow odoriferous streets of the Port and Santa Lucia districts, the people spent virtually their whole lives out of doors, gay, childish, and ignorant, seeking nothing beyond the few pence that were needed to buy food. And it was certainly the climate which fostered the prolonged infancy of the nation, which explained why such a democracy did not awaken to social ambition and consciousness of itself. No doubt the poor of Naples and Rome suffered from want, but they did not know the rancour which cruel winter implants in men's hearts. The dark rancour which one feels on shivering with cold while rich people are warming themselves before blazing fires. They did not know the infuriated reveries in snow-swept hovels, when the guttering dip burns low, the passionate need which then comes upon one to wreak justice, to revolt, as from a sense of duty, in order that one may save wife and children from consumption, in order that they also may have a warm nest where life shall be a possibility. Ah, the want that shivers with the bitter cold, therein lies the excess of social injustice, the most terrible of schools, where the poor learn to realize their sufferings, where they are roused to indignation, and swear to make those sufferings cease, even if in doing so they annihilate all olden society. And in that same clemency of the southern heavens Pierre also found an explanation for the life of St. Francis, that divine mendicant of love who roamed the high roads extolling the charms of poverty. Doubtless he was an unconscious revolutionary, protesting against the overflowing luxury of the Roman court by his return to the love of the humble, the simplicity of the primitive church. But such a revival of innocence and sobriety would never have been possible in a northern land. The enchantment of nature, the frugality of a people whom the sunlight nourished, the benignity of mendicancy, on roads forever warm, were needed to effect it. And yet how was it possible that a St. Francis, glowing with brotherly love, could have appeared in a land which nowadays so seldom practices charity, which treats the lowly so harshly and contemptuously, and cannot even bestow alms on its own Pope? Is it because ancient pride ends by hardening all hearts, or because the experience of very old races leads finally to egotism, that one now beholds Italy seemingly benumbed amidst dogmatic and pompous Catholicism, whilst the return to the ideals of the gospel, the passionate interest in the poor and the suffering, comes from the woeful plains of the north, from the nations whose sunlight is so limited? Yes, doubtless all that has much to do with the change, and the success of St. Francis was in particular due to the circumstance that, after so gaily espousing his lady, Poverty, he was able to lead her, barefooted and scarcely clad, during endless and delightful springtides, among communities whom an ardent need of love and compassion then consumed. While conversing, Pierre and Narcisse had reached the piazza of St. Peter's, and they sat down at one of the little tables skirting the pavement outside the restaurant where they had lunched once before. The linen was none too clean, but the view was splendid. The basilica rose up in front of them, and the Vatican on the right, above the majestic curve of the colonnade. Just as the waiter was bringing the hors d'oeuvre, some finocchio and anchovies, the young priest, who had fixed his eyes on the Vatican, raised an exclamation to attract Narcisse's attention. "Look, my friend, at that window, which I am told is the Holy Father's. Can't you distinguish a pale figure standing there, quite motionless?" The young man began to laugh. "Oh, well," said he, "it must be the Holy Father in person. You are so anxious to see him that your very anxiety conjures him into your presence." "But I assure you," repeated Pierre, "that he is over there behind the window-pane. There is a white figure looking this way." Narcisse, who was very hungry, began to eat whilst still indulging in banter. All at once, however, he exclaimed, "Well, my dear Abbé, as the Pope is looking at us, this is the moment to speak of him. I promised to tell you how he sank several millions of St. Peter's patrimony in the frightful financial crisis of which you had just seen the ruins. And indeed your visit to the new district of the castle fields would not be complete without this story by way of appendix." Thereupon, without losing a mouthful, Narcisse spoke at considerable length. At the death of Pius IX, the patrimony of St. Peter, it seemed, had exceeded 20 millions of francs. Cardinal Antonelli, who speculated, and whose ventures were usually successful, had for a long time left a part of this money with the Rothschilds and a part in the hands of different nuncios, who turned it to profit abroad. After Antonelli's death, however, his successor, Cardinal Simeoni, withdrew the money from the nuncios to invest it at Rome, and Leo XIII, on his accession, entrusted the administration of the patrimony to a commission of cardinals, of which Monsignor Folchi was appointed secretary. This prelate, who for 12 years played such an important role, was the son of an employee of the Dataria, who, thanks to skillful financial operations, had left a fortune of 1,000,000 francs. Monsignor Folchi inherited his father's cleverness, and revealed himself to be a financier of the first rank in such wise that the commission gradually relinquished its powers to him, letting him act exactly as he pleased and contenting itself with approving the reports which he laid before it at each meeting. The patrimony, however, yielded scarcely more than 1,000,000 francs per annum, and as the expenditure amounted to 7 millions, 6 had to be found. Accordingly, from that other source of income, the Peter's pence, the Pope annually gave 3,000,000 francs to Monsignor Folchi, who by skillful speculations and investments was able to double them every year, and thus provide for all disbursements without ever breaking into the capital of the patrimony. In the earlier times he realized considerable profit by gambling in land in and about Rome. He took shares also in many new enterprises, speculated in mills, omnibuses, and water services, without mentioning all the gambling in which he participated with the Banca di Roma, a Catholic institution. Wonderstruck by his skill, the Pope, who, on his own side, had hitherto speculated through the medium of a confidential employee named Sterbini, dismissed the latter, and entrusted Monsignor Folchi with the duty of turning his money to profit in the same way as he turned that of the Holy See. This was the climax of the prelate's favour, the apogee of his power. Bad days were dawning, things were tottering already, and the great collapse was soon to come, sudden and swift like lightning. One of Leo XIII's practices was to lend large sums to the Roman princes who, seized with the gambling frenzy, and mixed up in land and building speculations, were at a loss for money. To guarantee the Pope's advances they deposited shares with him, and thus, when the downfall came, he was left with heaps of worthless paper on his hands. Then another disastrous affair was an attempt to found a house of credit in Paris, in view of working off the shares which could not be disposed of in Italy, among the French aristocracy and religious people. To egg these on, it was said that the Pope was interested in the venture, and the worst was that he dropped 3 millions of francs in it. The situation then became the more critical, as he had gradually risked all the money he disposed of in the terrible agitage going on in Rome, tempted thereto by the prospect of huge profits, and perhaps indulging in the hope that he might win back by money the city which had been torn from him by force. His own responsibility remained complete, for Monsignor Folchi never made an important venture without consulting him, and he must have been therefore the real artisan of the disaster, mastered by his passion for gain, his desire to endow the Church with a huge capital, that great source of power in modern times. As always happens, however, the prelate was the only victim. He had become imperious and difficult to deal with, and was no longer liked by the cardinals of the commission, who were merely called together to approve such transactions as he chose to entrust to them. So, when the crisis came, a plot was laid. The cardinals terrified the Pope by telling him of all the evil rumours which were current, and then forced Monsignor Folchi to render a full account of his speculations. The situation proved to be very bad. It was no longer possible to avoid heavy losses. And so Monsignor Folchi was disgraced, and since then has vainly solicited an audience of Leo XIII, who has always refused to receive him, as if determined to punish him for their common fault, that passion for lucre which blinded them both. Very pious and submissive, however, Monsignor Folchi has never complained, but has kept his secrets and bowed to fate. Nobody can say exactly how many millions the patrimony of St. Peter lost when Rome was changed into a gambling hell, but if some prelates only admit 10, others go as far as 30. The probability is that the loss was about 15 millions. Whilst Narcisse was giving this account, he and Pierre had dispatched their cutlets and tomatoes, and the waiter was now serving them some fried chicken. "At the present time," said Narcisse by way of conclusion, "the gap has been filled up. I told you of the large sums of money yielded by the Peter's Pence Fund, the amount of which is only known by the Pope, who alone fixes its employment. And, by the way, he isn't cured of speculating. I know from a good source that he still gambles, though with more prudence. However, his confidential assistant is still a prelate. And when all is said, my dear Abbe, he is in the right. A man must belong to his times, dash it all." Pierre had listened with growing surprise, in which terror and sadness mingled. Doubtless such things were natural, even legitimate. Yet he, in his dream of a pastor of souls free from all terrestrial cares, had never imagined that they existed. What? The Pope, the spiritual father of the lowly and the suffering, had speculated in land and in stocks and shares. He had gambled, placed funds in the hands of Jew bankers, practised usury, extracted hard interest from money. He, the successor of the Apostle, the pontiff of Christ, the representative of Jesus of the Gospel, that divine friend of the poor. And besides, what a painful contrast! So many millions stored away in those rooms of the Vatican, and so many millions working and fructifying, constantly being diverted from one speculation to another in order that they might yield the more gain. And then down below, near at hand, so much want and misery in those abominable unfinished buildings of the new districts, so many poor folks dying of hunger amidst filth, mothers without milk for their babes, men reduced to idleness by lack of work, old ones at the last gasp like beasts of burden who are poleaxed when they are of no more use. Ah, God of charity, God of love, was it possible? The Church doubtless had material wants. She could not live without money. Prudence and policy had dictated the thought of gaining for her such a treasure as would enable her to fight her adversaries victoriously. But how grievously this wounded one's feelings, how it soiled the Church, how she descended from her divine throne to become nothing but a party, a vast international association organized for the purpose of conquering and possessing the world. And the more Pierre thought of the extraordinary adventure, the greater was his astonishment. Could a more unexpected, startling drama be imagined? That Pope shutting himself up in his palace, a prison, no doubt, but one whose 100 windows overlooked immensity. That Pope who, at all hours of the day and night, in every season, could from his window see his capital, the city which had been stolen from him, and the restitution of which he never ceased to demand. That Pope who, day by day, beheld the changes effected in the city, the opening of new streets, the demolition of ancient districts, the sale of land, and the gradual erection of new buildings which ended by forming a white girdle around the old ruddy roofs. That Pope who, in presence of this daily spectacle, this building frenzy, which he could follow from morn till eve, was himself finally overcome by the gambling passion, and, secluded in his closed chamber, began to speculate on the embellishments of his old capital, seeking wealth in the spurt of work and trade brought about by that very Italian government which he reproached with spoliation. And finally that Pope losing millions in a catastrophe which he ought to have desired, but had been unable to foresee. No, never had dethroned monarch yielded to a stranger idea, compromised himself in a more tragical venture, the result of which fell upon him like divine punishment. And it was no mere king who had done this, but the delegate of God, the man who, in the eyes of idolatrous Christendom, was the living manifestation of the deity. Dessert had now been served, a goat's cheese and some fruit, and Narcisse was just finishing some grapes when, on raising his eyes, he in turn exclaimed, "Well, you are quite right, my dear Abbé, I myself can see a pale figure at the window of the Holy Father's room." Pierre, who scarcely took his eyes from the window, answered slowly, "Yes, yes, it went away, but has just come back, and stands there white and motionless." "Well, after all, what would you have the Pope do?" resumed Narcisse with his languid air. "He's like everybody else. He looks out of the window when he wants a little distraction, and certainly there's plenty for him to look at." The same idea had occurred to Pierre, and was filling him with emotion. People talked of the Vatican being closed, and pictured a dark, gloomy palace, encompassed by high walls, whereas this palace overlooked all Rome, and the Pope from his window could see the world. Pierre himself had viewed the panorama from the summit of the Janiculum, the loggia of Raffaele, and the dome of St. Peter's, and so he well knew what it was that Leo XIII was able to behold. In the centre of the vast desert of the Campagna, bounded by the Sabine and Alban mountains, the 7 illustrious hills appeared to him with their trees and edifices. His eyes ranged also over all the basilicas, Santa Maria Maggiore, San Giovanni in Laterano, the cradle of the papacy, San Paolo fuori le mura, Santa Croce in Gerusalemme, Sant'Agnese, and the others. They beheld, too, the domes of the Gesù, of Sant'Andrea della Valle, San Carlo, and San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, and indeed all those 400 churches of Rome which make the city like a Campo Santo studded with crosses. And Leo XIII could moreover see the famous monuments testifying to the pride of successive centuries. The castle of Sant'Angelo, that imperial mausoleum which was transformed into a papal fortress, the distant white line of the tombs of the Appian Way, the scattered ruins of the baths of Caracalla and the abode of Septimius Severus. And then, after the innumerable columns, porticos and triumphal arches, there were the palaces and villas of the sumptuous cardinals of the Renaissance, the Palazzo Farnese, the Palazzo Borghese, the Villa Medici, and others, amidst a swarming of facades and roofs. But in particular, just under his window on the left, the Pope was able to see the abominations of the unfinished district of the castle fields. In the afternoon, when he strolled through his gardens, bastioned by the wall of the fourth Leo like the plateau of a citadel, his view stretched over the ravaged valley at the foot of Monte Mario, where so many brickworks were established during the building frenzy. The green slopes are still ripped up, yellow trenches intersect them in all directions, and the closed works and factories have become wretched ruins with lofty, black and smokeless chimneys. And at any other hour of the day Leo XIII could not approach his window without beholding the abandoned houses for which all those brickfields had worked, those houses which had died before they even lived, and where there was now naught but the swarming misery of Rome, rotting there like some decomposition of olden society. However, Pierre more particularly thought of Leo XIII forgetting the rest of the city to let his thoughts dwell on the Palatine, now bereft of its crown of palaces and rearing only its black cypresses towards the blue heavens. Doubtless in his mind he rebuilt the palaces of the Caesars, whilst before him rose great shadowy forms arrayed in purple, visions of his real ancestors, those emperors and supreme pontiffs who alone could tell him how one might reign over every nation and be the absolute master of the world. Then, however, his glances strayed to the Quirinal, and there he could contemplate the new and neighbouring royalty. How strange the meeting of those two palaces, the Quirinal and the Vatican, which rise up and gaze at one another across the Rome of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, whose roofs, baked and gilded by the burning sun, are jumbled in confusion alongside the Tiber. When the Pope and the King go to their windows, they can, with a mere opera-glass, see each other quite distinctly. True, they are but specks in the boundless immensity, and what a gulf there is between them! How many centuries of history, how many generations that battled and suffered, how much departed greatness, and how much new seed for the mysterious future! Still, they can see one another, and they are yet waging the eternal fight, the fight as to which of them, the pontiff and shepherd of the soul or the monarch and master of the body, shall possess the people whose stream rolls beneath them, and in the result remain the absolute sovereign. And Pierre wondered also what might be the thoughts and dreams of Leo XIII behind those window panes where he still fancied he could distinguish his pale, ghostly figure. On surveying New Rome, the ravaged olden districts and the new ones laid waste by the blast of disaster, the Pope must certainly rejoice at the colossal failure of the Italian government. His city had been stolen from him. The newcomers had virtually declared that they would show him how a great capital was created, and their boast had ended in that catastrophe. A multitude of hideous and useless buildings which they did not even know how to finish. He, the Pope, could moreover only be delighted with the terrible worries into which the usurping regime had fallen, the political crisis and the financial crisis, the whole growing national unrest amidst which that regime seemed likely to sink some day. And yet did not he himself possess a patriotic soul? Was he not a loving son of that Italy whose genius and ancient ambition coursed in the blood of his veins? Ah! No, nothing against Italy, rather everything that would enable her to become once more the mistress of the world. And so, even amidst the joy of hope, he must have been grieved to see her thus ruined, threatened with bankruptcy, displaying like a sore that overturned, unfinished Rome which was a confession of her impotency. But, on the other hand, if the House of Savoy were to be swept away, would he not be there to take its place, and at last resume possession of his capital, which from his window for 15 years past he had beheld in the grip of masons and demolishers? And then he would again be the master and reign over the world, enthroned in the predestined city to which prophecy has ensured eternity and universal dominion. But the horizon spread out, and Pierre wondered what Leo XIII beheld beyond Rome, beyond the Campagna and the Sabine and Alban mountains. What had he seen for 18 years past from that window whence he obtained his only view of the world? What echoes of modern society, its truths and certainties, had reached his ears? From the heights of the Viminal, where the railway terminus stands, the prolonged whistling of engines must have occasionally been carried towards him, suggesting our scientific civilization, the nations brought nearer together, free humanity marching on towards the future. Did he himself ever dream of liberty when, on turning to the right, he pictured the sea over yonder, past the tombs of the Appian Way? Had he ever desired to go off, quit Rome and her traditions, and found the papacy of the new democracies elsewhere? As he was said to possess so clear and penetrating a mind, he ought to have understood and trembled at the far-away stir and noise that came from certain lands of battle, from those United States of America, for instance, where revolutionary bishops were conquering, winning over the people. Were they working for him or for themselves? If he could not follow them, if he remained stubborn within his Vatican, bound on every side by dogma and tradition, might not rupture some day become unavoidable? And indeed, the fear of a blast of schism coming from afar must have filled him with growing anguish. It was assuredly on that account that he had practised the diplomacy of conciliation, seeking to unite in his hands all the scattered forces of the Church, overlooking the audacious proceedings of certain bishops as far as possible, and himself striving to gain the support of the people by putting himself on its side against the fallen monarchies. But would he ever go any farther? Shut up in that Vatican, behind that bronze portal, was he not bound to the strict formulas of Catholicism, chained to them by the force of centuries? Their obstinacy was fated. It was impossible for him to resign himself to that which was his real and surpassing power, the purely spiritual power, the moral authority which brought mankind to his feet, made thousands of pilgrims kneel and women swoon. Departure from Rome and the renunciation of the temporal power would not displace the centre of the Catholic world, but would transform him, the head of the Catholic Church, into the head of something else. And how anxious must have been his thoughts if the evening breeze ever brought him a vague presentiment of that something else, a fear of the new religion which was yet dimly, confusedly dawning amidst the tramp of the nations on the march, and the sound of which must have reached him at one and the same time from every point of the compass. At this precise moment, however, Pierre felt that the white and motionless shadow behind those window-panes was held erect by pride, by the ever-present conviction of victory. If man could not achieve it, a miracle would intervene. He, the Pope, was absolutely convinced that he or some successor would recover possession of Rome. Had not the Church all eternity before it? And moreover, why should not the victor be himself? Could not God accomplish the impossible? Why, if it so pleased God, on the very morrow his city would be restored to him, in spite of all the objections of human reason, all the apparent logic of facts. Ah, how he would welcome the return of that prodigal daughter whose equivocal adventures he had ever watched with tears bedewing his paternal eyes. He would soon forget the excesses which he had beheld during 18 years at all hours and in all seasons. Perhaps he dreamt of what he would do with those new districts with which the city had been soiled. Should they be razed or left as evidence of the insanity of the usurpers? At all events, Rome would again become the august and lifeless city, disdainful of such vain matters as material cleanliness and comfort, and shining forth upon the world like a pure soul encompassed by the traditional glory of the centuries. And his dream continued, picturing the course which events would take on the very morrow, no doubt. Anything, even a republic, was preferable to that House of Savoy. Why not a federal republic, reviving the old political divisions of Italy, restoring Rome to the Church, and choosing him, the Pope, as the natural protector of the country thus reorganized? But his eyes travelled beyond Rome and Italy, and his dream expanded, embracing republican France, Spain which might become republican again, Austria which would some day be one, and indeed all the Catholic nations welded into the United States of Europe, and fraternizing in peace under his high presidency as sovereign pontiff. And then would follow the supreme triumph, all the other churches at last vanishing, and all the dissident communities coming to him as the one and only pastor, who would reign in the name of Jesus over the universal democracy. However, whilst Pierre was immersed in this dream which he attributed to Leo XIII, he was all at once interrupted by Narcisse, who exclaimed, "Oh, my dear abbé, just look at those statues on the colonnade." The young fellow had ordered a cup of coffee and was languidly smoking a cigar, deep once more in the subtle aesthetics which were his only preoccupation. "They are rosy, are they not?" he continued, rosy, with a touch of mauve, as if the blue blood of angels circulated in their stone veins. It is the sun of Rome which gives them that supra-terrestrial life, for they live, my friend. I have seen them smile and hold out their arms to me during certain fine sunsets. Ah, Rome, marvellous, delicious Rome! One could live here as poor as Job, content with the very atmosphere, and in everlasting delight at breathing it. This time Pierre could not help feeling surprised at Narcisse's language, for he remembered his incisive voice and clear, precise financial acumen when speaking of money matters. And at this recollection the young priest's mind reverted to the castle fields, and intense sadness filled his heart, as for the last time all the want and suffering rose before him. Again he beheld the horrible filth which was tainting so many human beings, that shocking proof of the abominable social injustice which condemns the greater number to lead the joyless, breadless lives of accursed beasts. And as his glance returned yet once more to the window of the Vatican, and he fancied he could see a pale hand uplifted behind the glass panes, he thought of that papal benediction which Leo XIII gave from that height, over Rome, and over the plain and the hills, to the faithful of all Christendom. And that papal benediction suddenly seemed to him a mockery, destitute of all power, since throughout such a multitude of centuries it had not once been able to stay a single one of the sufferings of mankind, and could not even bring a little justice for those poor wretches who were agonizing yonder beneath the very window. End of section 16. Section 17 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 9, Part 1. That evening at dusk, as Benedetta had sent Pierre word that she desired to see him, he went down to her little salon, and there found her chatting with Celia. "I've just seen your Pierina, you know," exclaimed the latter, just as the young priest came in. "And with Dario, too. Or rather, she must have been watching for him. He found her waiting in a path on the Pincio, and smiled at her. I understood at once. What a beauty she is!" Benedetta smiled at her friend's enthusiasm, but her lips twitched somewhat painfully, for however sensible she might be, this passion, which she realized to be so naive and so strong, was beginning to make her suffer. She certainly made allowances for Dario, but the girl was too much in love with him, and she feared the consequences. Even in turning the conversation she allowed the secret of her heart to escape her. "Pray sit down, Monsieur l'Abbé," she said. "We are talking scandal, you see. My poor Dario is accused of making love to every pretty woman in Rome. People say that it's he who gives Latonietta those white roses which she has been exhibiting at the Corso every afternoon for a fortnight past." "That's certain, my dear," retorted Celia impetuously. "At first people were in doubt, and talked of little Pontecorvo and Lieutenant Moretta, but everyone now knows that Latornietta's caprice is Dario. Besides, he joined her in her box at the Costanzi the other evening." Pierre remembered that the young prince had pointed out Latonietta at the Pincio one afternoon. She was one of the few demi-mondaines that the higher class society of Rome took an interest in. For a month or so the rich Englishman to whom she owned her means had been absent, travelling. "Ah," resumed Benedetta, whose budding jealousy was entirely confined to La Pierina, "so my poor Dario is ruining himself in white roses. Well, I shall have to twit him about it. But one or another of these beauties will end by robbing me of him if our affairs are not soon settled. Fortunately, I have had some better news. Yes, my suit is to be taken in hand again, and my aunt has gone out today on that very account." Then, as Victorine came in with a lamp, and Celia rose to depart, Benedetta turned towards Pierre, who also was rising from his chair. "Please stay," said she. "I wish to speak to you." However, Celia still lingered, interested by the mention of the divorce suit, and eager to know if the cousins would soon be able to marry. And at last, throwing her arms round Benedetta, she kissed her passionately. "So you are hopeful, my dear," she exclaimed. "You think that the Holy Father will give you back your liberty? Oh, I am so pleased. It will be so nice for you to marry Dario. And I'm well pleased on my own account, for my father and mother are beginning to yield. Only yesterday I said to them with that quiet little air of mine, 'I want Attilio, and you must give him me.' And then my father flew into a furious passion and upbraided me, and shook his fist at me, saying that if he'd made my head as hard as his own he would know how to break it. My mother was there, quite silent and vexed, and all at once he turned to her and said, 'Here, give her that artiglio she wants, and then perhaps we shall have some peace.' Oh yes, I'm well pleased, very well pleased indeed." As she spoke, her pure virginal face beamed with so much innocent, celestial joy that Pierre and Benedetta could not help laughing. And at last she went off attended by a maid who had waited for her in the first salon. When they were alone, Benedetta made the priest sit down again. "I have been asked to give you some important advice, my friend," she said. "It seems that the news of your presence in Rome is spreading, and that bad reports of you are circulated. Your book is said to be a fierce appeal to schism, and you are spoken of as a mere ambitious, turbulent schismatic. After publishing your book in Paris, you have come to Rome, it is said, to raise a fearful scandal over it in order to make it sell. Now, if you still desire to see His Holiness, so as to plead your cause before him, you are advised to make people forget you, to disappear altogether for a fortnight or 3 weeks." Pierre was stupefied. Why, they would end by maddening him with all the obstacles they raised to exhaust his patience. They would actually implant in him an idea of schism, of an avenging, liberating scandal. He wished to protest and to refuse the advice, but all at once he made a gesture of weariness. What would be the good of it, especially with that young woman who was certainly sincere and affectionate? "Who asked you to give me this advice?" he inquired. She did not answer, but smiled, and with sudden intuition he resumed, "It was Monsignor Nani, was it not?" Thereupon, still unwilling to give a direct reply, she began to praise the prelate. He had at last consented to guide her in her divorce affair, and Donna Serafina had gone to the Palace of the Inquisition that very afternoon in order to acquaint him with the result of certain steps she had taken. Father Lorenza, the confessor of both the Boccanera ladies, was to be present for the interview, for the idea of the divorce was in reality his own. He had urged the two women to it in his eagerness to sever the bond which the patriotic priest Pisoni had tied full of such fine illusions. Benedetta became quite animated as she explained the reasons of her hopefulness. "Monsignor Nani can do everything," she said, "and I am very happy that my affair should be in his hands. You must be reasonable also, my friend. Do as you are requested. I am sure you will some day be well pleased at having taken this advice." Pierre had bowed his head and remained thoughtful. There was nothing unpleasant in the idea of remaining for a few more weeks in Rome, where day by day his curiosity found so much fresh food. Of course, all these delays were calculated to discourage him and bend his will. Yet what did he fear, since he was still determined to relinquish nothing of his book, and to see the Holy Father for the sole purpose of proclaiming his new faith? Once more, in silence, he took that oath, then yielded to Benedetta's entreaties. And as he apologized for being a source of embarrassment in the house, she exclaimed, "No, no, I am delighted to have you here. I fancy that your presence will bring us good fortune now that luck seems to be changing in our favour." It was then agreed that he would no longer prowl around St. Peter's and the Vatican, where his constant presence must have attracted attention. He even promised that he would virtually spend a week indoors, desirous as he was of reperusing certain books, certain pages of Rome's history. Then he went on chatting for a moment, lulled by the peacefulness which reigned around him, since the lamp had illumined the salon with its sleepy radiance. 6 o'clock had just struck, and outside all was dark. "Wasn't His Eminence indisposed today?" the young man asked. "Yes," replied the Contessina, "but we are not anxious. It is only a little fatigue. He sent Don Vigilio to tell me that he intended to shut himself up in his room and dictate some letters. So there can be nothing much the matter, you see." Silence fell again. For a while not a sound came from the deserted street or the old empty mansion, mute and dreamy like a tomb. But all at once the soft somnolence, instinct with all the sweetness of a dream of hope, was disturbed by a tempestuous entry, a whirl of skirts, a gasp of terror. It was Victorine, who had gone off after bringing the lamp, but now returned, scared and breathless. "Contessina! Contessina!" Benedetta had risen, suddenly quite white and cold, as at the advent of a blast of misfortune. What is it? Why do you run and tremble?" she asked. "Dario, Monsieur Dario, down below. I went down to see if the lantern in the porch were alight, as it is so often forgotten, and in the dark, in the porch, I stumbled against Monsieur Dario. He is on the ground. He has a knife thrust somewhere." A cry leapt from the Amorosa's heart. "Dead!" "No, no, wounded." But Benedetta did not hear. In a louder and louder voice she cried, "Dead! Dead!" "No, no, I tell you, he spoke to me. And for heaven's sake be quiet. He silenced me because he did not want anyone to know. He told me to come and fetch you, only you. However, as Monsieur l'Abbé is here, he had better help us. We shall be none too many." Pierre listened, also quite aghast. And when Victorine wished to take the lamp, her trembling hand, with which she had no doubt felt the prostrate body, was seen to be quite bloody. The sight filled Benedetta with so much horror that she again began to moan wildly. Be quiet," repeated Victorine. "We ought not to make any noise in going down. I shall take the lamp, because we must at all events be able to see. Now, quick, quick!" Across the porch, just at the entrance of the vestibule, Dario lay prone upon the slabs, as if, after being stabbed in the street, he had only had sufficient strength to take a few steps before falling. And he had just fainted, and lay there with his face very pale, his lips compressed, and his eyes closed. Benedetta, recovering the energy of her race amidst her excessive grief, no longer lamented or cried out, but gazed at him with wild, tearless, dilated eyes, as though unable to understand. The horror of it all was the suddenness and mysteriousness of the catastrophe, the why and wherefore of this murderous attempt amidst the silence of the old deserted palace, black with the shades of night. The wound had as yet bled but little, for only the prince's clothes were stained. "Quick, quick!" repeated Victorine in an undertone after lowering the lamp and moving it around. "The porter isn't there. He's always at the carpenter's next door. And you see that he hasn't yet lighted the lantern. Still he may come back at any moment. So the abbé and I will carry the prince into his room at once." She alone retained her head like a woman of well-balanced mind and quiet activity. The two others, whose stupor continued, listened to her and obeyed her with the docility of children. "Contessina," she continued, "you must light us. Here, take the lamp and lower it a little so that we may see the steps. You, abbé, take the feet. I'll take hold of him under the armpits. And don't be alarmed. The poor dear fellow isn't heavy." Ah, that ascent of the monumental staircase with its low steps and its landings as spacious as guard-rooms. They facilitated the cruel journey, but how lugubrious looked the little cortege under the flickering glimmer of the lamp which Benedetta held with arm outstretched, stiffened by determination. And still not a sound came from the old lifeless dwelling, nothing but the silent crumbling of the walls, the slow decay which was making the ceilings crack. Victorine continued to whisper words of advice, whilst Pierre, afraid of slipping on the shiny slabs, put forth an excess of strength which made his breath come short. Huge wild shadows danced over the big expanse of bare wall up to the very vaults decorated with sunken panels. So endless seemed the ascent that at last a halt became necessary, but the slow march was soon resumed. Fortunately Dario's apartments, bedchamber, dressing-room and sitting-room, were on the first floor adjoining those of the cardinal in the wing facing the Tiber, so on reaching the landing they only had to walk softly along the corridor and at last, to their great relief, laid the wounded man upon his bed. Victorine vented her satisfaction in a light laugh. "That's done," said she. "Put the lamp on that table, Contessina. I'm sure nobody heard us. It's lucky that Donna Serafina should have gone out, and that His Eminence should have shut himself up with Don Vigilio. I wrapped my skirt round Monsieur Dario's shoulders, you know, so I don't think any blood fell on the stairs. By and by, too, I'll go down with a sponge and wipe the slabs in the porch." She stopped short, looked at Dario, and then quickly added, "He's breathing. Now I'll leave you both to watch over him while I go for good Dr. Giordano, who saw you come into the world, Contessina. He's a man to be trusted." Alone with the unconscious sufferer in that dim chamber, which seemed to quiver with the frightful horror that filled their hearts, Benedetta and Pierre remained on either side of the bed, as yet unable to exchange a word. The young woman first opened her arms and wrung her hands whilst giving vent to a hollow moan, as if to relieve and exhale her grief. And then, leaning forward, she watched for some sign of life on that pale face whose eyes were closed. Dario was certainly breathing, but his respiration was slow and very faint, and some time went by before a touch of colour returned to his cheeks. At last, however, he opened his eyes, and then she at once took hold of his hand and pressed it, instilling into the pressure all the anguish of her heart. Great was her happiness on feeling that he feebly returned the clasp. "Tell me," she said, "you can see me and hear me, can't you? What has happened, good God?" He did not at first answer, being worried by the presence of Pierre. On recognizing the young priest, however, he seemed content that he should be there, and then glanced apprehensively round the room to see if there were anybody else. And at last he murmured, "No one saw me. No one knows." "No, no, be easy. We carried you up with Victorine without meeting a soul. Aunt has just gone out. Uncle is shut up in his rooms." At this Dario seemed relieved, and he even smiled. "I don't want anybody to know. It is so stupid," he murmured. "But in God's name, what has happened?" she again asked him. I don't know," was his response as he lowered his eyelids with a weary air, as if to escape the question. But he must have realized that it was best for him to confess some portion of the truth at once, for he resumed, "A man was hidden in the shadow of the porch. He must have been waiting for me. And so when I came in he dug his knife into my shoulder, there." Forthwith she again leant over him, quivering and gazing into the depths of his eyes. "But who was the man? Who was he?" she asked. Then as he, in a yet more weary way, began to stammer that he didn't know, that the man had fled into the darkness before he could recognize him, she raised a terrible cry. "It was Prada! It was Prada! Confess it, I know it already." And quite delirious, she went on, "I tell you that I know it. I would not be his, and he is determined that we shall never belong to one another. Rather than have that, he will kill you on the day when I am free to be your wife. Oh, I know him well. I shall never, never be happy. Yes, I know it well. It was Prada, Prada." But sudden energy upbuoyed the wounded man, and he loyally protested, "No, no, it was not Prada, nor was it anyone working for him. That I swear to you. I did not recognize the man, but it wasn't Prada. No, no." There was such a ring of truth in Dario's words that Benedetta must have been convinced by them. But terror once more overpowered her, for the hand she held was suddenly growing soft, moist, and powerless. Exhausted by his effort, Dario had fallen back, again fainting, his face quite white and his eyes closed. And it seemed to her that he was dying. Distracted by her anguish, she felt him with trembling, groping hands. Look, Monsieur Abbé," she exclaimed. "But he is dying, he is dying. He is already quite cold. Ah, God of heaven, he is dying." Pierre, terribly upset by her cries, sought to reassure her, saying, "He spoke too much, he has lost consciousness, as he did before. But I assure you that I can feel his heart beating. Here, put your hand here, Contessina. For mercy's sake, don't distress yourself like that. The doctor will soon be here, and everything will be all right." But she did not listen to him, and all at once he was lost in amazement, for she flung herself upon the body of the man she adored, caught it in a frantic embrace, bathed it with tears and covered it with kisses, whilst stammering words of fire. "Ah, if I were to lose you, if I were to lose you! And to think that I repulsed you, that I would not accept happiness when it was yet possible. Yes, that idea of mine, that vow I made to the Madonna. Yet how could she be offended by our happiness? And then, if she has deceived me, if she takes you from me, then I can have but one regret, that I did not damn myself with you. Yes, yes, damnation rather than that we should never, never be each other's." Was this the woman who had shown herself so calm, so sensible, so patient, the better to ensure her happiness? Pierre was terrified and no longer recognized her. He had hitherto seen her so reserved, so modest, with a childish charm that seemed to come from her very nature. But under the threatening blow she feared, the terrible blood of the Bocaneras had awoken within her with a long heredity of violence, pride, frantic and exasperated longings. She wished for her share of life, her share of love. And she moaned and she clamoured, as if death, in taking her lover from her, were tearing away some of her own flesh. "Calm yourself, I entreat you, madame," repeated the priest. "He is alive, his heart beats. You are doing yourself great harm." But she wished to die with her lover. "Oh, my darling, if you must go, take me with you. I will lay myself on your heart, I will clasp you so tightly with my arms that they shall be joined to yours, and then we must needs be buried together. Yes, yes, we shall be dead, and we shall be wedded all the same, wedded in death. I promised that I would belong to none but you, and I will be yours in spite of everything, even in the grave. Oh, my darling, open your eyes, open your mouth, kiss me if you don't want me to die as soon as you are dead." A blaze of wild passion, full of blood and fire, had passed through that mournful chamber with old sleepy walls. but tears were now overcoming Benedetta, and big gasping sobs at last threw her, blinded and strengthless, on the edge of the bed. Unfortunately an end was put to the terrible scene by the arrival of the doctor whom Victorine had fetched. Dr. Giordano was a little old man of over 60, with white curly hair and fresh-looking, clean-shaven countenance. By long practice among churchmen he had acquired the paternal appearance and manner of an amiable prelate. And he was said to be a very worthy man, tending the poor for nothing, and displaying ecclesiastical reserve and discretion in all delicate cases. For 30 years past the whole Boccanera family, children, women, and even the most eminent cardinal himself, had in all cases of sickness been placed in the hands of this prudent practitioner. Lighted by Victorine and helped by Pierre, he undressed Dario, who was roused from his swoon by pain, and after examining the wound he declared with a smile that it was not at all dangerous. The young prince would at the utmost have to spend 3 weeks in bed, and no complications were to be feared. Then, like all the doctors of Rome, enamoured of the fine thrusts and cuts which day by day they have to dress among chance patients of the lower classes, he complacently lingered over the wound, doubtless regarding it as a clever piece of work, for he ended by saying to the prince in an undertone, "That's what we call a warning. The man didn't want to kill, the blow was dealt downwards so that the knife might slip through the flesh without touching the bone. Ah, a man really needs to be skillful to deal such a stab. It was very neatly done." "Yes, yes," murmured Dario, "he spared me. Had he chosen, he could have pierced me through." Benedetta did not hear. Since the doctor had declared the case to be free from danger, and had explained that the fainting fits were due to nervous shock, she had fallen in a chair, quite prostrated. Gradually, however, some gentle tears coursed from her eyes, bringing relief after her frightful despair, and then, rising to her feet, she came and kissed Dario with mute and passionate delight. "I say, my dear doctor," resumed the prince, "it's useless for people to know of this. It's so ridiculous. Nobody has seen anything, it seems, excepting Monsieur l'Abbé, whom I asked to keep the matter secret. And in particular I don't want anybody to alarm the cardinal or my aunt, or indeed any of our friends." Dr. Giordano indulged in one of his placid smiles. "Very good," said he, "that's natural. Don't worry yourself. We will say that you have had a fall on the stairs and have dislocated your shoulder. And now that the wound is dressed, you must try to sleep, and don't get feverish. I will come back tomorrow morning." That evening of excitement was followed by some very tranquil days, and a new life began for Pierre, who at first remained indoors, reading and writing, with no other recreation than that of spending his afternoons in Dario's room, where he was certain to find Benedetta. After a somewhat intense fever lasting for 48 hours, cure took its usual course, and the story of the dislocated shoulder was so generally believed that the cardinal insisted on Donna Serafina departing from her habits of strict economy, to have a second lantern lighted on the landing in order that no such accident might occur again. And then the monotonous peacefulness was only disturbed by a final incident, a threat of trouble, as it were, with which Pierre found himself mixed up one evening when he was lingering beside the convalescent patient. Benedetta had absented herself for a few minutes, and as Victorine, who had brought up some broth, was leaning towards the prince to take the empty cup from him, she said in a low voice, "There's a girl, monsieur, La Pierina, who comes here every day, crying and asking for news of you. I can't get rid of her, she's always prowling about the place, so I thought it best to tell you of it." Unintentionally, Pierre heard her and understood everything. Dario, who was looking at him, at once guessed his thoughts, and without answering Victorine, exclaimed, "Yes, Abbé, it was that brute Tito. How idiotic, eh?" At the same time, although the young man protested that he had done nothing whatever for the girl's brother to give him such a warning, he smiled in an embarrassed way, as if vexed and even somewhat ashamed of being mixed up in an affair of the kind. And he was evidently relieved when the priest promised that he would see the girl, should she come back, and make her understand that she ought to remain at home. "It was such a stupid affair," the prince repeated with an exaggerated show of anger. "Such things are not of our times." But all at once he ceased speaking, for Benedetta entered the room. She sat down again beside her dear patient, and the sweet, peaceful evening then took its course in the old sleepy chamber, the old lifeless palace, whence never a sound arose. When Pierre began to go out again, he at first merely took a brief airing in the district. The Via Giulia interested him, for he knew how splendid it had been in the time of Julius II, who had dreamt of lining it with sumptuous palaces. Horse and foot races then took place there during the carnival, the Palazzo Farnese being the starting point and the Piazza of St. Peter's the goal. Pierre had also lately read that a French ambassador, d'Estrées, Marquis de Courret, had resided at the Palazzo Sacchetti, and in 1638 had given some magnificent entertainments in honour of the birth of the Dauphin, when on 3 successive days they had been racing from the Ponte Sisto to San Giovanni dei Fiorentini amidst an extraordinary display of sumptuosity, the street being strewn with flowers and rich hangings adorning every window. On the second evening there had been fireworks on the Tiber, with a machine representing the ship Argo carrying Jason and his companions to the recovery of the Golden Fleece, and on another occasion the Farnese fountain, the Mascherone, had flowed with wine. Nowadays, however, all was changed. The street, bright with sunshine or steeped in shadow according to the hour, was ever silent and deserted. The heavy, ancient palatial houses, their old doors studded with plates and nails, their windows barred with huge iron gratings, always seemed to be asleep, whole stories showing nothing but closed shutters as if to keep out the daylight for evermore. Now and again, when a door was opened, you espied deep vaults, damp, cold courts, green with mildew, and encompassed by colonnades like cloisters. Then, in the outbuildings of the mansions, the low structures which had collected more particularly on the side of the Tiber, various small silent shops had installed themselves. There was a baker's, a tailor's and a bookbinder's, some fruiterers' shops with a few tomatoes and salad plants set out on boards, and some wine shops which claimed to sell the vintages of Frascati and Genzano, but whose customers seemed to be dead. Midway along the street was a modern prison, whose horrid yellow wall in no wise enlivened the scene, whilst overhead a flight of telegraph wires stretched from the arcades of the Farnese Palace to the distant vista of trees beyond the river. With its infrequent traffic, the street, even in the daytime, was like some sepulchral corridor where the past was crumbling into dust, and when night fell its desolation quite appalled Pierre. You did not meet a soul, you did not see a light in any window, and the glimmering gas lamps, few and far between, seemed powerless to pierce the gloom. On either hand the doors were barred and bolted, and not a sound, not a breath came from within. Even when, after a long interval, you passed a lighted wine-shop, behind whose panes of frosted glass a lamp gleamed dim and motionless, not an exclamation, not a suspicion of a laugh ever reached your ear. There was nothing alive save the 2 sentries placed outside the prison, one before the entrance and the other at the corner of the right-hand lane, and they remained erect and still, coagulated as it were in that dead street. Pierre's interest, however, was not merely confined to the Via Giulia. It extended to the whole district, once so fine and fashionable, but now fallen into sad decay, far removed from modern life, and exhaling a faint musty odour of monasticism. Towards San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, where the new Corso Vittorio Emanuele had ripped up every olden district, the lofty 5-storied houses with their dazzling sculptured fronts contrasted violently with the black sunken dwellings of the neighbouring lanes. In the evening the globes of the electric lamps on the Corso shone out with such dazzling whiteness that the gas lamps of the Via Giulia and other streets looked like smoky lanterns. There were several old and famous thoroughfares, the Via Banchi Vecchi, the Via del Pellegrino, the Via di Monserrato, and an infinity of cross-streets which intersected and connected the others, all going towards the Tiber, and for the most part so narrow that vehicles scarcely had room to pass. And each street had its church, a multitude of churches all more or less alike, highly decorated, gilded and painted, and open only at service time when they were full of sunlight and incense. In the Via Giulia, in addition to San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, San Biagio della Pagnotta, San Eligio degli Orefici, and 3 or 4 others, there was the so-called Church of the Dead, Santa Maria dell'Orazione, and this church, which is at the lower end and behind the Farnese Palace, was often visited by Pierre, who liked to dream there of the wild life of Rome, and of the pious brothers of the Confraternita della Morte, who officiate there, and whose mission is to search for and bury such poor outcasts as die in the Campagna. One evening he was present at the funeral of 2 unknown men, whose bodies, after remaining unburied for quite a fortnight, had been discovered in a field near the Appian Way. However, Pierre's favourite promenade soon became the new quay of the Tiber beyond the Palazzo Boccanera. He had merely to take the narrow lane skirting the mansion to reach a spot where he found much food for reflection. Although the quay was not yet finished, the work seemed to be quite abandoned. There were heaps of rubbish, blocks of stone, broken fences, and dilapidated tool sheds all around. To such a height had it been necessary to carry the quay walls, designed to protect the city from floods, for the river bed had been rising for centuries past, that the old terrace of the Boccanera Gardens, with its double flight of steps to which pleasure boats had once been moored, now lay in a hollow, threatened with annihilation whenever the works should be finished. But nothing had yet been levelled. The soil, brought thither for making up the bank, lay as it had fallen from the carts, and on all sides were pits and mounds interspersed with the abandoned building materials. Wretched urchins came to play there, workmen without work slept in the sunshine, and women, after washing ragged linen, spread it out to dry upon the stones. Nevertheless, the spot proved a happy, peaceful refuge for Pierre, one fruitful in inexhaustible reveries, when for hours at a time he lingered gazing at the river, the quays, and the city, stretching in front of him and on either hand. At 8 in the morning the sun already gilded the vast opening. On turning to the left he perceived the roofs of the Trastevere, of a misty bluish grey against the dazzling sky. Then, just beyond the apse of San Giovanni, on the right, the river curved, and on its other bank the poplars of the Ospedale di Santo Spirito formed a green curtain, while the castle of Sant'Angelo showed brightly in the distance. But Pierre's eyes dwelt more particularly on the bank just in front of him, for there he found some lingering vestiges of old Rome. On that side indeed, between the Ponte Sisto and the Ponte Sant'Angelo, the quays, which were to imprison the river within high, white, fortress-like walls, had not yet been raised, and the bank with its remnants of the old papal city conjured up an extraordinary vision of the Middle Ages. The houses, descending to the river brink, were cracked, scorched, rusted by innumerable burning summers, like so many antique bronzes. Down below there were black vaults into which the water flowed, piles upholding walls, and fragments of Roman stonework plunging into the river bed. Then, rising from the shore, came steep, broken stairways, green with moisture, tiers of terraces, stories with tiny windows pierced here and there in haphazard fashion, houses perched atop of other houses, and the whole jumbled together with a fantastic commingling of balconies and wooden galleries, footbridges spanning courtyards, clumps of trees growing apparently on the very roofs, and attics rising from amidst pinky tiles. The contents of a drain fell noisily into the river from a worn and soiled gorge of stone, and wherever the houses stood back and the bank appeared it was covered with wild vegetation, weeds, shrubs, and mantling ivy, which trailed like a kingly robe of state. And in the glory of the sun the wretchedness and dirt vanished. The crooked, jumbled houses seemed to be of gold, draped with the purple of the red petticoats and the dazzling white of the shifts which hung drying from their windows. While higher still, above the district, the Janiculum rose into all the luminaries' dazzlement, uprearing the slender profile of Sant' Onofrio amidst cypresses and pines. Leaning on the parapet of the quay wall, Pierre sadly gazed at the Tiber for hours at a time. Nothing could convey an idea of the weariness of those old waters, the mournful slowness of their flow along that Babylonian trench where they were confined within huge, bare, livid, prison-like walls. In the sunlight their yellowness was gilded, and the faint quiver of the current brought ripples of green and blue. But as soon as the shade spread over it the stream became opaque like mud, so turbid in its venerable old age that it no longer even gave back a reflection of the houses lining it. And how desolate was its abandonment, what a stream of silence and solitude it was! After the winter rains it might roll furiously and threateningly, but during the long months of bright weather it traversed Rome without a sound, and Pierre could remain there all day long without seeing either a skiff or a sail. The 2 or 3 little steamboats which arrived from the coast, the few tartans which brought wine from Sicily, never came higher than the Aventine, beyond which there was only a watery desert in which here and there at long intervals a motionless angler let his line dangle. All that Pierre ever saw in the way of shipping was a sort of ancient, covered pinnace, a rotting Noah's Ark, moored on the right beside the old bank, and he fancied that it might be used as a wash-house, though on no occasion did he see anyone in it. And on a neck of mud there also lay a stranded boat with one side broken in, a lamentable symbol of the impossibility in the relinquishment of navigation. Ah, that decay of the river, that decay of Father Tiber, as dead as the famous ruins whose dust he is weary of laving. And what an evocation! All the centuries of history, so many things, so many men, that those yellow waters have reflected till, full of lassitude and disgust, they have grown heavy, silent and deserted, longing only for annihilation. One morning on the river bank Pierre found La Pierrina standing behind an abandoned tool-shed. With her neck extended, she was looking fixedly at the window of Dario's room, at the corner of the quay and the lane. Doubtless she had been frightened by Victorine's severe reception, and had not dared to return to the mansion. But some servant, possibly, had told her which was the young prince's window, and so she now came to this spot, where without wearying she waited for a glimpse of the man she loved, for some sign of life and salvation, the mere hope of which made her heart leap. Deeply touched by the way in which she hid herself, all humility and quivering with adoration, the priest approached her, and instead of scolding her and driving her away, as he had been asked to do, spoke to her in a gentle, cheerful manner, asking her for news of her people as though nothing had happened, and at last contriving to mention Dario's name in order that she might understand that he would be up and about again within a fortnight. On perceiving Pierre, La Pierrina had started with timidity and distrust as if anxious to flee. But when she understood him, tears of happiness gushed from her eyes, and with a bright smile she kissed her hand to him, calling, "Grazie, grazie, thanks, thanks." And thereupon she darted away, and he never saw her again. On another morning, at an early hour, as Pierre was going to say Mass at Santa Brigida on the Piazza Farnese, he was surprised to see Benedetta coming out of the church and carrying a small phial of oil. She evinced no embarrassment, but frankly told him that every 2 or 3 days she went thither to obtain from the beadle a few drops of the oil used for the lamp that burnt before an antique wooden statue of the Madonna, in which she had perfect confidence. She even confessed that she had never had confidence in any other Madonna, having never obtained anything from any other, though she had prayed to several of high repute, Madonnas of marble and even of silver. And so her heart was full of ardent devotion for the holy image which refused her nothing. And she declared in all simplicity, as though the matter were quite natural and above discussion, that the few drops of oil which she applied, morning and evening, to Dario's wound, were alone working his cure, so speedy a cure as to be quite miraculous. Pierre, fairly aghast, distressed indeed to find such childish, superstitious notions in one so full of sense and grace and passion, did not even venture to smile. In the evenings, when he came back from his strolls and spent an hour or so in Dario's room, he would for a time divert the patient by relating what he had done and seen and thought of during the day. And when he again ventured to stray beyond the district and became enamoured of the lovely gardens of Rome, which he visited as soon as they opened in the morning in order that he might be virtually alone, he delighted the young prince and Benedetta with his enthusiasm, his rapturous passion for the splendid trees, the plashing water, and the spreading terraces whence the views were so sublime. It was not the most extensive of these gardens which the more deeply impressed his heart. In the grounds of the Villa Borghese, the little Roman Bois de Boulogne, there were certainly some majestic clumps of greenery, some regal avenues where carriages took a turn in the afternoon before the obligatory drive to the Pincio. But Pierre was more touched by the reserved garden of the villa, that villa dazzling with marble and now containing one of the finest museums in the world. There was a simple lawn of fine grass with a vast central basin surmounted by a figure of Venus, nude and white, and antique fragments, vases, statues, columns, and sarcophagi were ranged symmetrically all around the deserted, sunlit, yet melancholy sward. On returning on one occasion to the Pincio, Pierre spent a delightful morning there, penetrated by the charm of this little nook with its scanty evergreens, and its admirable vista of all Rome and St. Peter's rising up afar off in the soft limpid radiance. At the Villa Albani and the Villa Pamphili he again came upon superb parasol pines, tall, stately and graceful, and powerful elm trees with twisted limbs and dusky foliage. In the Pamphili grounds, the elm trees steeped the paths in a delicious half-light. The lake with its weeping willows and tufts of reeds had a dreamy aspect, while down below the parterre displayed a fantastic floral mosaic, bright with the various hues of flowers and foliage. That which most particularly struck Pierre, however, in this, the noblest, most spacious, and most carefully tended garden of Rome, was the novel and unexpected view that he suddenly obtained of St. Peter's whilst skirting a low wall. A view whose symbolism forever clung to him. Rome had completely vanished, and between the slopes of Monte Mario and another wooded height which hid the city, there only appeared the colossal dome which seemed to be poised on an infinity of scattered blocks, now white, now red. These were the houses of the Borgo, the jumbled piles of the Vatican and the Basilica which the huge dome surmounted and annihilated, showing greyly blue in the light blue of the heavens, whilst far away stretched a delicate, boundless vista of the Campagna, likewise of a bluish tint. It was, however, more particularly in the less sumptuous gardens, those of a more homely grace, that Pierre realized that even things have souls. Ah, that Villa Mattei on one side of the Chelius, with its terraced grounds, its sloping alleys edged with laurel, aloe, and spindle-tree, its box plants forming arbours, its oranges, its roses, and its fountains. Pierre spent some delicious hours there, and only found a similar charm on visiting the Aventine, where 3 churches are embowered in verdure. The little garden of Santa Sabina, the birthplace of the Dominican order, is closed on all sides and affords no view. It slumbers in quiescence, warm and perfumed by its orange trees, amongst which that planted by St. Dominic stands huge and gnarled, but still laden with ripe fruit. At the adjoining Priorato, however, the garden, perched high above the Tiber, overlooks a vast expanse, with the river and the buildings on either bank as far as the summit of the Janiculum. And in these gardens of Rome Pierre ever found the same clipped box shrubs, the same eucalypti, with white trunks and pale leaves long like hair, the same ilex trees, squat and dusky, the same giant pines, the same black cypresses, the same marbles whitening amidst tufts of roses, and the same fountains gurgling under mantling ivy. Never did he enjoy more gentle, sorrow-tinged delight than at the villa of Pope Julius, where all the life of a gay and sensual period is suggested by the semicircular porticus opening on the gardens, a porticus decorated with paintings, golden trellis work laden with flowers, amidst which flutter flights of smiling cupids. Then, on the evening when he returned from the Farnesina, he declared that he had brought all the dead soul of ancient Rome away with him. And it was not the paintings executed after Raphael's designs that had touched him, it was rather the pretty hall on the riverside decorated in soft blue and pink and lilac, with an art devoid of genius, yet so charming and so Roman. And in particular it was the abandoned garden once stretching down to the Tiber and now shut off from it by the new quay, and presenting an aspect of woeful desolation, ravaged, bossy and weedy like a cemetery, albeit the golden fruit of orange and citron trees still ripened there. And for the last time a shock came to Pierre's heart on the lovely evening when he visited the Villa Medici. There he was on French soil, and again what a marvellous garden he found with box plants and pines and avenues full of magnificence and charm. What a refuge for antique reverie was that wood of ilex trees, so old and so sombre, where the sun in declining cast fiery gleams of red gold amidst the sheeny bronze of the foliage. You ascend by endless steps, and from the crowning Belvedere on high, you embrace all Rome at a glance, as though by opening your arms you could seize it in its entirety. From the villa's dining room, decorated with portraits of all the artists who have successively sojourned there, and from the spacious, peaceful library one beholds the same splendid, broad, all-conquering panorama, a panorama of unlimited ambition, whose infinite ought to set in the hearts of the young men dwelling there a determination to subjugate the world. Pierre, who came thither opposed to the principle of the Prix de Rome, that traditional uniform education so dangerous for originality, was for a moment charmed by the warm peacefulness, the limpid solitude of the garden, and the sublime horizon where the wings of genius seemed to flutter. Ah, how delightful to be only 20 and to live for 3 years amidst such infinite sweetness, encompassed by the finest works of man! To say to oneself that one is as yet too young to produce, and to reflect and seek and learn how to enjoy, suffer and love. But Pierre afterwards reflected that this was not a fit task for youth, and that to appreciate the divine enjoyment of such a retreat, all art and blue sky, ripe age was needed, age with victories already gained and weariness following upon the accomplishment of work. He chatted with some of the young pensioners, and remarked that if those who were inclined to dreaminess and contemplation, like those who could merely claim mediocrity, accommodated themselves to this life cloistered in the art of the past, on the other hand, artists of active bent and personal temperament pined with impatience, their eyes ever turned towards Paris, their souls eager to plunge into the furnace of battle and production. All those gardens of which Pierre spoke to Dario and Benedetta with so much rapture awoke within them the memory of the garden of the Villa Montefiore, now a waste, but once so green, planted with the finest orange trees of Rome, a grove of centenarian orange trees where they had learnt to love one another. And the memory of their early love brought thoughts of their present situation and their future prospects. To these the conversation always reverted, and evening after evening Pierre witnessed their delight, and heard them talk of coming happiness like lovers transported to the seventh heaven. The suit for the dissolution of Benedetta's marriage was now assuming a more and more favourable aspect. Guided by a powerful hand, Donna Serafina was apparently acting very vigorously, for almost every day she had some further good news to report. She was indeed anxious to finish the affair both for the continuity and for the honour of the name, for on the one hand Dario refused to marry anyone but his cousin, and on the other this marriage would explain everything and put an end to an intolerable situation. The scandalous rumours which circulated both in the white and the black world quite incensed her, and a victory was the more necessary as Leo XIII, already so aged, might be snatched away at any moment, and in the conclave which would follow she desired that her brother's name should shine forth with untarnished sovereign radiance. Never had the secret ambition of her life, the hope that her race might give a third pope to the Church, filled her with so much passion. It was as if she therein sought a consolation for the harsh abandonment of Advocate Morano. Invariably clad in sombre garb, ever active and slim, so tightly laced that from behind one might have taken her for a young girl, she was, so to say, the black soul of that old palace. And Pierre, who met her everywhere, prowling and inspecting like a careful housekeeper, and jealously watching over her brother the cardinal, bowed to her in silence, chilled to the heart by the stern look of her withered, wrinkled face, in which was set the large, opinionative nose of her family. However, she barely returned his bows, for she still disdained that paltry foreign priest, and only tolerated him in order to please Monsignor Nani and Viscount Philibert de la Choux. A witness every evening of the anxious delight and impatience of Benedetta and Dario, Pierre by degrees became almost as impassioned as themselves, as desirous for an early solution. Benedetta's suit was about to come before the congregation of the council once more. Monsignor Palma, the defender of the marriage, had demanded a supplementary inquiry after the favourable decision arrived at in the first instance by a bare majority of 1 vote, a majority which the Pope would certainly not have thought sufficient had he been asked for his ratification. So the question now was to gain votes among the 10 cardinals who formed the congregation, to persuade and convince them, and if possible ensure an almost unanimous pronouncement. The task was arduous, for instead of facilitating matters, Benedetta's relationship to Cardinal Boccanera raised many difficulties, owing to the intriguing spirit rife at the Vatican, the spite of rivals who, by perpetuating the scandal, hoped to destroy Boccanera's chance of ever attaining to the papacy. Every afternoon, however, Donna Serafina devoted herself to the task of winning votes under the direction of her confessor, Father Lorenza, whom she saw daily at the Collegio Germanico, now the last refuge of the Jesuits in Rome, for they have ceased to be masters of the Gesù. The chief hope of success lay in Prada's formal declaration that he would not put in an appearance. The whole affair wearied and irritated him. The imputations levelled against him as a man seemed to him supremely odious and ridiculous, and he no longer even took the trouble to reply to the assignations which were sent to him. He acted indeed as if he had never been married, though deep in his heart the wound dealt to his passion and his pride still lingered, bleeding afresh whenever one or another of the scandalous rumours in circulation reached his ears. However, as their adversary desisted from all action, one can understand that the hopes of Benedetta and Dario increased, the more so as hardly an evening passed without Donna Serafina telling them that she believed she had gained the support of another cardinal. End of section 17. Section 18 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 9, Part 2. But the man who terrified them all was Monsignor Palma, whom the congregation had appointed to defend the sacred ties of matrimony. His rights and privileges were almost unlimited. He could appeal yet again, and in any case would make the affair drag on as long as it pleased him. His first report, in reply to Morano's memoir, had been a terrible blow, and it was now said that a second one which he was preparing would prove yet more pitiless, establishing as a fundamental principle of the Church that it could not annul a marriage whose non-consummation was purely and simply due to the action of the wife in refusing obedience to her husband. In presence of such energy and logic, it was unlikely that the cardinals, even if sympathetic, would dare to advise the Holy Father to dissolve the marriage. and so discouragement was once more overcoming Benedetta when Donna Serafina, on returning from a visit to Monsignor Nani, calmed her somewhat by telling her that a mutual friend had undertaken to deal with Monsignor Palma. However, said she, even if they succeeded, it would doubtless cost them a large sum. Monsignor Palma, a theologist expert in all canonical affairs, and a perfectly honest man in pecuniary matters, had met with a great misfortune in his life. He had a niece, a poor and lovely girl, for whom, unhappily, in his declining years he conceived an insensate passion, with the result that to avoid a scandal he was compelled to marry her to a rascal who now preyed upon her and even beat her. And the prelate was now passing through a fearful crisis, weary of reducing himself to beggary, and indeed no longer having the money necessary to extricate his nephew by marriage from a very nasty predicament, the result of cheating at cards. So the idea was to save the young man by a considerable pecuniary payment, and then to procure him employment without asking aught of his uncle, who, as if offering complicity, came in tears one evening, when night had fallen, to thank Donna Serafina for her exceeding goodness. Pierre was with Dario that evening when Benedetta entered the room laughing, and joyfully clapping her hands. "It's done," she said. "He has just left aunt, and vowed eternal gratitude to her. He will now be obliged to show himself amiable." However, Dario distrustfully inquired, "But was he made to sign anything? Did he enter into a formal engagement?" "Oh, no, how could one do that? It's such a delicate matter," replied Benedetta. "But people say that he is a very honest man." Nevertheless, in spite of these words, she herself became uneasy. What if Monsignor Palma should remain incorruptible in spite of the great service which had been rendered him? Thenceforth this idea haunted them, and their suspense began once more. Dario, eager to divert his mind, was imprudent enough to get up before he was perfectly cured, and his wound reopening, he was obliged to take to his bed again for a few days. Every evening, as previously, Pierre strove to enliven him with an account of his strolls. The young priest was now getting bolder, rambling in turn through all the districts of Rome, and discovering the many classical curiosities catalogued in the guide-books. One evening he spoke with a kind of affection of the principal squares of the city which he had first thought commonplace, but which now seemed to him very varied, each with original features of its own. There was the noble Piazza del Popolo, of such monumental symmetry and so full of sunlight. There was the Piazza di Spagna, the lively meeting place of foreigners, with its double flight of 130 steps gilded by the sun. There was the vast Piazza Colonna, always swarming with people, and the most Italian of all the Roman squares from the presence of the idle, careless crowd which ever lounged round the column of Marcus Aurelius, as if waiting for fortune to fall from heaven. There was also the long and regular Piazza Navona, deserted since the market was no longer held there, and retaining a melancholy recollection of its former bustling life. And there was the Campo dei Fiori, which was invaded each morning by the tumultuous fruit and vegetable markets, quite a plantation of huge umbrellas sheltering heaps of tomatoes, pimientos, and grapes amidst a noisy stream of dealers and housewives. Pierre's great surprise, however, was the Piazza del Campidoglio, the square of the Capitol, which to him suggested a summit, an open spot overlooking the city and the world, but which he found to be small and square, and on three sides enclosed by palaces, whilst on the fourth side the view was of little extent. There are no passers-by there. Visitors usually come up by a flight of steps bordered by a few palm trees, only foreigners making use of the winding carriage ascent. The vehicles wait, and the tourists loiter for a while with their eyes raised to the admirable equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, in antique bronze, which occupies the centre of the piazza. Towards 4 o'clock, when the sun gilds the left-hand palace, and the slender statues of its entablature show vividly against the blue sky, you might think yourself in some warm, cosy square of a little provincial town, what with the women of the neighbourhood who sit knitting under the arcade, and the bands of ragged urchins who disport themselves on all sides like schoolboys in a playground. Then, on another evening, Pierre told Benedetta and Dario of his admiration for the Roman fountains, for in no other city of the world does water flow so abundantly and magnificently in fountains of bronze and marble, from the boat-shaped Fontana della Barcaccia on the Piazza di Spagna, the Triton of the Piazza Barberini, and the tortoises which give their name to the Piazza del Tartarughe, to the three fountains of the Piazza Navona, where Bernini's vast central composition of rock and river gods rises so triumphantly, and to the colossal and pompous fountain of Trevi, where King Neptune stands on high, attended by lofty figures of health and fruitfulness. And on yet another evening Pierre came home quite pleased, relating that he had at last discovered why it was that the old streets around the Capitol and along the Tiber seemed to him so strange. It was because they had no footways, and pedestrians, instead of skirting the walls, invariably took the middle of the road, leisurely wending their way among the vehicles. Pierre was very fond of those old districts with their winding lanes, their tiny squares so irregular in shape, and their huge square mansions swamped by a multitudinous jumble of little houses. He found a charm, too, in the district of the Esquiline, where, besides innumerable flights of ascending steps, each of grey pebbles edged with white stone, there were sudden sinuous slopes, tiers of terraces, seminaries and convents, lifeless, with their windows ever closed, and lofty blank walls above which a superb palm tree would now and again soar into the spotless blue of the sky. And on yet another evening, having strolled into the Campagna beside the Tiber and above the Ponte Molle, he came back full of enthusiasm for a form of classical art which hitherto he had scarcely appreciated. Along the river bank, however, he had found the very scenery that Poussin so faithfully depicted. The sluggish yellow stream fringed with reeds, low riven cliffs whose chalky whiteness showed against the ruddy background of a far-stretching, undulating plain bounded by blue hills. A few spare trees with a ruined porticus opening onto space atop of the bank, and a line of pale-hued sheep descending to drink, whilst the shepherd, with an elbow resting on the trunk of an ilex tree, stood looking on. It was a special kind of beauty, broad and ruddy, made up of nothing, sometimes simplified into a series of low horizontal lines, but ever ennobled by the great memories it evoked. The Roman legions marching along the paved highways across the bare Campagna, the long slumber of the Middle Ages, and then the awakening of antique nature in the midst of Catholicism, whereby, for the second time, Rome became ruler of the world. One day, when Pierre came back from seeing the great modern cemetery, the Campo Verano, he found Celia as well as Benedetta by the side of Dario's bed. "What, Monsieur l'Abbé!" exclaimed the little princess when she learned where he had been. "It amuses you to visit the dead?" "Oh, those Frenchmen," remarked Dario, to whom the mere idea of a cemetery was repulsive. "Those Frenchmen seem to take a pleasure in making their lives wretched with their partiality for gloomy scenes." "But there is no escaping the reality of death," gently replied Pierre. "The best course is to look it in the face." This made the prince quite angry. "Reality, reality," said he. "When reality isn't pleasant, I don't look at it. I try never to think of it even." In spite of this rejoinder, Pierre, with his smiling, placid air, went on enumerating the things which had struck him. First, the admirable manner in which the cemetery was kept, then the festive appearance which it derived from the bright autumn sun, and the wonderful profusion in which marble was lavished in slabs, statues, and chapels. The ancient atavism had surely been at work. The sumptuous mausoleums of the Appian Way had here sprung up afresh, making death a pretext for the display of pomp and pride. In the upper part of the cemetery the Roman nobility had a district of its own, crowded with veritable temples, colossal statues, groups of several figures. And if at times the taste shown in these monuments was deplorable, it was none the less certain that millions had been expended on them. One charming feature of the place, said Pierre, was that the marbles, standing among yews and cypresses, were remarkably well preserved, white and spotless, for if the summer sun slowly gilded them, there were none of those stains of moss and rain which impart an aspect of melancholy decay to the statues of northern climes. Touched by the discomfort of Dario, Benedetta, hitherto silent, ended by interrupting Pierre. "And was the hunt interesting?" she asked, turning to Celia. The little princess had been taken by her mother to see a fox hunt, and had been speaking of it when the priest entered the room. "Yes, it was very interesting, my dear," she replied. "The meet was at noon near the tomb of Cecilia Metella, where a buffet had been arranged under a tent. And there was such a number of people, the foreign colony, the young men of the embassies, and some officers, not to mention ourselves, all the men in scarlet and a great many ladies in habits. The throw-off was at 1 o'clock, and the gallop lasted more than 2 hours and a half, so that the fox had a very long run. I wasn't able to follow, but all the same I saw some extraordinary things. A great wall which the whole hunt had to leap, and then ditches and hedges, a mad race indeed in the rear of the hounds. There were 2 accidents, but nothing serious. One gentleman, who was unseated, sprained his wrist badly, and another broke his leg." Dario had listened to Celia with passionate interest, for fox hunting is one of the great pleasures of Rome, and the Campagna, flat and yet bristling with obstacles, is certainly well adapted to the sport. "Ah," said the young prince in a despairing tone, "how idiotic it is to be riveted to this room. I shall end by dying of ennui." Benedetta contented herself with smiling. Neither reproach nor expression of sadness came from her at this candid display of egotism. Her own happiness at having him all to herself in the room where she nursed him was great indeed. Still her love, at once full of youth and good sense, included a maternal element, and she well understood that he hardly amused himself, deprived as he was of his customary pleasures and severed from his friends, few of whom he was willing to receive, for he feared they might think the story of the dislocated shoulder suspicious. Of course there were no more fêtes, no more evenings at the theatre, no more flirtations. But above everything else Dario missed the Corso, and suffered despairingly at no longer seeing or learning anything by watching the procession of Roman society from 4 to 5 each afternoon. Accordingly, as soon as an intimate called, there were endless questions. Had the visitor seen so-and-so? Had such a one reappeared? How had a certain friend's love affair ended? Was any new adventure setting the city agog? And so forth. All the petty frivolities, 9 days' wonders, and puerile intrigues in which the young prince had hitherto expended his manly energy. After a pause, Celia, who was fond of coming to him with innocent gossip, fixed her candid eyes on him, the fathomless eyes of an enigmatical virgin, and resumed, "How long it takes to set a shoulder right!" Had she, child as she was, with love her only business, divined the truth? Dario in his embarrassment glanced at Benedetta, who still smiled. However, the little princess was already darting to another subject. "Ah, you know, Dario, at the Corso yesterday I saw a lady—" Then she stopped short, surprised and embarrassed that these words should have escaped her. However, in all bravery she resumed like one who had been a friend since childhood, sharing many a little love-secret. "Yes, a very pretty person whom you know." "Well, she had a bouquet of white roses with her all the same." At this Benedetta indulged in a burst of frank merriment, and Dario, still looking at her, also laughed. She had twitted him during the early days because no young woman ever sent to make inquiries about him. For his part, he was not displeased with the rupture, for the continuance of the connection might have proved embarrassing. And so, although his vanity may have been slightly hurt, the news that he was already replaced in La Tonieta's affections was welcome rather than otherwise. "Ah," he contented himself with saying, "the absent are always in the wrong." "The man one loves is never absent," declared Celia with her grave, candid air. However, Benedetta had stepped up to the bed to raise the young man's pillows. "Never mind, Dario mio," said she, "all those things are over. I mean to keep you, and you will only have me to love." He gave her a passionate glance and kissed her hair. She spoke the truth. He had never loved anyone but her, and she was not mistaken in her anticipation of keeping him always to herself, alone, as soon as they should be wedded. To her great delight, since she had been nursing him, he had become quite childish again, such as he had been when she had learnt to love him under the orange trees of the Villa Montefiore. He retained a sort of puerility, doubtless the outcome of impoverished blood, that return to childhood which one remarks amongst very ancient races, and he toyed on his bed with pictures, gazed for hours at photographs, which made him laugh. Moreover, his inability to endure suffering had yet increased. He wished Benedetta to be gay and sing, and amused her with his petty egotism, which led him to dream of a life of continual joy with her. Ah, how pleasant it would be to live together and forever in the sunlight, to do nothing and care for nothing, and even if the world should crumble somewhere, to heed it not. "One thing which greatly pleases me," suddenly said the young prince, "is that Monsieur l'Abbé has ended by falling in love with Rome." Pierre admitted it with a good grace. "We told you so," remarked Benedetta. "A great deal of time is needed for one to understand and love Rome. If you had only stayed here for a fortnight, you would have gone off with a deplorable idea of us. But now that you have been here for 2 full months, we are quite at ease, for you will never think of us without affection." She looked exceedingly charming as she spoke these words, and Pierre again bowed. However, he had already given thought to the phenomenon, and fancied he could explain it. When a stranger comes to Rome, he brings with him a Rome of his own, a Rome such as he dreams of, so ennobled by imagination that the real Rome proves a terrible disenchantment. And so it is necessary to wait for habituation, for the mediocrity of the reality to soften, and for the imagination to have time to kindle again, and only behold things such as they are athwart the prodigious splendour of the past. However, Celia had risen and was taking leave. "Good-bye, dear," she said. "I hope the wedding will soon take place. You know, Dario, that I mean to be betrothed before the end of the month. Oh yes, I intend to make my father give a grand entertainment. And how nice it would be if the two weddings could take place at the same time." 2 days later, after a long ramble through the Trastevere district, followed by a visit to the Palazzo Farnese, Pierre felt that he could at last understand the terrible, melancholy truth about Rome. He had several times already strolled through the Trastevere, attracted towards its wretched denizens by his compassion for all who suffered. Ah, that quagmire of wretchedness and ignorance! He knew of abominable nooks in the faubourgs of Paris, frightful rents and courts, where people rotted in heaps, but there was nothing in France to equal the listless, filthy stagnation of the Trastevere. On the brightest days a dank gloom chilled the sinuous, cellar-like lanes, and the smell of rotting vegetables, rank oil, and human animality brought on fits of nausea. Jumbled together in a confusion which artists of romantic turn would admire, the antique, irregular houses had black, gaping entrances diving below ground, outdoor stairways conducting to upper floors, and wooden balconies which only a miracle upheld. There were crumbling fronts, shored up with beams, sordid lodgings whose filth and bareness could be seen through shattered windows, and numerous petty shops, all the open-air cook stalls of a lazy race which never lighted a fire at home. You saw frying shops with heaps of polenta, and fish swimming in stinking oil, and dealers in cooked vegetables displaying huge turnips, celery, cauliflowers, and spinach, all cold and sticky. The butcher's meat was black and clumsily cut up. The necks of the animals bristled with bloody clots, as though their heads had simply been torn away. The baker's loaves, piled on planks, looked like little round paving stones. At the beggarly greengrocer's merely a few pimentos and fir apples were shown under the strings of dried tomatoes which festooned the doorways. And the only shops which were at all attractive were those of the pork butchers, with their salted provisions and their cheese, whose pungent smell slightly attenuated the pestilential reek of the gutters. Lottery offices, displaying lists of winning numbers, alternated with wine shops, of which latter there was a fresh one every 30 yards, with large inscriptions, setting forth that the best wines of Genzano, Marino, and Frascati were to be found within. And the whole district teemed with ragged, grimy denizens, children half-naked and devoured by vermin, bare-headed, gesticulating and shouting women, whose skirts were stiff with grease, old men who remained motionless on benches amidst swarms of hungry flies. Idleness and agitation appearing on all sides, whilst cobblers sat on the sidewalks quietly plying their trade, and little donkeys pulled carts hither and thither, and men drove turkeys along, whip in hand, and bands of beggars rushed upon the few anxious tourists who had timorously ventured into the district. At the door of a little tailor's shop an old house-pail dangled full of earth, in which a succulent plant was flowering. And from every window and balcony, as from the many cords which stretched across the street from house to house, all the household washing hung like bunting, nameless drooping rags, the symbolical banners of abominable misery. Pierre's fraternal soul filled with pity at the sight. Ah, yes, it was necessary to demolish all those pestilential districts where the populace had wallowed for centuries as in a poisonous jail. He was for demolition and sanitary improvement, even if old Rome were killed and artists scandalized. Doubtless the Trastevere was already greatly changed, pierced with several new thoroughfares which let the sun stream in. And amidst the abatis of rubbish and the spacious clearings, where nothing new had yet been erected, the remaining portions of the old district seemed even blacker and more loathsome. Some day, no doubt, it would all be rebuilt, but how interesting was this phase of the city's evolution! Old Rome expiring and new Rome just dawning amidst countless difficulties. To appreciate the change it was necessary to have known the filthy Rome of the past, swamped by sewage in every form. The recently levelled ghetto had, over a course of centuries, so rotted the soil on which it stood that an awful pestilential odour yet arose from its bare site. It was only fitting it should long remain waste, so that it might dry and become purified in the sun. In all the districts on either side of the Tiber where extensive improvements have been undertaken you find the same scenes. You follow some narrow, damp, evil-smelling street with black house fronts and overhanging roofs, and suddenly come upon a clearing as in a forest of ancient leprous hovels. There are squares, broad footways, lofty white carved buildings yet in the rough, littered with rubbish and fenced off. On every side you find as it were a huge building yard, which the financial crisis perpetuates. The city of tomorrow arrested in its growth, stranded there in its monstrous, precocious, surprising infancy. Nevertheless, therein lies good and healthful work, such as was and is absolutely necessary if Rome is to become a great modern city, instead of being left to rot, to dwindle into a mere ancient curiosity, a museum showpiece. That day, as Pierre went from the Trastevere to the Palazzo Farnese, where he was expected, he chose a roundabout route, following the Via di Pettinari and the Via dei Giubbonari, the former so dark and narrow, with a great hospital wall on one side and a row of wretched houses on the other, and the latter animated by a constant stream of people and enlivened by the jewellers' windows, full of big gold chains, and the displays of the drapers' shops, where stuffs hung in bright red, blue, green, and yellow lengths. And the popular district through which he had roamed and the trading district which he was now crossing reminded him of the castle fields, with their mass of work-people reduced to mendicity by lack of employment, and forced to camp in the superb, unfinished, abandoned mansions. Ah, the poor sad people, who were yet so childish, kept in the ignorance and credulity of a savage race by centuries of theocracy, so habituated to mental night and bodily suffering that even today they remained apart from the social awakening, simply desirous of enjoying their pride, indolence, and sunlight in peace. They seemed both blind and deaf in their decadence, and whilst Rome was being overturned they continued to lead the stagnant life of former times, realizing naught but the worries of the improvements, the demolition of the old favourite districts, the consequent change in habits, and the rise in the cost of food, as if indeed they would rather have gone without light, cleanliness, and health, since these could only be secured by a great financial and labour crisis. And yet at bottom it was solely for the people, the populace, that Rome was being cleansed and rebuilt with the idea of making it a great modern capital, for democracy lies at the end of these present-day transformations. It is the people who will inherit the cities whence dirt and disease are being expelled, and where the law of labour will end by prevailing and killing want. And so, though one may curse the dusting and repairing of the ruins and the stripping of all the wild flora from the Colosseum, though one may wax indignant at sight of the hideous fortress-like ramparts which imprison the Tiber, and bewail the old romantic banks with their greenery and their antique dwellings dipping into the stream, one must at the same time acknowledge that life springs from death, and that tomorrow must perforce blossom in the dust of the past. While thinking of all these things, Pierre had reached the deserted, stern-looking Piazza Farnese, and for a moment he looked up at the bare monumental façade of the heavy square palazzo, its lofty entrance where hung the tricolour, its rows of windows and its famous cornice sculptured with such marvellous art. Then he went in. A friend of Narcisse Habert, one of the attachés of the embassy to the King of Italy, was waiting for him, having offered to show him over the huge pile, the finest palace in Rome, which France had leased as a lodging for her ambassador. Ah, that colossal, sumptuous, deadly dwelling, with its vast court whose porticus is so dark and damp, its giant staircase with low steps, its endless corridors, its immense galleries and halls. All was sovereign pomp blended with death. An icy penetrating chill fell from the walls. With a discreet smile the attaché owned that the embassy was frozen in winter and baked in summer. The only part of the building which was at all lively and pleasant was the first story, overlooking the Tiber, which the ambassador himself occupied. From the gallery there, containing the famous frescoes of Annibale Carracci, one can see the Janiculum, the Corsini Gardens, and the Acqua Paola above San Pietro in Montorio. Then, after a vast drawing-room, comes the study, peaceful and pleasant, and enlivened by sunshine. But the dining-room, the bedchambers, and other apartments occupied by the personnel look out onto the mournful gloom of a side street. All these vast rooms, 20 and 24 feet high, have admirable carved or painted ceilings, bare walls, a few of them decorated with frescoes, and incongruous furniture, superb pier tables mingling with modern bric-a-brac. And things become abominable when you enter the gala reception rooms overlooking the piazza, for there you no longer find an article of furniture, no longer a hanging, nothing but disaster, a series of magnificent deserted halls given over to rats and spiders. The embassy occupies but one of them, where it heaps up its dusty archives. Nearby is a huge hall occupying the height of 2 floors, and thus 60 feet in elevation. Reserved by the owner of the palace, the ex-king of Naples, it has become a mere lumber room where maquettes, unfinished statues, and a very fine sarcophagus are stowed away amidst all kinds of remnants. And this is but a part of the palace. The ground floor is altogether uninhabited. The French École de Rome occupies a corner of the 2nd floor, while the embassy huddles in chilly fashion in the most habitable corner of the 1st floor, compelled to abandon everything else and lock the doors to spare itself the useless trouble of sweeping. No doubt it is grand to live in the Palazzo Farnese, built by Pope Paul III, and for more than a century inhabited by cardinals. But how cruel the discomfort and how frightful the melancholy of this huge ruin, 3/4 of whose rooms are dead, useless, impossible, cut off from life. And the evenings, oh, the evenings, when porch, court, stairs and corridors are invaded by dense gloom, against which a few smoky gas lamps struggle in vain, when a long, long journey lies before one through the lugubrious desert of stone, before one reaches the ambassador's warm and cheerful drawing-room. Pierre came away quite aghast, and as he walked along, the many other grand palaces which he had seen during his strolls rose before him, one and all of them stripped of their splendour, shorn of their princely establishments, let out in uncomfortable flats. What could be done with those grandiose galleries and halls, now that no fortune could defray the cost of the pompous life for which they had been built, or even feed the retinue needed to keep them up? Few indeed were the nobles who, like Prince Aldobrandini, with his numerous progeny, still occupied their entire mansions. Almost all of them let the antique dwellings of their forefathers to companies or individual tenants, reserving only a story, and at times a mere lodging in some dark corner, for themselves. The Palazzo Chigi was let, the ground floor to bankers and the 1st floor to the Austrian ambassador, while the prince and his family divided the 2nd floor with the cardinal. The Palazzo Sciarra was let, the 1st floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the 2nd to a senator, while the prince and his mother merely occupied the ground floor. The Palazzo Barberini was let, its ground floor, 1st floor and 2nd floor to various families, whilst the prince found a refuge on the 3rd floor in the rooms which had been occupied by his ancestors' lackeys. The Palazzo Borghese was let, the ground floor to a dealer in antiquities, the 1st floor to a lodge of Freemasons, and the rest to various households, whilst the prince only retained the use of a small suite of apartments. And the Palazzo Odescalchi, the Palazzo Colonna, the Palazzo Doria were let, their princes reduced to the position of needy landlords eager to derive as much profit as possible from their property in order to make both ends meet. A blast of ruin was sweeping over the Roman patriziato. The greatest fortunes had crumbled in the financial crisis, very few remained wealthy, and what a wealth it was, stagnant and dead, which neither commerce nor industry could renew. The numerous princes who had tried speculation were stripped of their fortunes. The others, terrified, called upon to pay enormous taxes, amounting to nearly 1/3 of their incomes, could henceforth only wait and behold their last stagnant millions dwindle away, till they were exhausted or distributed according to the succession laws. Such wealth as remained to these nobles must perish, for like everything else, wealth perishes when it lacks a soil in which it may fructify. In all this there was solely a question of time. Eventual ruin was a foregone and irremediable conclusion, of absolute historical certainty. Those who resigned themselves to the course of letting their deserted mansions still struggled for life, seeking to accommodate themselves to present-day exigencies, whilst death already dwelt among the others, those stubborn, proud ones who immured themselves in the tombs of their race, like that appalling Palazzo Boccanera, which was falling into dust amidst such chilly gloom and silence, the latter only broken at long intervals when the cardinal's old coach rumbled over the grassy court. The point which most struck Pierre, however, was that his visits to the Trastevere and the Palazzo Farnese shed light one on the other, and led him to a conclusion which had never previously seemed so manifest. As yet no people, and soon no aristocracy. He had found the people so wretched, ignorant, and resigned in its long infancy induced by historic and climatic causes, that many years of instruction and culture were necessary for it to become a strong, healthy, and laborious democracy, conscious of both its rights and its duties. As for the aristocracy, it was dwindling to death in its crumbling palaces, no longer aught than a finished, degenerate race, with such an admixture also of American, Austrian, Polish, and Spanish blood that pure Roman blood became a rare exception. And, moreover, it had ceased to belong either to sword or gown, unwilling to serve constitutional Italy, and forsaking the sacred college, where only parvenus now donned the purple. And between the lowly and the aristocracy there was as yet no firmly seated middle class, with the vigour of fresh sap and sufficient knowledge and good sense to act as the transitional educator of the nation. The middle class was made up in part of the old servants and clients of the princes, the farmers who rented their lands, the stewards, notaries, and solicitors who managed their fortunes. In part, too, of all the employees, the functionaries of every rank and class, the deputies and senators, whom the new government had brought from the provinces. And, in particular, of the voracious hawks who had swooped down upon Rome, the pradas, the men of prey from all parts of the kingdom, who with beak and talon devoured both people and aristocracy. For whom, then, had one laboured? For whom had those gigantic works of New Rome been undertaken? A shudder of fear sped by, a crack as of doom was heard, arousing pitiful disquietude in every fraternal heart. Yes, a threat of doom and annihilation. As yet no people, soon no aristocracy, and only a ravenous middle class, quarrying, vulture-like, among the ruins. On the evening of that day, when all was dark, Pierre went to spend an hour on the river quay beyond the Boccanera mansion. He was very fond of meditating on that deserted spot, in spite of the warnings of Victorine, who asserted that it was not safe. And indeed, on such inky nights as that one, no cut-throat place ever presented a more tragic aspect. Not a soul, not a passer-by. A dense gloom, a void in front and on either hand. At a corner of the mansion, now steeped in darkness, there was a gas lamp which stood in a hollow since the river margin had been banked up, and this lamp cast an uncertain glimmer upon the quay, level with the latter's bossy soil. Thus long, vague shadows stretched from the various materials, piles of bricks and piles of stone, which were strewn around. On the right a few lights shone upon the bridge near San Giovanni and in the windows of the hospital of the Santo Spirito. On the left, amidst the dim recession of the river, the distant districts were blotted out. Then yonder, across the stream, was the Trastevere, the houses on the bank looking like vague, pale phantoms, with infrequent window panes showing a blurred yellow glimmer, whilst on high only a dark band shadowed the Janiculum, near whose summit the lamps of some promenade scintillated like a triangle of stars. But it was the Tiber which impassioned Pierre. Such was its melancholy majesty during those nocturnal hours. Leaning over the parapet, he watched it gliding between the new walls, which looked like those of some black and monstrous prison built for a giant. So long as lights gleamed in the windows of the houses opposite, he saw the sluggish water flow by, showing slow, moire-like ripples there where the quivering reflections endowed it with a mysterious life. And he often mused on the river's famous past, and evoked the legends which assert that fabulous wealth lies buried in its muddy bed. At each fresh invasion of the barbarians, and particularly when Rome was sacked, the treasures of palaces and temples are said to have been cast into the water to prevent them from falling into the hands of the conquerors. Might not those golden bars, trembling yonder in the glaucous stream, be the branches of the famous candelabrum which Titus brought from Jerusalem? Might not those pale patches whose shape remained uncertain amidst the frequent eddies indicate the white marble of statues and columns? And those deep moires glittering with little flamelets, were they not promiscuous heaps of precious metal, cups, vases, ornaments enriched with gems? What a dream was that of the swarming riches espied athwart the old river's bosom, of the hidden life of the treasures which were said to have slumbered there for centuries! And what a hope for the nation's pride and enrichment centred in the miraculous finds which might be made in the Tiber if one could some day dry it up and search its bed, as had already been suggested! Therein perchance lay Rome's new fortune. However, on that black night, whilst Pierre leant over the parapet, it was stern reality alone which occupied his mind. He was still pursuing the train of thought suggested by his visits to the Trastevere and the Farnese Palace, and in presence of that lifeless water was coming to the conclusion that the selection of Rome for transformation into a modern capital was the great misfortune to which the sufferings of young Italy were due. He knew right well that the selection had been inevitable, Rome being the queen of glory, the antique ruler of the world to whom eternity had been promised, and without whom the national unity had always seemed an impossibility. And so the problem was a terrible one, since without Rome Italy could not exist, and with Rome it seemed difficult for it to exist. Ah, that dead river, how it symbolized disaster! Not a boat upon its surface, not a quiver of the commercial and industrial activity of those waters which bear life to the very hearts of great modern cities. There had been fine schemes, no doubt. Rome a seaport, gigantic works, canalization to enable vessels of heavy tonnage to come up to the Aventine. But these were mere delusions. The authorities would scarcely be able to clear the river mouth, which deposits were continually choking. And there was that other cause of mortal languishment, the Campagna, the desert of death which the dead river crossed and which girdled Rome with sterility. There was talk of draining and planting it, much futile discussion on the question whether it had been fertile in the days of the old Romans, and even a few experiments were made, but all the same Rome remained in the midst of a vast cemetery like a city of other times, forever separated from the modern world by that land or moor where the dust of centuries had accumulated. The geographical considerations which once gave the city the empire of the world no longer exist. The centre of civilization has been displaced. The basin of the Mediterranean has been divided among powerful nations. In Italy all roads now lead to Milan, the city of industry and commerce, and Rome is but a town of passage. And so the most valiant efforts have failed to rouse it from its invincible slumber. The capital which the newcomers sought to improvise with such extreme haste has remained unfinished, and has almost ruined the nation. The government, legislators and functionaries only camp there, fleeing directly the warm weather sets in so as to escape the pernicious climate. The hotels and shops even put up their shutters, and the streets and promenades become deserts, the city having failed to acquire any life of its own, and relapsing into death as soon as the artificial life instilled into it is withdrawn. So all remains in suspense in this purely decorative capital, where only a fresh growth of men and money can finish and people the huge useless piles of the new districts. If it be true that tomorrow always blooms in the dust of the past, one ought to force oneself to hope. But Pierre asked himself if the soil were not exhausted, and since mere buildings could no longer grow on it, if it were not forever drained of the sap which makes a race healthy, a nation powerful. As the night advanced, the lights in the houses of the Trastevere went out one by one. Yet Pierre for a long time lingered on the quay, leaning over the blackened river and yielding to hopelessness. There was now no distance to the gloom. All had become dense. No longer did any reflections set a moire-like golden quiver in the water, or reveal beneath its mystery-concealing current a fantastic dancing vision of fabulous wealth. Gone was the legend, gone the seven-branched golden candelabrum, gone the golden vases, gone the golden jewellery, the whole dream of antique treasure that had vanished into night, even like the antique glory of Rome. Not a glimmer, nothing but slumber, disturbed solely by the heavy fall of sewage from the drain on the right hand, which could not be seen. The very water had disappeared, and Pierre no longer espied its leaden flow through the darkness, no longer had any perception of the sluggish senility, the long-dating weariness, the intense sadness of that ancient and glorious Tiber, whose waters now rolled naught but death. Only the vast opulent sky, the eternal pompous sky displayed the dazzling life of its milliards of planets above that river of darkness, bearing away the ruins of well-nigh 3,000 years. Before returning to his own chamber that evening, Pierre entered Dario's room and found Victorine there preparing things for the night. And as soon as she heard where he had been, she raised her voice in protest. "What? You have again been to the quay at this time of night, Monsieur l'Abbé? You want to get a good knife thrust yourself, it seems. Well, for my part, I certainly wouldn't take the air at such a late hour in this dangerous city." Then, with her wonted familiarity, she turned and spoke to the prince, who was lying back in an armchair and smiling. "That girl, La Pierrina," she said, "hasn't been back here, but all the same I've lately seen her prowling about among the building materials." Dario raised his hand to silence her, and addressing Pierre, exclaimed, "But you spoke to her, didn't you? It's becoming idiotic. Just fancy that brute Tito coming back to dig his knife into my other shoulder." All at once he paused, for he had just perceived Benedetta standing there and listening to him. She had slipped into the room a moment previously in order to wish him good night. At sight of her, his embarrassment was great indeed. He wished to speak, explain his words, and swear that he was wholly innocent in the affair. But she, with a smiling face, contented herself with saying, "I knew all about it, Dario mio. I am not so foolish as not to have thought it all over and understood the truth. If I ceased questioning you, it was because I knew and loved you all the same." The young woman looked very happy as she spoke, and for this she had good cause, for that very evening she had learnt that Monsignor Palma had shown himself grateful for the service rendered to his nephew by laying a fresh and favourable memoir on the marriage affair before the congregation of the council. He had been unwilling to recall his previous opinions so far as to range himself completely on the Contessina's side, but the certificates of 2 doctors whom she had recently seen had enabled him to conclude that her own declarations were accurate. And gliding over the question of wifely obedience, on which he had previously laid stress, he had skilfully set forth the reasons which made a dissolution of the marriage desirable. No hope of reconciliation could be entertained, so it was certain that both parties were constantly exposed to temptation and sin. He discreetly alluded to the fact that the husband had already succumbed to this danger, and praised the wife's lofty morality and piety, all the virtues which she displayed, and which guaranteed her veracity. Then, without formulating any conclusion of his own, he left the decision to the wisdom of the congregation. And as he virtually repeated Advocate Morano's arguments, and Prada stubbornly refused to enter an appearance, it now seemed certain that the congregation would by a great majority pronounce itself in favour of dissolution, a result which would enable the Holy Father to act benevolently. "Ah, Dario mio," said Benedetta, "we are at the end of our worries. But what a lot of money it all costs. Aunt says that they will scarcely leave us water to drink." So speaking, she laughed with the happy heedlessness of an impassioned amorosa. It was not that the jurisdiction of the congregations was in itself ruinous. Indeed, in principle it was gratuitous. Still there was a multitude of petty expenses, payments to subaltern employees, payments for medical consultations and certificates, copies of documents, and the memoirs and addresses of council. And although the votes of the cardinals were certainly not bought direct, some of them ended by costing considerable sums, for it often became necessary to win over dependents, to induce quite a little world to bring influence to bear on their eminences. Without mentioning that large pecuniary gifts, when made with tact, have a decisive effect in clearing away the greatest difficulties in that sphere of the Vatican. And briefly, Monsignor Palma's nephew by marriage had cost the Boccaneers a large sum. "But it doesn't matter, does it, Dario mio?" continued Benedetta. "Since you are now cured, they must make haste to give us permission to marry. That's all we ask of them. And if they want more, well, I'll give them my pearls, which will be all I shall have left me." He also laughed, for money had never held any place in his life. He had never had it at his pleasure, and simply hoped that he would always live with his uncle the cardinal, who would certainly not leave him and his young wife in the streets. Ruined as the family was, 100,000 or 200,000 francs represented nothing to his mind, and he had heard that certain dissolutions of marriage had cost as much as 500,000. So by way of response he could only find a jest. "Give them my ring as well," said he. "Give them everything, my dear, and we shall still be happy in this old palace, even if we have to sell the furniture." His words filled her with enthusiasm. She took his head between both hands and kissed him madly on the eyes in an extraordinary transport of passion. Then suddenly turning to Pierre, she said, "Oh, excuse me, Monsieur l'Abbé, I was forgetting that I have a commission for you. Yes, Monsignor Nani, who brought us that good news, bade me tell you that you are making people forget you too much, and that you ought to set to work to defend your book." The priest listened in astonishment, then replied, "But it was he who advised me to disappear." "No doubt, only it seems that the time has now come for you to see people and plead your cause. And Monsignor Nani has been able to learn that the reporter appointed to examine your book is Monsignor Fornaro, who lives on the Piazza Navona." Pierre's stupefaction was increasing, for a reporter's name is never divulged, but kept quite secret, in order to ensure a free exercise of judgment. Was a new phase of his sojourn in Rome about to begin, then? His mind was all wonderment. However, he simply answered, "Very good, I will set to work and see everybody." End of section 18. Section 19 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 10, Part 1. In his anxiety to bring things to a finish, Pierre wished to begin his campaign on the very next day. But on whom should he first call if he were to steer clear of blunders in that intricate and conceited ecclesiastical world? The question greatly perplexed him. However, on opening his door that morning, he luckily perceived Don Vigilio in the passage, and with a sudden inspiration asked him to step inside. He realized that this thin little man with the saffron face, who always trembled with fever and displayed such exaggerated timorous discretion, was in reality well informed, mixed up in everything. At one period it had seemed to Pierre that the secretary purposely avoided him, doubtless for fear of compromising himself, but recently Don Vigilio had proved less unsociable, as though he were not far from sharing the impatience which must be consuming the young Frenchman amidst his long enforced inactivity. And so, on this occasion, he did not seek to avoid the chat on which Pierre was bent. "I must apologize," said the latter, "for asking you in here when things are in such disorder, but I have just received some more linen and some winter clothing from Paris. I came, with just a little valise, meaning to stay for a fortnight, and yet I've now been here for nearly 3 months, and am no more advanced than I was on the morning of my arrival." Don Vigilio nodded. Yes, I know," said he. Thereupon Pierre explained to him that Monsignor Nani had informed him, through the Contessina, that he now ought to act and see everybody for the defence of his book. But he was much embarrassed, as he did not know in what order to make his visits so that they might benefit him. For instance, ought he call in the first place on Monsignor Fornaro, the consultore selected to report on his book, and whose name had been given him? "Ah," exclaimed Don Vigilio, quivering, "has Monsignor Nani gone as far as that? Given you the reporter's name? That's even more than I expected." Then, forgetting his prudence, yielding to his secret interest in the affair, he resumed, No, don't begin with Monsignor Fornaro. Your first visit should be a very humble one to the prefect of the Congregation of the Index, His Eminence Cardinal Sanguinetti, for he would never forgive you for having offered your first homage to another should he some day hear of it." And after a pause Don Vigilio added in a low voice, amidst a faint feverish shiver, "And he would hear of it. Everything becomes known." Again he hesitated, and then, as if yielding to sudden sympathetic courage, he took hold of the young Frenchman's hands. "I swear to you, my dear Monsieur Froment," he said, "that I should be very happy to help you, for you are a man of simple soul, and I really begin to feel worried for you. But you must not ask me for impossibilities. Ah, if you only knew, if I could only tell you of all the perils which surround us. However, I think I can repeat to you that you must in no wise rely on my patron, His Eminence Cardinal Boccanero. He has expressed absolute disapproval of your book in my presence on several occasions. Only he is a saint, a most worthy, honourable man, and though he won't defend you, he won't attack you. He will remain neutral out of regard for his niece, whom he loves so dearly, and who protects you. So when you see him, don't plead your cause. It would be of no avail, and might even irritate him." Pierre was not particularly distressed by this news, for at his first interview with the Cardinal, and on the few subsequent occasions when he had respectfully visited him, he had fully understood that His Eminence would never be other than an adversary. "Well," said he, "I will wait on him to thank him for his neutrality." But at this all Don Vigilio's terrors returned. No, don't do that. He would perhaps realize that I have spoken to you, and then what a disaster! My position would be compromised. I've said nothing. See the cardinals to begin with. See all the cardinals. Let it be understood between us that I have said nothing more. And on that occasion, at any rate, Don Vigilio would speak no further, but left the room shuddering and darting fiery, suspicious glances on either side of the corridor. Pierre at once went out to call on Cardinal Sanguinetti. It was 10 o'clock, and there was a chance that he might find him at home. This cardinal resided on the first floor of a little palazzo in a dark, narrow street, near San Luigi dei Francesi. There was here none of the giant ruin full of princely and melancholy grandeur amidst which Cardinal Boccanero so stubbornly remained. The old regulation gala suite of rooms had been cut down just like the number of servants. There was no throne room, no red hat hanging under a baldacchino, no armchair turned to the wall pending a visit from the Pope. A couple of apartments served as anterooms, and then came a salon where the cardinal received. And there was no luxury, indeed scarcely any comfort. The furniture was of mahogany, dating from the Empire period, and the hangings and carpets were dusty and faded by long use. Moreover, Pierre had to wait a long time for admittance, and when a servant, leisurely putting on his jacket, at last set the door ajar, it was only to say that His Eminence had been away at Frascati since the previous day. Pierre then remembered that Cardinal Sanguinetti was one of the suburban bishops. At his see of Frascati he had a villa where he occasionally spent a few days whenever a desire for rest or some political motive impelled him to do so. "And will His Eminence soon return?" Pierre inquired. We don't know. His Eminence is poorly, and expressly desired us to send nobody to worry him." When Pierre reached the street again, he felt quite bewildered by this disappointment. At first he wondered whether he had not better call on Monsignor Fornaro without more ado, but he recollected Don Vigilio's advice to see the cardinals first of all, and an inspiration coming to him, he resolved that his next visit should be for Cardinal Sarno, whose acquaintance he had eventually made at Donna Serafina's Mondays. In spite of Cardinal Sarno's voluntary self-effacement, people looked upon him as one of the most powerful and redoubtable members of the Sacred College, albeit his nephew Narcisse Habert declared that he knew no man who showed more obtuseness in matters which did not pertain to his habitual occupations. At all events, Pierre thought that the Cardinal, although not a member of the congregation of the Index, might well give him some good advice, and possibly bring his great influence to bear on his colleagues. The young man straightway betook himself to the Palace of the Propaganda, where he knew he would find the Cardinal. This palace, which is seen from the Piazza di Spagna, is a bare, massive corner pile between two streets. And Pierre, hampered by his faulty Italian, quite lost himself in it, climbing to floors whence he had to descend again, and finding himself in a perfect labyrinth of stairs, passages, and halls. At last he luckily came across the Cardinal's secretary, an amiable young priest, whom he had already seen at the Boccanera mansion. "Why, yes," said the secretary, "I think that His Eminence will receive you. You did well to come at this hour, for he is always here of a morning. Kindly follow me, if you please." Then came a fresh journey. Cardinal Sarno, long a secretary of the Propaganda, now presided over the commission which controlled the organization of worship in those countries of Europe, Africa, America, and Oceania, where Catholicism had lately gained a footing. And he thus had a private room of his own with special officers and assistants, reigning there with the ultra-methodical habits of a functionary who had grown old in his armchair, closely surrounded by nests of drawers, and knowing nothing of the world save the usual sights of the street below his window. The secretary left Pierre on a bench at the end of a dark passage, which was lighted by gas even in full daylight, and quite a quarter of an hour went by before he returned with his eager, affable air. "His Eminence is conferring with some missionaries who are about to leave Rome," he said, "but it will soon be over, and he told me to take you to his room, where you can wait for him." As soon as Pierre was alone in the Cardinal's sanctum, he examined it with curiosity. Fairly spacious, but in no wise luxurious, it had green paper on its walls, and its furniture was of black wood and green damask. From two windows overlooking a narrow side street, a mournful light reached the dark wallpaper and faded carpets. There were a couple of pier tables and a plain black writing table, which stood near one window, its worn moleskin covering littered with all sorts of papers. Pierre drew near to it for a moment, and glanced at the armchair with damaged, sunken seat, the screen which sheltered it from draughts, and the old inkstand splotched with ink. And then, in the lifeless and oppressive atmosphere, the disquieting silence, which only the low rumbles from the street disturbed, he began to grow impatient. However, whilst he was softly walking up and down, he suddenly espied a map affixed to one wall, and the sight of it filled him with such absorbing thoughts that he soon forgot everything else. It was a coloured map of the world, the different tints indicating whether the territories belonged to victorious Catholicism, or whether Catholicism was still warring there against unbelief, these last countries being classified as vicariates or prefectures, according to the general principles of organization. And the whole was a graphic presentment of the long efforts of Catholicism in striving for the universal dominion which it has sought so unremittingly since its earliest hour. God has given the world to his Church, but it is needful that she should secure possession of it, since error so stubbornly abides. From this has sprung the eternal battle, the fight which is carried on, even in our days, to win nations over from other religions, as it was in the days when the apostles quitted Judea to spread abroad the tidings of the gospel. During the Middle Ages the great task was to organize conquered Europe, and this was too absorbing an enterprise to allow of any attempt at reconciliation with the dissident churches of the East. Then the Reformation burst forth, schism was added to schism, and the Protestant half of Europe had to be reconquered as well as all the Orthodox East. Warlike ardour, however, awoke at the discovery of the New World. Rome was ambitious of securing that other side of the earth, and missions were organised for the subjection of races of which nobody had known anything the day before, but which God had, nevertheless, given to his Church, like all the others. And by degrees the two great divisions of Christianity were formed. On one hand the Catholic nations, those where the faith simply had to be kept up, and which the Secretariat of State installed at the Vatican guided with sovereign authority, and on the other the schismatical or pagan nations which were to be brought back to the fold or converted, and over which the congregation of the propaganda sought to reign. Then this congregation had been obliged to divide itself into two branches in order to facilitate its work: the Oriental branch, which dealt with the dissident sects of the East, and the Latin branch, whose authority extended over all the other lands of mission, the two forming a vast organisation, a huge, strong, closely meshed net cast over the whole world, in order that not a single soul might escape. It was in the presence of that map that Pierre for the first time became clearly conscious of the mechanism which for centuries had been working to bring about the absorption of humanity. The propaganda, richly dowered by the popes and disposing of a considerable revenue, appeared to him like a separate force, a papacy within the papacy, and he well understood that the prefect of the congregation should be called the Red Pope, for how limitless were the powers of that man of conquest and domination, whose hands stretched from one to the other end of the earth. Allowing that the Cardinal Secretary held Europe, that diminutive portion of the globe, did not he, the prefect, hold all the rest, the infinity of space, the distant countries as yet almost unknown? Besides, statistics showed that Rome's uncontested dominion was limited to 200 millions of Apostolic and Roman Catholics, whereas the schismatics of the East and the Reformation, if added together, already exceeded that number, and how small became the minority of the true believers when, besides the schismatics, one brought into line the 1,000 millions of infidels who yet remained to be converted. The figures struck Pierre with a force which made him shudder. What? There were 5 million Jews, nearly 200 million Mohammedans, more than 700 million Brahmanists and Buddhists, without counting another 100 million pagans of diverse creeds, the whole making 1,000 millions, and against these the Christians could marshal barely more than 400 millions, who were divided among themselves, ever in conflict, one half with Rome and the other half against her. Was it possible that in 1,800 years Christianity had not proved victorious over even 1/3 of mankind, and that Rome, the eternal and all-powerful, only counted a 1/6 part of the nations among her subjects? Only one soul saved out of every 6. How fearful was the disproportion! However, the map spoke with brutal eloquence. The red-tinted empire of Rome was but a speck when compared with the yellow-hued empire of the other gods, the endless countries which the propaganda still had to conquer. And the question arose: how many centuries must elapse before the promises of the Christ were realized, before the whole world were gained to Christianity, before religious society spread over secular society, and there remained but one kingdom and one belief? And in presence of this question, in presence of the prodigious labour yet to be accomplished, how great was one's astonishment when one thought of Rome's tranquil serenity, her patient stubbornness, which has never known doubt or weariness, her bishops and ministers toiling without cessation in the conviction that she alone will some day be mistress of the world. Narcisse had told Pierre how carefully the embassies at Rome watched the doings of the propaganda, for the missions were often the instruments of one or another nation, and exercised decisive influence in faraway lands. And so there was a continual struggle, in which the congregation did all it could to favour the missionaries of Italy and her allies. It had always been jealous of its French rival, l'œuvre de la propagation de la foi, installed at Lyons, which is as wealthy in money as itself, and richer in men of energy and courage. However, not content with levelling tribute on this French association, the propaganda thwarted it, sacrificed it on every occasion when it had reason to think it might achieve a victory. Not once or twice, but over and over again had the French missionaries, the French orders, been driven from the scenes of their labours to make way for Italians or Germans. And Pierre, standing in that mournful, dusty room, which the sunlight never brightened, pictured the secret hotbed of political intrigue masked by the civilizing ardour of faith. Again he shuddered as one shudders when monstrous, terrifying things are brought home to one. And might not the most sensible be overcome? Might not the bravest be dismayed by the thought of that universal engine of conquest and domination which worked with the stubbornness of eternity, not merely content with the gain of souls, but ever seeking to ensure its future sovereignty over the whole of corporeal humanity, and, pending the time when it might rule the nations itself, disposing of them, handing them over to the charge of this or that temporary master, in accordance with its good pleasure. And then, too, what a prodigious dream! Rome smiling and tranquilly awaiting the day when she will have united Christians, Mohammedans, Brahmanists, and Buddhists into one sole nation, of whom she will be both the spiritual and the temporal queen. However, a sound of coughing made Pierre turn, and he started on perceiving Cardinal Sarno, whom he had not heard enter. Standing in front of that map, he felt like one caught in the act of prying into a secret, and a deep flush overspread his face. The Cardinal, however, after looking at him fixedly with his dim eyes, went to his writing-table and let himself drop into the armchair without saying a word. With a gesture he dispensed Pierre of the duty of kissing his ring. "I desired to offer my homage to your Eminence," said the young man. "Is your Eminence unwell?" No, it's nothing but a dreadful cold which I can't get rid of. And then, too, I have so many things to attend to just now." Pierre looked at the Cardinal as he appeared in the livid light from the window, puny, lopsided, with the left shoulder higher than the right, and not a sign of life on his worn and ashen countenance. The young priest was reminded of one of his uncles, who, after 30 years spent in the offices of a French public department, displayed the same lifeless glance, parchment-like skin, and weary habitation. Was it possible that this withered old man, so lost in his black cassock with red edging, was really one of the masters of the world, with the map of Christendom so deeply stamped on his mind, albeit he had never left Rome, that the prefect of the propaganda did not take a decision without asking his opinion? "Sit down, Monsieur l'Abbé," said the Cardinal. "So you have come to see me. You have something to ask of me." And whilst disposing himself to listen, he stretched out his thin bony hands to finger the documents heaped up before him, glancing at each of them like some general, some strategist, profoundly versed in the science of his profession, who, although his army is far away, nevertheless directs it to victory from his private room, never for a moment allowing it to escape his mind. Pierre was somewhat embarrassed by such a plain enunciation of the interested object of his visit. Still he decided to go to the point. "Yes, indeed," he answered, "it is a liberty I have taken to come and appeal to your Eminence's wisdom for advice. Your Eminence is aware that I am in Rome for the purpose of defending a book of mine, and I should be grateful if your Eminence would help and guide me." Then he gave a brief account of the present position of the affair, and began to plead his cause. But as he continued speaking, he noticed that the Cardinal gave him very little attention, as though indeed he were thinking of something else, and failed to understand. "Ah, yes," the great man at last muttered, "you have written a book. There was some question of it at Dona Serafina's one evening. But a priest ought not to write. It is a mistake for him to do so. What is the good of it? And the congregation of the Index must certainly be in the right if it is prosecuting your book. At all events, what can I do? I don't belong to the congregation, and I know nothing about the matter." Pierre, pained at finding him so listless and indifferent, went on trying to enlighten him and move him. But he realized that this man's mind, so far-reaching and penetrating in the field in which it had worked for 40 years, closed up as soon as one sought to divert it from its speciality. It was neither an inquisitive nor a supple mind. All trace of life faded from the Cardinal's eyes, and his entire countenance assumed an expression of mournful imbecility. "I know nothing, he repeated, "and I never recommend anybody." However, at last he made an effort. "But Nani is mixed up in this," said he. "What does Nani advise you to do?" "Monsignor Nani has been kind enough to reveal to me that the reporter is Monsignor Fornaro, and advises me to see him." At this Cardinal Sarno seemed surprised and somewhat roused. A little light returned to his eyes. "Ah, really?" he rejoined. "Ah, really? Well, if Nani has done that, he must have some idea. Go and see Monsignor Fornaro." Then, after rising and dismissing his visitor, who was compelled to thank him, bowing deeply, he resumed his seat, and a moment later the only sound in the lifeless room was that of his bony fingers turning over the documents before him. Pierre, in all docility, followed the advice given him, and immediately betook himself to the Piazza Navona, where, however, he learned from one of Monsignor Fornaro's servants that the prelate had just gone out, and that to find him at home it was necessary to call in the morning at 10 o'clock. Accordingly, it was only on the following day that Pierre was able to obtain an interview. He had previously made inquiries, and knew what was necessary concerning Monsignor Fornaro. Born at Naples, he had there begun his studies under the Barnabites, had finished them at the Seminario Romano, and had subsequently, for many years, been a professor at the Università Gregoriana. Nowadays consultor to several congregations and a canon of Santa Maria Maggiore, he placed his immediate ambition in a canonry at St. Peter's, and harboured the dream of some day becoming secretary of the consistorial congregation, a post conducting to the cardinalate. A theologian of remarkable ability, Monsignor Fornaro incurred no other reproach than that of occasionally sacrificing to literature by contributing articles, which he carefully abstained from signing, to certain religious reviews. He was also said to be very worldly. Pierre was received as soon as he had sent in his card, and perhaps he would have fancied that his visit was expected had not an appearance of sincere surprise, blended with a little anxiety, marked his reception. "Monsieur l'Abbe Froment, Monsieur l'Abbe Froment," repeated the prelate, looking at the card which he still held. "Kindly step in. I was about to forbid my door, for I have some urgent work to attend to. But no matter, sit down." Pierre, however, remained standing, quite charmed by the blooming appearance of this tall, strong, handsome man, who, although 45 years of age, was quite fresh and rosy, with moist lips, caressing eyes, and scarcely a grey hair among his curly locks. Nobody more fascinating and decorative could be found among the whole Roman prelacy. Careful of his person undoubtedly, and aiming at a simple elegance, he looked really superb in his black cassock with violet collar. And around him the spacious room where he received his visitors, gaily lighted as it was by 2 large windows facing the Piazza Navona, and furnished with a taste nowadays seldom met with among the Roman clergy, diffused a pleasant odour, and formed a setting instinct with kindly cheerfulness. "Pray sit down, Monsieur l'Abbe Froment," he resumed, "and tell me to what I am indebted for the honour of your visit." He had already recovered his self-possession and assumed a naïf, purely obliging air, and Pierre, though the question was only natural, and he ought to have foreseen it, suddenly felt greatly embarrassed, more embarrassed indeed than in Cardinal Sarno's presence. Should he go to the point at once, confess the delicate motive of his visit? A moment's reflection showed him that this would be the best and worthier course. "Dear me, Monseigneur," he replied, "I know very well that the step I have taken in calling on you is not usually taken, but it has been advised me, and it has seemed to me that among honest folks there can never be any harm in seeking in all good faith to elucidate the truth." "What is it? What is it, then?" asked the prelate with an expression of perfect candour, and still continuing to smile. "Well, simply this. I have learnt that the Congregation of the Index has handed you my book, New Rome, and appointed you to examine it, and I have ventured to present myself before you in case you should have any explanations to ask of me." But Monsignor Fornaro seemed unwilling to hear any more. He had carried both hands to his head and drawn back, albeit still courteous. "No, no," said he, "don't tell me that, don't continue, you would grieve me dreadfully. Let us say, if you like, that you have been deceived, for nothing ought to be known, in fact nothing is known, either by others or myself. I pray you, do not let us talk of such matters." Pierre, however, had fortunately remarked what a decisive effect was produced when he had occasion to mention the name of the assessor of the Holy Office. So it occurred to him to reply, "I most certainly do not desire to give you the slightest cause for embarrassment, Monseigneur, and I repeat to you that I would never have ventured to importune you if Monsignor Nani himself had not acquainted me with your name and address." This time the effect was immediate, though Monsignor Fornaro, with that easy grace which he introduced into all things, made some ceremony about surrendering. He began by a demurrer, speaking archly with subtle shades of expression. "What, Is Monsignor Nani the tattler? But I shall scold him, I shall get angry with him. And what does he know? He doesn't belong to the congregation. He may have been led into error. You must tell him that he has made a mistake, and that I have nothing at all to do with your affair. That will teach him not to reveal needful secrets which everybody respects." Then, in a pleasant way, with winning glance and flowery lips, he went on, "Come, since Monsignor Nani desires it, I am willing to chat with you for a moment, my dear Monsieur Froment, but on condition that you shall know nothing of my report, or of what may have been said or done at the congregation." Pierre in his turn smiled, admiring how easy things became when forms were respected and appearances saved. And once again he began to explain his case, the profound astonishment into which the prosecution of his book had thrown him, and his ignorance of the objections which were taken to it, and for which he had vainly sought a cause. "Really, really," repeated the prelate, quite amazed at so much innocence, "the congregation is a tribunal, and can only act when a case is brought before it. Proceedings have been taken against your book simply because it has been denounced." "Yes, I know, denounced." "Of course. Complaint was laid by 3 French bishops, whose names you will allow me to keep secret, and it consequently became necessary for the congregation to examine the incriminated work." Pierre looked at him quite scared. Denounced by 3 bishops? Why? With what object? Then he thought of his protector. "But Cardinal Bergerot," said he, "wrote me a letter of approval, which I placed at the beginning of my work as a preface. Ought not a guarantee like that to have been sufficient for the French episcopacy?" Monsignor Fornaro wagged his head in a knowing way before making up his mind to reply. "Ah, yes, no doubt His Eminence's letter, a very beautiful letter. I think, however, that it would have been much better if he had not written it, both for himself and for you especially." Then, as the priest, whose surprise was increasing, opened his mouth to urge him to explain himself, he went on, "No, no, I know nothing, I say nothing. His Eminence Cardinal Bergerot is a saintly man whom everybody venerates, and if it were possible for him to sin, it would only be through pure goodness of heart." Silence fell. Pierre could divine that an abyss was opening, and dared not insist. However, he at last resumed with some violence, "But after all, why should my book be prosecuted and the books of others be left untouched? I have no intention of acting as a denouncer myself, but how many books are there to which Rome closes her eyes, and which are far more dangerous than mine can be?" This time Monsignor Fornaro seemed glad to be able to support Pierre's view. "You are right," said he. "We cannot deal with every bad book, and it greatly distresses us. But you must remember what an incalculable number of works we should be compelled to read. And so we have to content ourselves with condemning the worst en bloc." Then he complacently entered into explanations. In principle, no printer ought to send any work to press without having previously submitted the manuscript to the approval of the bishop of the diocese. Nowadays, however, with the enormous output of the printing trade, one could understand how terribly embarrassed the bishops would be if the printers were suddenly to conform to the Church's regulation. There was neither the time nor the money, nor were there the men necessary for such colossal labour. And so the congregation of the Index condemned en masse, without examination, all works of certain categories. First, books which were dangerous for morals, all erotic writings, and all novels. Next, the various Bibles in the vulgar tongue, for the perusal of Holy Writ without discretion was not allowable. Then the books on magic and sorcery, and all works on science, history, or philosophy that were in any way contrary to dogma, as well as the writings of heresiarchs or mere ecclesiastics discussing religion, which should never be discussed. All these were wise laws made by different popes, and were set forth in the preface to the catalogue of forbidden books which the congregation published, and without them this catalogue to have been complete would in itself have formed a large library. On turning it over, one found that the works singled out for interdiction were chiefly those of priests, the task being so vast and difficult that Rome's concern extended but little beyond the observance of good order within the Church. And Pierre and his book came within the limit. "You will understand," continued Monsignor Fornaro, "that we have no desire to advertise a heap of unwholesome writings by honouring them with special condemnation. Their name is legion in every country, and we should have neither enough paper nor enough ink to deal with them all. So we content ourselves with condemning one from time to time, when it bears a famous name and makes too much noise, or contains disquieting attacks on the faith. This suffices to remind the world that we exist and defend ourselves without abandoning aught of our rights or duties." "But my book, exclaimed Pierre. "Why these proceedings against my book?" "I am explaining that to you as far as it is allowable for me to do, my dear Monsieur Froment. You are a priest, your book is a success, you have published a cheap edition of it which sells very readily, and I don't speak of its literary merit, which is remarkable, for it contains a breath of real poetry which transported me, and on which I must really compliment you. However, under the circumstances which I have enumerated, how could we close our eyes to such a work as yours, in which the conclusion arrived at is the annihilation of our holy religion and the destruction of Rome?" Pierre remained open-mouthed, suffocating with surprise. "The destruction of Rome!" he at last exclaimed. "But I desire to see Rome rejuvenated, eternal, again the queen of the world." And once more mastered by his glowing enthusiasm, he defended himself and confessed his faith. Catholicism reverting to the principles and practices of the primitive Church, drawing the blood of regeneration from the fraternal Christianity of Jesus. The Pope, freed from all terrestrial royalty, governing the whole of humanity with charity and love, and saving the world from the frightful social cataclysm that threatens it, by leading it to the real kingdom of God, the Christian communion of all nations united in one nation only. "And can the Holy Father disavow me?" he continued. "Are not these his secret ideas, which people are beginning to divine, and does not my only offence lie in having expressed them perhaps too soon and too freely? And if I were allowed to see him, should I not at once obtain from him an order to stop these proceedings?" Monsignor Fornaro no longer spoke, but wagged his head without appearing offended by the priest's juvenile ardour. On the contrary, he smiled with increasing amiability, as though highly amused by so much innocence and imagination. At last he gaily responded, "Oh, speak on, speak on. It isn't I who will stop you. I am forbidden to say anything. But the temporal power, the temporal power." "Well, what of the temporal power?" asked Pierre. The prelate had again become silent, raising his amiable face to heaven and waving his white hands with a pretty gesture. And when he once more opened his mouth, it was to say, "Then there's your new religion," for the expression occurs twice. The new religion, the new religion. Ah, Dio! Again he became restless, going off into an ecstasy of wonderment, at sight of which Pierre impatiently exclaimed, "I do not know what your report will be, Monseigneur, but I declare to you that I have had no desire to attack dogma. And candidly now, my whole book shows that I only sought to write a work of pity and salvation. It is only justice that some account should be taken of one's intentions." Monsignor Fornaro had become very calm and paternal again. "Oh, intentions, intentions," he said as he rose to dismiss his visitor. "You may be sure, my dear Monsieur Froment, that I feel much honoured by your visit. Naturally, I cannot tell you what my report will be. As it is, we have talked too much about it, and in fact I ought to have refused to listen to your defence. At the same time, you will always find me ready to be of service to you in anything that does not go against my duty. But I greatly fear that your book will be condemned." And then, as Pierre again started, he added, "Well, yes, it is facts that are judged, you know, not intentions. So all defence is useless. The book is there, and we take it such as it is. However much you try to explain it, you cannot alter it. And this is why the congregation never calls the accused parties before it, and never accepts from them aught but retraction pure and simple. And indeed the wisest course for you would be to withdraw your book and make your submission. No? You won't? Ah, how young you are, my friend." He laughed yet more loudly at the gesture of revolt, of indomitable pride which had just escaped his young friend, as he called him. Then, on reaching the door, he again threw off some of his reserve and said in a low voice, "Come, my dear Abbé, there is something I will do for you. I will give you some good advice. At bottom, I myself am nothing. I deliver my report, and it is printed, and the members of the congregation read it, but are quite free to pay no attention to it. However, the secretary of the congregation, Father D'Angelis, can accomplish everything, even impossibilities. Go to see him. You will find him at the Dominican convent behind the Piazza di Spagna. Don't name me. And for the present, goodbye, my dear fellow, goodbye." Pierre once more found himself on the Piazza Navona, quite dazed, no longer knowing what to believe or hope. A cowardly idea was coming over him. Why should he continue this struggle, in which his adversaries remained unknown and indiscernible? Why carry obstinacy any further? Why linger any longer in that impassionating but deceptive Rome? He would flee that very evening, return to Paris, disappear there, and forget his bitter disillusion in the practice of humble charity. He was traversing one of those hours of weakness when the long-dreamt-of task suddenly seems to be an impossibility. However, amidst his great confusion he was nevertheless walking on, going towards his destination. And when he found himself in the Corso, then in the Via dei Condotti, and finally in the Piazza di Spagna, he resolved that he would, at any rate, see Father D'Angelis. The Dominican convent is there, just below the Trinità de' Monti. Ah, those Dominicans! Pierre had never thought of them without a feeling of respect with which mingled a little fear. What vigorous pillars of the principle of authority and theocracy they had for centuries proved themselves to be. To them the Church had been indebted for its greatest measure of authority. They were the glorious soldiers of its triumph. Whilst St. Francis won the souls of the humble over to Rome, St. Dominic, on Rome's behalf, subjected all the superior souls, those of the intelligent and powerful. And this he did with passion, amidst a blaze of faith and determination, making use of all possible means, preachings, writings, and police and judicial pressure. Though he did not found the Inquisition, its principles were his, and it was with fire and sword that his fraternal, loving heart waged war on schism. Living like his monks, in poverty, chastity, and obedience, the great virtues of those times of pride and licentiousness, he went from city to city, exhorting the impious, striving to bring them back to the Church and arraigning them before the ecclesiastical courts when his preachings did not suffice. He also laid siege to science, sought to make it his own, dreamt of defending God with the weapons of reason and human knowledge, like a true forerunner of the angelic St. Thomas, that light of the Middle Ages, who joined the Dominican order and set everything in his Summa Theologiae, psychology, logic, policy, and morals. And thus it was that the Dominicans filled the world, upholding the doctrines of Rome in the most famous pulpits of every nation, and contending almost everywhere against the free spirit of the universities, like the vigilant guardians of dogma that they were, the unwearying artisans of the fortunes of the popes, the most powerful amongst all the artistic, scientific, and literary workers who raised the huge edifice of Catholicism such as it exists today. However, Pierre, who could feel that this edifice was even now tottering, though it had been built, people fancied, so substantially as to last through all eternity, asked himself what could be the present use of the Dominicans, those toilers of another age, whose police system and whose tribunals had perished beneath universal execration, whose voices were no longer listened to, whose books were but seldom read, and whose role as savants and civilizers had come to an end in presence of latter-day science, the truths of which were rending dogma on all sides. Certainly the Dominicans still form an influential and prosperous order. But how far is one from the times when their general reigned in Rome, master of the Holy Palace, with convents and schools, and subjects throughout Europe? Of all their vast inheritance, so far as the Roman Curia is concerned, only a few posts now remain to them, and among others the secretaryship of the Congregation of the Index, a former dependency of the Holy Office where they once despotically ruled. Pierre was immediately ushered into the presence of Father D'Angelis. The convent parlour was vast, bare, and white, flooded with bright sunshine. The only furniture was a table and some stools, and a large brass crucifix hung from the wall. Near the table stood the father, a very thin man of about 50, severely draped in his ample white habit and black mantle. From his long ascetic face, with thin lips, thin nose, and pointed obstinate chin, his grey eyes shone out with a fixity that embarrassed one. And moreover he showed himself very plain and simple of speech, and frigidly polite in manner. "Monsieur l'Abbe Froment, the author of New Rome, I suppose." Then, seating himself on one stool and pointing to another, he added, "Pray acquaint me with the object of your visit, Monsieur l'Abbe." Thereupon Pierre had to begin his explanations, his defence, all over again, and the task soon became the more painful as his words fell from his lips amidst death-like silence and frigidity. Father D'Angelis did not stir. With his hands crossed upon his knees he kept his sharp, penetrating eyes fixed upon those of the priest. And when the latter had at last ceased speaking, he slowly said, I did not like to interrupt you, Monsieur l'Abbé, but it was not for me to hear all this. Process against your book has begun, and no power in the world can stay or impede its course. I do not therefore realize what it is that you apparently expect of me. In a quivering voice, Pierre was bold enough to answer, I look for some kindness and justice. A pale smile, instinct with proud humility, arose to the Dominican's lips. Be without fear, he replied. God has ever deigned to enlighten me in the discharge of my modest duties. Personally, be it said, I have no justice to render. I am but an employee whose duty is to classify matters and draw up documents concerning them. Their eminences, the members of the congregation, will alone pronounce judgment on your book, and assuredly they will do so with the help of the Holy Spirit. You will only have to bow to their sentence when it shall have been ratified by His Holiness. Then he broke off the interview by rising, and Pierre was obliged to do the same. The Dominican's words were virtually identical with those that had fallen from Monsignor Fornaro, but they were spoken with cutting frankness, a sort of tranquil bravery. On all sides Pierre came into collision with the same anonymous force, the same powerful engine whose component parts sought to ignore one another. For a long time yet, no doubt, he would be sent from one to the other, without ever finding the volitional element which reasoned and acted, and the only thing that he could do was to bow to it all. However, before going off, it occurred to him once more to mention the name of Monsignor Nani, the powerful effect of which he had begun to realize. I ask your pardon, he said, for having disturbed you to no purpose, but I simply deferred to the kind advice of Monsignor Nani, who has condescended to show me some interest. The effect of these words was unexpected. Again did Father D'Angelis's thin face brighten into a smile, but with a twist of the lips, sharp with ironical contempt. He had become yet paler than before, and his keen, intelligent eyes were flaming. Ah, it was Monsignor Nani who sent you, he said. Well, if you think you need a protector, it is useless for you to apply to any other than himself. He is all-powerful. Go to see him. Go to see him. And that was the only encouragement Pierre derived from his visit, the advice to go back to the man who had sent him. At this he felt that he was losing ground, and he resolved to return home in order to reflect on things and try to understand them before taking any further steps. The idea of questioning Don Vigilio at once occurred to him, and that same evening after supper he luckily met the secretary in the corridor, just as, candle in hand, he was on his way to bed. I have so many things that I should like to say to you, Pierre said to him. Can you kindly come to my rooms for a moment? But the other promptly silenced him with a gesture, and then whispered, Didn't you see Abbe Paparelli on the first floor? He was following us, I'm sure. Pierre often saw the train-bearer roaming about the house, and greatly disliked his stealthy, prying ways. However, he had hitherto attached no importance to him, and was therefore much surprised by Don Vigilio's question. The other, without awaiting his reply, had returned to the end of the corridor, where for a long while he remained listening. Then he came back on tiptoe, blew out his candle, and darted into Pierre's sitting-room. There, that's done, he murmured directly the door was shut. But if it is all the same to you, we won't stop in this sitting-room. Let us go into your bedroom. 2 walls are better than 1. When the lamp had been placed on the table and they found themselves seated face to face in that bare, faded bedchamber, Pierre noticed that the secretary was suffering from a more violent attack of fever than usual. His thin, puny figure was shivering from head to foot, and his ardent eyes had never before blazed so blackly in his ravaged yellow face. "Are you poorly?" asked Pierre. "I don't want to tire you." "Poorly, yes, I am on fire, but I want to talk. I can't bear it any longer. One always has to relieve oneself some day or other." Was it his complaint that he desired to relieve, or was he anxious to break his long silence in order that it might not stifle him? This at first remained uncertain. He immediately asked for an account of the steps that Pierre had lately taken, and became yet more restless when he heard how the other had been received by Cardinal Sarno, Monsignor Fornaro, and Father D'Angelis. "Yes, that's quite it," he repeated. "Nothing astonishes me nowadays, and yet I feel indignant on your account. Yet it doesn't concern me, but all the same it makes me ill, for it reminds me of all my own troubles. You must not rely on Cardinal Sarno, remember, for he is always elsewhere, with his mind far away, and has never helped anybody. But that Fornaro! "He seemed to me very amiable, even kindly disposed," replied Pierre, "and I really think that after our interview he will considerably soften his report." "He? Why, the gentler he was with you, the more grievously he will saddle you. He will devour you, fatten himself with such easy prey. Ah, you don't know him, delizioso that he is, ever on the watch to rear his own fortune on the troubles of poor devils whose defeat is bound to please the powerful. I prefer the other one, Father d'Angelis, a terrible man, no doubt, but frank and brave and of superior mind. I must admit, however, that he would burn you like a handful of straw if he were the master. And if I could tell you everything, if I could show you the frightful underside of this world of ours, the monstrous, ravenous ambition, the abominable network of intrigues, venality, cowardice, treachery, and even crime." On seeing Don Vigilio so excited, in such a blaze of spite, Pierre thought of extracting from him some of the many items of information which he had hitherto sought in vain. "Well, tell me merely what is the position of my affair," he responded. "When I questioned you on my arrival here, you said that nothing had yet reached Cardinal Boccanera. But all information must now have been collected, and you must know of it. And by the way, Monsignor Fornaro told me that 3 French bishops had asked that my book should be prosecuted." "3 bishops? Is it possible?" Don Vigilio shrugged his shoulders. "Ah," said he, "yours is an innocent soul. I am surprised that there were only 3. Yes, several documents relating to your affair are in our hands, and moreover things have turned out much as I suspected. The 3 bishops are first the Bishop of Tarbes, who evidently carries out the vengeance of the Fathers of Lourdes, and then the Bishops of Poitiers and Evreux, who are both known as uncompromising ultramontanists and passionate adversaries of Cardinal Bergerot. The Cardinal, you know, is regarded with disfavour at the Vatican, where his Gallican ideas and broad liberal mind provoke perfect anger. And don't seek for anything else. The whole affair lies in that, an execution which the powerful Fathers of Lourdes demand of His Holiness, and a desire to reach and strike Cardinal Bergerot through your book, by means of the letter of approval which he imprudently wrote to you, and which you published by way of preface. For a long time past, the condemnations of the Index have largely been secret knockdown blows levelled at churchmen. Denunciation reigns supreme, and the law applied is that of good pleasure. I could tell you some almost incredible things, how perfectly innocent books have been selected among 100 for the sole object of killing an idea or a man. For the blow is almost always levelled at someone behind the author, someone higher than he is. And there is such a hotbed of intrigue, such a source of abuses in this institution of the Index, that it is tottering, and even among those who surround the Pope, it is felt that it must soon be freshly regulated if it is not to fall into complete discredit. I well understand that the Church should endeavour to retain universal power, and govern by every fit weapon, but the weapons must be such as one can use without their injustice leading to revolt, or their antique childishness provoking merriment." Pierre listened with dolorous astonishment in his heart. Since he had been at Rome and had seen the Fathers of the Grottos saluted and feared there, holding an authoritative position, thanks to the large alms which they contributed to the Peter's pence, he had felt that they were behind the proceedings instituted against him, and realized that he would have to pay for a certain page of his book in which he had called attention to an iniquitous displacement of fortune at Lourdes, a frightful spectacle which made one doubt the very existence of the divinity, a continual cause of battle and conflict which would disappear in the truly Christian society of tomorrow. And he could also now understand that his delight at the loss of the temporal power must have caused a scandal, and especially that the unfortunate expression, a new religion, had alone been sufficient to arm delatores against him. But that which amazed and grieved him was to learn that Cardinal Bergerot's letter was looked upon as a crime, and that his, Pierre's book, was denounced and condemned, in order that adversaries who dared not attack the venerable pastor face to face might deal him a cowardly blow from behind. The thought of afflicting that saintly man, of serving as the implement to strike him in his ardent charity, cruelly grieved Pierre. And how bitter and disheartening it was to find the most hideous questions of pride and money, ambition and appetite, running riot with the most ferocious egotism beneath the quarrels of those leaders of the Church who ought only to have contended together in love for the poor. And then Pierre's mind revolted against that supremely odious and idiotic Index. He now understood how it worked, from the arrival of the denunciations to the public posting of the titles of the condemned works. He had just seen the secretary of the congregation, Father D'Angelis, to whom the denunciations came, and who then investigated the affair, collecting all documents and information concerning it with the passion of a cultivated authoritarian monk, who dreamt of ruling minds and consciences as in the heroic days of the Inquisition. Then, too, Pierre had visited one of the consultive prelates, Monsignor Fornaro, who was so ambitious and affable, and so subtle a theologian, that he would have discovered attacks against the faith in a treatise on algebra, had his interests required it. Next there were the infrequent meetings of the cardinals, who at long intervals voted for the interdiction of some hostile book, deeply regretting that they could not suppress them all. And finally came the Pope, approving and signing the decrees, which was a mere formality, for were not all books guilty? But what an extraordinary wretched Bastille of the past was that aged index, that senile institution now sunk into second childhood. One realized that it must have been a formidable power when books were rare and the Church had tribunals of blood and fire to enforce her edicts. But books had so greatly multiplied, the written, printed thoughts of mankind had swollen into such a deep, broad river, that they had swept all opposition away, and now the index was swamped and reduced to powerlessness, compelled more and more to limit its field of action, to confine itself to the examination of the writings of ecclesiastics. And even in this respect it was becoming corrupt, fouled by the worst passions and changed into an instrument of intrigue, hatred, and vengeance. Ah, that confession of decay, of paralysis which grew more and more complete amidst the scornful indifference of the nations. To think that Catholicism, the once glorious agent of civilization, had come to such a pass that it cast books into hellfire by the heap. And what books they were, almost the entire literature, history, philosophy, and science of the past and the present. Few works indeed are published nowadays that would not fall under the ban of the Church. If she seems to close her eyes, it is in order to avoid the impossible task of hunting out and destroying everything. Yet she stubbornly insists on retaining a semblance of sovereign authority over human intelligence, just as some very aged queen, dispossessed of her states and henceforth without judges or executioners, might continue to deliver vain sentences to which only an infinitesimal minority would pay heed. But imagine the Church momentarily victorious, miraculously mastering the modern world, and ask yourself what she, with her tribunals to condemn and her gendarmes to enforce, would do with human thought. Imagine a strict application of the index regulations, no printer able to put anything whatever to press without the approval of his bishop, and even then every book laid before the congregation, the past expunged, the present throttled, subjected to an intellectual reign of terror. Would not the closing of every library perforce ensue? Would not the long heritage of written thought be cast into prison? Would not the future be barred? Would not all progress, all conquest of knowledge, be totally arrested? Rome herself is nowadays a terrible example of such a disastrous experiment. Rome, with her congealed soil, her dead sap, killed by centuries of papal government, Rome which has become so barren that not a man, not a work has sprung from her midst, even after 25 years of awakening and liberty. And who would accept such a state of things, not among people of revolutionary mind, but among those of religious mind that might possess any culture and breadth of view? Plainly enough, it was all mere childishness and absurdity. Deep silence reigned, and Pierre, quite upset by his reflections, made a gesture of despair whilst glancing at Don Vigilio, who sat speechless in front of him. For a moment longer, amidst the death-like quiescence of that old sleeping mansion, both continued silent, seated face to face in the closed chamber which the lamp illumined with a peaceful glow. But at last Don Vigilio leant forward, his eyes sparkling, and with a feverish shiver murmured, "It is they, you know, always they, at the bottom of everything." Pierre, who did not understand, felt astonished, indeed somewhat anxious at such a strange remark coming without any apparent transition. "Who are they?" he asked. "The Jesuits." In this reply the little withered yellow priest had set all the concentrated rage of his exploding passion. Ah, so much the worse if he had perpetrated a fresh act of folly. The cat was out of the bag at last. Nevertheless he cast a final suspicious glance around the walls. And then he relieved his mind at length with a flow of words which gushed forth the more irresistibly since he had so long held them in check. "Ah, the Jesuits, the Jesuits! You fancy that you know them, but you haven't even an idea of their abominable actions and incalculable power. They it is whom one always comes upon, everywhere, in every circumstance. Remember that whenever you fail to understand anything, if you wish to understand it. Whenever grief or trouble comes upon you, whenever you suffer, whenever you weep, say to yourself at once, it is they are there. Why, for all I know, there may be one of them under that bed, inside that cupboard. Ah, the Jesuits, the Jesuits! They have devoured me, they are devouring me still, they will leave nothing of me at last, neither flesh nor bone. Then, in a halting voice, he related the story of his life, beginning with his youth, which had opened so hopefully. He belonged to the petty provincial nobility, and had been dowered with a fairly large income, besides a keen, supple intelligence, which looked smilingly towards the future. Nowadays he would assuredly have been a prelate, on the road to high dignities, but he had been foolish enough to speak ill of the Jesuits, and to thwart them in 2 or 3 circumstances. And from that moment, if he were to be believed, they had caused every imaginable misfortune to rain upon him. His father and mother had died, his banker had robbed him and fled, good positions had escaped him at the very moment when he was about to occupy them, the most awful misadventures had pursued him amidst the duties of his ministry, to such a point, indeed, that he had narrowly escaped interdiction. It was only since Cardinal Boccanera, compassionating his bad luck, had taken him into his house and attached him to his person, that he had enjoyed a little repose. "Here I have a refuge, an asylum," he continued. "They execrate His Eminence, who has never been on their side, but they haven't yet dared to attack him or his servants. Oh, I have no illusions, they will end by catching me again all the same. Perhaps they will even hear of our conversation this evening, and make me pay dearly for it. For I do wrong to speak, I speak in spite of myself. They have stolen all my happiness, and brought all possible misfortune on me, everything that was possible, everything. You hear me?" Increasing discomfort was taking possession of Pierre, who, seeking to relieve himself by a jest, exclaimed, "Come, come, at any rate it wasn't the Jesuits who gave you the fever." "Yes, yes, it was," Don Vigilio violently declared. "I caught it on the bank of the Tiber one evening, when I went to weep there in my grief at having been driven from the little church where I officiated." End of section 19. Section 20 of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Rome by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 10, Part 2. Pierre, hitherto, had never believed in the terrible legend of the Jesuits. He belonged to a generation which laughed at the idea of werewolves, and considered the bourgeois' fear of the famous black men who hid themselves in walls and terrorized families to be a trifle ridiculous. To him all such things seemed to be nursery tales, exaggerated by religious and political passion. And so it was with amazement that he examined Don Vigilio, suddenly fearing that he might have to deal with a maniac. Nevertheless, he could not help recalling the extraordinary story of the Jesuits. If St. Francis of Assisi and St. Dominic are the very soul and spirit of the Middle Ages, its masters and teachers, the former a living expression of all the ardent, charitable faith of the humble, and the other defending dogma and fixing doctrines for the intelligent and the powerful. On the other hand, Ignatius de Loyola appeared on the threshold of modern times to save the tottering heritage by accommodating religion to the new developments of society, thereby ensuring it the empire of the world which was about to appear. At the advent of the modern era, it seemed as if the deity were to be vanquished in the uncompromising struggle with sin, for it was certain that the old determination to suppress nature, to kill the man, with his appetites, passions, heart, and blood, could only result in a disastrous defeat, in which, indeed, the Church found herself on the very eve of sinking. And it was the Jesuits who came to extricate her from this peril and reinvigorate her by deciding that it was she who now ought to go to the world, since the world seemed unwilling to go any longer to her. All lay in that. You find the Jesuits declaring that one can enter into arrangements with heaven. They bend and adjust themselves to the customs, prejudices, and even vices of the times. They smile, all condescension, cast rigorism aside, and practice the diplomacy of amiability, ever ready to turn the most awful abominations to the greater glory of God. That is their motto, their battle cry. And thence springs the moral principle which many regard as their crime, that all means are good to attain one's end, especially when that end is the furtherance of the deity's interests as represented by those of the Church. And what overwhelming success attends the efforts of the Jesuits! They swarm and before long cover the earth, on all sides becoming uncontested masters. They shrive kings, they acquire immense wealth, they display such victorious power of invasion that, however humbly they may set foot in any country, they soon wholly possess it. Souls, bodies, power and fortune alike falling to them. And they are particularly zealous in founding schools. They show themselves to be incomparable moulders of the human brain, well understanding that power always belongs to the morrow, to the generations which are growing up, and whose master one must be if one desire to reign eternally. So great is their power, based on the necessity of compromise with sin, that on the morrow of the Council of Trent they transform the very spirit of Catholicism, penetrate it, identify it with themselves, and become the indispensable soldiers of the papacy, which lives by them and for them. And from that moment Rome is theirs, Rome, where their general so long commands, whence so long go forth the directions for the obscure tactics which are blindly followed by their innumerable army, whose skilful organization covers the globe as with an iron network, hidden by the velvet of hands expert in dealing gently with poor suffering humanity. But after all, the most prodigious feature is the stupefying vitality of the Jesuits, who are incessantly tracked, condemned, executed, and yet still ever erect. As soon as their power asserts itself, their unpopularity begins and gradually becomes universal. Hoots of execration arise around them, abominable accusations, scandalous law cases in which they appear as corrupters and felons. Pascal devotes them to public contempt. Parliaments condemn their books to be burnt. Universities denounce their system of morals and their teaching as poisonous. They foment such disturbances, such struggles in every kingdom, that organized persecution sets in, and they are soon driven from everywhere. During more than a century they become wanderers, expelled, then recalled, passing and repassing frontiers, leaving a country amidst cries of hatred, to return to it as soon as quiet has been restored. Finally, for supreme disaster, they are suppressed by one pope, but another re-establishes them, and since then they have been virtually tolerated everywhere. And in the diplomatic self-effacement, the shade in which they have the prudence to sequester themselves, they are none the less triumphant, quietly confident of their victory, like soldiers who have once and forever subdued the earth. Pierre was aware that, judging by mere appearances, the Jesuits were nowadays dispossessed of all influence in Rome. They no longer officiated at the Gesù, they no longer directed the Collegio Romano, where they formerly fashioned so many souls, and with no abode of their own, reduced to accept foreign hospitality, they had modestly sought a refuge at the Collegio Germanico, where there is a little chapel. There they taught and there they still confessed, but without the slightest bustle or display. Was one to believe, however, that this effacement was but masterly cunning, a feigned disappearance, in order that they might really remain secret, all-powerful masters, the hidden hand which directs and guides everything? People certainly said that the proclamation of papal infallibility had been their work, a weapon with which they had armed themselves, whilst feigning to bestow it on the papacy, in readiness for the coming decisive task which their genius foresaw in the approaching social upheavals. And thus there might perhaps be some truth in what Don Vigilio, with a shiver of mystery, related about their occult sovereignty, a season, as it were, of the government of the Church, a royalty ignored but nevertheless complete. As this idea occurred to Pierre, a dim connection between certain of his experiences arose in his mind, and he all at once inquired, "Is Monsignor Nani a Jesuit, then?" These words seemed to revive all Don Vigilio's anxious passion. He waved his trembling hand, and replied, "He! Oh, he's too clever, too skilful by far to have taken the robe. But he comes from that Collegio Romano where his generation grew up, and he there imbibed that Jesuit genius which adapted itself so well to his own. Whilst fully realizing the danger of wearing an unpopular and embarrassing livery, and wishing to be free, he is none the less a Jesuit in his flesh, in his bones, in his very soul. He is evidently convinced that the Church can only triumph by utilizing the passions of mankind, and withal he is very fond of the Church, very pious at bottom, a very good priest, serving God without weakness in gratitude for the absolute power which God gives to his ministers. And besides, he is so charming, incapable of any brutal action, full of the good breeding of his noble Venetian ancestors, and deeply versed in the knowledge of the world, thanks to his experiences at the nunciatures of Paris, Vienna, and other places, without mentioning that he knows everything that goes on by reason of the delicate functions which he has discharged for 10 years past as assessor of the Holy Office. Yes, he is powerful, all-powerful, And in him you do not have the furtive Jesuit whose robe glides past amidst suspicion, but the head, the brain, the leader whom no uniform designates." This reply made Pierre grave, for he was quite willing to admit that an opportunist code of morals, like that of the Jesuits, was inoculable and now predominated throughout the Church. Indeed, the Jesuits might disappear, but their doctrine would survive them, since it was the one weapon of combat, the one system of strategy which might again place the nations under the dominion of Rome. And in reality the struggle which continued lay precisely in the attempts to accommodate religion to the century, and the century to religion. Such being the case, Pierre realized that men like Monsignor Nani might acquire vast and even decisive importance. "Ah, if you knew, continued Don Vigilio. "He's everywhere, he has his hand in everything. For instance, nothing has ever happened here among the Bocaneras, but I've found him at the bottom of it, tangling or untangling the threads according to necessities with which he alone is acquainted." Then, in the unquenchable fever for confiding things which was now consuming him, the secretary related how Monsignor Nani had most certainly brought on Benedetta's divorce case. The Jesuits, in spite of their conciliatory spirit, have always taken up a hostile position with regard to Italy, either because they do not despair of reconquering Rome, or because they wait to treat in due season with the ultimate and real victor, whether king or pope. And so Nani, who had long been one of Donna Serafina's intimates, had helped to precipitate the rupture with Prada as soon as Benedetta's mother was dead. Again, it was he who, to prevent any interference on the part of the patriotic Abbe Pisoni, the young woman's confessor and the artisan of her marriage, had urged her to take the same spiritual director as her aunt, Father Lorenza, a handsome Jesuit with clear and kindly eyes, whose confessional in the chapel of the Collegio Germanico was incessantly besieged by penitents. And it seemed certain that this manoeuvre had brought about everything. What one cleric working for Italy had done was to be undone by another cleric working against Italy. Why was it, however, that Nani, after bringing about the rupture, had momentarily ceased to show all interest in the affair, to the point even of jeopardizing the suit for the dissolution of the marriage? And why was he now again busying himself with it, setting Donna Serafina in action, prompting her to buy Monsignor Palma's support, and bringing his own influence to bear on the cardinals of the congregation? There was a mystery in all this, as there was in everything he did, for his schemes were always complicated and distant in their effects. However, one might suppose that he now wished to hasten the marriage of Benedetta and Dario in order to stop all the abominable rumours which were circulating in the white world. Unless, indeed, this divorce secured by pecuniary payments and the pressure of notorious influences were an intentional scandal at first spun out and now hastened, in order to harm Cardinal Boccanera, whom the Jesuits might desire to brush aside in certain eventualities which were possibly near at hand. "To tell the truth, I rather incline to the latter view," said Don Vigilio, "the more so indeed as I learnt this evening that the Pope is not well. With an old man of 84 the end may come at any moment, and so the Pope can never catch cold but what the Sacred College and the prelacies are all agog, stirred by sudden ambitious rivalries. Now, the Jesuits have always opposed Cardinal Boccanera's candidature. They ought to be on his side on account of his rank and his uncompromising attitude towards Italy, but the idea of giving themselves such a master disquiets them, for they consider him unseasonably rough and stern, too violent in his faith, which, unbending as it is, would prove dangerous in these diplomatic times through which the Church is passing. And so I should in no wise be astonished if there were an attempt to discredit him and render his candidature impossible by employing the most underhand and shameful means." A little quiver of fear was coming over Pierre. The contagion of the unknown, of the black intrigues plotted in the dark, was spreading amidst the silence of the night in the depths of that palace, near that Tiber, in that Rome so full of legendary tragedies. But all at once the young man's mind reverted to himself, to his own affair. "But what is my part in all this?" he asked. "Why does Monsignor Nani seem to take an interest in me? Why is he mixed up in the proceedings against my book?" "Oh, one never knows exactly," replied Don Vigilio, waving his arms. "One thing I can say, that he only knew of the affair when the denunciations of the 3 bishops were already in the hands of Father D'Angelis, and I have also learnt that he then tried to stop the proceedings, which he no doubt thought both useless and impolitic." But when a matter is once before the congregation, it is almost impossible for it to be withdrawn, and Monsignor Nani must also have come into collision with Father D'Angelis, who, like a faithful Dominican, is the passionate adversary of the Jesuits. It was then that he caused the Contessina to write to Monsieur de la Choux, requesting him to tell you to hasten here in order to defend yourself, and to arrange for your acceptance of hospitality in this mansion during her stay. This revelation brought Pierre's emotion to a climax. "You are sure of that?" he asked. "Oh, quite sure. I heard Nani speak of you one Monday, and some time ago I told you that he seemed to know all about you, as if he had made the most minute inquiries. My belief is that he had already read your book, and was extremely preoccupied about it." "Do you think that he shares my ideas, then? Is he sincere? Is he defending himself while striving to defend me?" "Oh, no, no, not at all. Your ideas, why, he certainly hates them, and your book and yourself as well. You have no idea what contempt for the weak, what hatred of the poor and love of authority and domination he conceals under his caressing amiability. Lourdes he might abandon to you, though it embodies a marvellous weapon of government, but he will never forgive you for being on the side of the little ones of the world, and for pronouncing against the temporal power. If you only heard with what gentle ferocity he derides Monsieur de la Choux, whom he calls the weeping willow of Neo-Catholicism." Pierre carried his hands to his temples and pressed his head despairingly. "Then why? Why? Tell me, I beg of you. Why has he brought me here and kept me here in this house at his disposal? Why has he promenaded me up and down Rome for 3 long months, throwing me against obstacles and wearying me, when it was so easy for him to let the Index condemn my book if it embarrassed him? It's true, of course, that things would not have gone quietly, for I was disposed to refuse submission and openly confess my new faith, even against the decisions of Rome." Don Vigilio's black eyes flared in his yellow face. "Perhaps it was that which he wished to prevent. He knows you to be very intelligent and enthusiastic, and I have often heard him say that intelligence and enthusiasm should not be fought openly." Pierre, however, had risen to his feet, and instead of listening was striding up and down the room as though carried away by the whirlwind of his thoughts. "Come, come," he said at last, "it is necessary that I should know and understand things if I am to continue the struggle. You must be kind enough to give me some detailed particulars about each of the persons mixed up in my affair. Jesuits, Jesuits everywhere! Mon Dieu! It may be so, you are perhaps right. But all the same you must point out the different shades to me. Now, for instance, what of that Fornaro?" "Monsignor Fornaro? Oh, he's whatever you like. Still, he also was brought up at the Collegio Romano, so you may be certain that he is a Jesuit by education, position, and ambition. He is longing to become a cardinal, and if he some day becomes one, he'll long to be the next pope. Besides, you know, everyone here is a candidate to the papacy as soon as he enters the seminary. And Cardinal Sanguinetti? A Jesuit, a Jesuit. To speak plainly, he was one, then ceased to be one, and is now undoubtedly one again. Sanguinetti has flirted with every influence. It was long thought that he was in favour of a conciliation between the Holy See and Italy. But things drifted into a bad way, and he violently took part against the usurpers. In the same style he has frequently fallen out with Leo XIII and then made his peace. Today, at the Vatican, he keeps on a footing of diplomatic reserve. Briefly, he only has one object, the tiara, and even shows it too plainly, which is a mistake, for it uses up a candidate. Still, just at present, the struggle seems to be between him and Cardinal Boccanera, and that's why he has gone over to the Jesuits again, utilizing their hatred of his rival, and anticipating that they will be forced to support him in order to defeat the other. But I doubt it. They are too shrewd. They will hesitate to patronize a candidate who is already so compromised. He, blunderhead, passionate and proud as he is, doubts nothing, and since you say that he is now at Frascati, I'm certain that he made all haste to shut himself up there with some grand strategical object in view, as soon as he heard of the Pope's illness." "Well, and the Pope himself, Leo XIII?" asked Pierre. This time Don Vigilio slightly hesitated, his eyes blinking. Then he said, "Leo XIII? He is a Jesuit, a Jesuit. Oh, I know it is said that he sides with the Dominicans, and this is in a measure true, for he fancies that he is animated with their spirit, and that he has brought St. Thomas into favour again, and has restored all the ecclesiastical teaching of doctrine. But there is also the Jesuit, remember, who is one involuntarily and without knowing it, and of this category the present Pope will prove the most famous example. Study his acts, investigate his policy, and you will find that everything in it emanates from the Jesuit spirit. The fact is that he has unwittingly become impregnated with that spirit, and that all the influence, directly or indirectly brought to bear on him, comes from a Jesuit centre. Why don't you believe me? I repeat that the Jesuits have conquered and absorbed everything, that all Rome belongs to them, from the most insignificant cleric to His Holiness in person. Then he continued, replying to each fresh name that Pierre gave, with the same obstinate, maniacal cry, "Jesuit! Jesuit!" It seemed as if a churchman could be nothing else, as if each answer were a confirmation of the proposition that the clergy must compound with the modern world if it desired to preserve its deity. The heroic age of Catholicism was accomplished. Henceforth it could only live by dint of diplomacy and ruses, concessions and arrangements. "And that Paparelli, he's a Jesuit too, a Jesuit," Don Vigilio went on, instinctively lowering his voice. "Yes, the humble but terrible Jesuit, the Jesuit in his most abominable role as a spy and a perverter. I could swear that he has merely been placed here in order to keep watch on His Eminence. And you should see with what supple talent and craft he has performed his task, to such a point indeed that it is now he alone who wills and orders things. He opens the door to whomsoever he pleases, uses his master like something belonging to him, weighs on each of his resolutions, and holds him in his power by dint of his stealthy, unremitting efforts. Yes, it's the lion conquered by the insect, the infinitesimally small disposing of the infinitely great, the train-bearer, whose proper part is to sit at his cardinal's feet like a faithful hound, in reality reigning over him and impelling him in whatsoever direction he chooses. The Jesuit, the Jesuit! Mistrust him when you see him gliding by in his shabby old cassock, with the flabby wrinkled face of a devout old maid. And make sure that he isn't behind the doors, or in the cupboards, or under the beds. I tell you that they'll devour you as they've devoured me, and they'll give you the fever too, perhaps even the plague if you are not careful." Pierre suddenly halted in front of his companion. He was losing all assurance, both fear and rage were penetrating him. And after all, why not? These extraordinary stories must be true. "But in that case give me some advice," he exclaimed. "I asked you to come in here this evening precisely because I no longer know what to do, and need to be set in the right path." Then he broke off and again paced to and fro, as if urged into motion by his exploding passion. "Or rather, no, tell me nothing," he abruptly resumed. "It's all over. I prefer to go away. The thought occurred to me before, but it was in a moment of cowardice and with the idea of disappearing and of returning to live in peace in my little nook. Whereas now, if I go off, it will be as an avenger, a judge, to cry aloud to all the world from Paris, to proclaim what I have seen in Rome, what men have done there with the Christianity of Jesus, the Vatican falling into dust, the corpse-like odour which comes from it, the idiotic illusions of those who hope that they will one day see a renaissance of the modern soul arise from a sepulchre where the remnants of the dead centuries rot and slumber. Oh, I will not yield, I will not make my submission, I will defend my book by a fresh one. And that book, I promise you, will make some noise in the world, for it will sound the last agony of a dying religion, which one must make all haste to bury lest its remains should poison the nations." All this was beyond Don Vigilio's mind. The Italian priest, with narrow belief and ignorant terror of the new ideas, awoke within him. He clasped his hands, affrighted. Be quiet, you are blaspheming. And besides, you cannot go off like that without again trying to see His Holiness. He alone is sovereign. And I know that I shall surprise you, but Father d'Angeles has given you in jest the only good advice that can be given. Go back to see Monsignor Nani, for he alone will open the door of the Vatican for you." Again did Pierre give a start of anger. "What? It was with Monsignor Nani that I began, from him that I set out, and I am to go back to him? What game is that? Can I consent to be a shuttlecock sent flying hither and thither by every battledore? People are having a game with me." Then, harassed and distracted, the young man fell on his chair in front of Don Vigilio, who, with his face drawn by his prolonged vigil, and his hands still and ever faintly trembling, remained for some time silent. At last he explained that he had another idea. He was slightly acquainted with the Pope's confessor, a Franciscan father, a man of great simplicity, to whom he might recommend Pierre. This Franciscan, despite his self-effacement, would perhaps prove of service to him. At all events, he might be tried. Then once more silence fell, and Pierre, whose dreamy eyes were turned towards the wall, ended by distinguishing the old picture which had touched him so deeply on the day of his arrival. In the pale glow of the lamp it gradually showed forth and lived, like an incarnation of his own case, his own futile despair before the sternly closed portal of truth and justice. Ah, that outcast woman, that stubborn victim of love, weeping amidst her streaming hair, her visage hidden whilst with pain and grief she sank upon the steps of that palace whose door was so pitilessly shut. How she resembled him! Draped with a mere strip of linen, she was shivering, and amidst the overpowering distress of her abandonment, she did not reveal her secret, misfortune or transgression, whichever it might be. But he, behind her close-pressed hands, endowed her with a face akin to his own. She became his sister, as were all the poor creatures without roof or certainty who weep because they are naked and alone, and wear out their strength in seeking to force the wicked thresholds of men. He could never gaze at her without pitying her, and it stirred him so much that evening to find her ever so unknown, nameless and visageless, yet steeped in the most bitter tears, that he suddenly began to question his companion. "Tell me," said he, "do you know who painted that old picture? It stirs me to the soul like a masterpiece." Stupefied by this unexpected question, the secretary raised his head and looked, feeling yet more astonished when he had examined the blackened, forsaken panel in its sorry frame. "Where did it come from?" resumed Pierre. "Why has it been stowed away in this room?" "Oh," replied Don Vigilio with a gesture of indifference, "it's nothing. There are heaps of valueless old paintings everywhere. That one, no doubt, has always been here. But I don't know, I never noticed it before." Whilst speaking, he had at last risen to his feet, and this simple action had brought on such a fit of shivering that he could scarcely take leave, so violently did his teeth chatter with fever. "No, no, don't show me out," he stammered. "Keep the lamp here. And to conclude, the best course is for you to leave yourself in the hands of Monsignor Nani, for he, at all events, is a superior man. I told you on your arrival that, whether you would or not, you would end by doing as he desired. And so what's the use of struggling? And mind, not a word of our conversation tonight. It would mean my death." Then he noiselessly opened the doors, glanced distrustfully into the darkness of the passage, and at last ventured out and disappeared, regaining his own room with such soft steps that not the faintest footfall was heard amidst the tomb-like slumber of the old mansion. On the morrow, Pierre, again mastered by a desire to fight on to the very end, got Don Vigilio to recommend him to the Pope's confessor, the Franciscan friar with whom the secretary was slightly acquainted. However, this friar proved to be an extremely timid if worthy man, selected precisely on account of his great modesty, simplicity, and absolute lack of influence, in order that he might not abuse his position with respect to the Holy Father. And doubtless there was an affectation of humility on the latter's part in taking for confessor a member of the humblest of the regular orders, a friend of the poor, a holy beggar of the roads. At the same time the friar certainly enjoyed a reputation for oratory, and hidden by a veil the Pope at times listened to his sermons. For although, as infallible, Sovereign Pontiff Leo XIII could not receive lessons from any priest, it was admitted that as a man he might reap profit by listening to good discourse. Nevertheless, apart from his natural eloquence, the worthy friar was really a mere washer of souls, a confessor who listens and absolves without even remembering the impurities which he removes in the waters of penitence. And Pierre, finding him really so poor and such a cipher, did not insist on an intervention which he realized would be futile. All that day the young priest was haunted by the figure of that ingenuous lover of poverty, that delicious St. Francis, as Narcisse Habert was wont to say. Pierre had often wondered how such an apostle, so gentle towards both animate and inanimate creation, and so full of ardent charity for the wretched, could have arisen in a country of egotism and enjoyment like Italy, where the love of beauty alone has remained queen. Doubtless the times have changed, yet what a strong sap of love must have been needed in the old days, during the great sufferings of the Middle Ages, for such a consoler of the humble to spring from the popular soil and preach the gift of self to others, the renunciation of wealth, the horror of brutal force, the equality and obedience which would ensure the peace of the world. St. Francis trod the roads clad as one of the poorest, a rope girdling his grey gown and his bare feet shod with sandals, and he carried with him neither purse nor staff. And he and his brethren spoke aloud and freely, with sovereign florescence of poetry and boldness of truth, attacking the rich and the powerful, and daring even to denounce the priests of evil life, the debauched, simoniacal and perjured bishops. A long cry of relief greeted the Franciscans, the people followed them in crowds. They were the friends, the liberators of all the humble ones who suffered. And thus, like revolutionaries, they at first so alarmed Rome that the popes hesitated to authorize their order. When they at last gave way, it was assuredly with the hope of using this new force for their own profit, by conquering the whole vague mass of the lowly, whose covert threats have ever growled through the ages, even in the most despotic times. And thenceforward, in the sons of St. Francis, the Church possessed an ever-victorious army, a wandering army which spread over the roads, in the villages and through the towns, penetrating to the firesides of artisan and peasant, and gaining possession of all simple hearts. How great the democratic power of such an order which had sprung from the very entrails of the people! And thence its rapid prosperity, its teeming growth in a few years, friaries arising upon all sides, and the third order so invading the secular population as to impregnate and absorb it. And that there was here a genuine growth of the soil, a vigorous vegetation of the plebeian stock, was shown by an entire national art arising from it, the precursors of the Renaissance in painting, and even Dante himself, the soul of Italia's genius. For some days now, in the Rome of the present time, Pierre had been coming into contact with those great orders of the past. The Franciscans and the Dominicans were there face to face in their vast convents of prosperous aspect. But it seemed as if the humility of the Franciscans had in the long run deprived them of influence. Perhaps, too, their role as friends and liberators of the people was ended since the people now undertook to liberate itself. And so the only real remaining battle was between the Dominicans and the Jesuits, both of whom still claimed to mould the world according to their particular views. Warfare between them was incessant, and Rome, the supreme power at the Vatican, was ever the prize for which they contended. But, although the Dominicans had St. Thomas on their side, they must have felt that their old dogmatic science was crumbling, compelled as they were each day to surrender a little ground to the Jesuits whose principles accorded better with the spirit of the century. And in addition to these, there were the white-robed Carthusians, those very holy, pure and silent meditators who fled from the world into quiet cells and cloisters, those despairing and consoled ones whose numbers may decrease but whose order will live forever, even as grief and desire for solitude will live. And then there were the Benedictines, whose admirable rules have sanctified labour, passionate toilers in literature and science, once powerful instruments of civilization, enlarging universal knowledge by their immense historical and critical works. These Pierre loved, and with them would have sought a refuge 2 centuries earlier, yet he was astonished to find them building on the Aventine a huge dwelling, for which Leo XIII has already given millions, as if the science of today and tomorrow were yet a field where they might better garner harvests. But cui bono, when the workmen have changed and dogmas are there to bar the road, dogmas which totter, no doubt, but which believers may not fling aside in order to pass onward? And finally came the swarm of less important orders, hundreds in number. There were the Carmelites, the Trappists, the Minims, the Barnabites, the Lazarists, the Eudists, the Mission Fathers, the Servites, the Brothers of the Christian Doctrine. There were the Bernardines, the Augustinians, the Theatines, the Observants, the Passionists, the Celestines, and the Capuchins, without counting the corresponding orders of women, or the Poor Clares, or the innumerable nuns like those of the Visitation and the Calvary. Each community had its modest or sumptuous dwelling, certain districts of Rome were entirely composed of convents, and behind the silent, lifeless facades all those people buzzed, intrigued, and waged the everlasting warfare of rival interests and passions. The social evolution which produced them had long since ceased, since they obstinately sought to prolong their life, growing weaker and more useless day by day, destined to a slow agony, until the time shall come when the new development of society will leave them neither foothold nor breathing space. And it was not only with the regulars that Pierre came in contact during his peregrinations through Rome. Indeed, he more particularly had to deal with the secular clergy, and learnt to know them well. A hierarchical system which was still vigorously enforced maintained them in various ranks and classes. Up above, around the Pope, reigned the pontifical family, the high and noble cardinals and prelates whose conceit was great in spite of their apparent familiarity. Below them the parish clergy formed a very worthy middle class of wise and moderate minds, and here patriot priests were not rare. Moreover, the Italian occupation of a quarter of a century, by installing in the city a world of functionaries who saw everything that went on, had, curiously enough, greatly purified the private life of the Roman priesthood, in which, under the Pope's, women, beyond all question, played a supreme part. And finally one came to the plebeian clergy whom Pierre studied with curiosity, a collection of wretched, grimy, half-naked priests who like famished animals prowled around in search of masses, and drifted into disreputable taverns in the company of beggars and thieves. However, he was more interested by the floating population of foreign priests from all parts of Christendom. The adventurers, the ambitious ones, the believers, the madmen whom Rome attracted just as a lamp at night time attracts the insects of the gloom. Among these were men of every nationality, position, and age, all lashed on by their appetites and scrambling from morn till eve around the Vatican in order to snap at the prey which they hoped to secure. He found them everywhere, and told himself with some shame that he was one of them, that the unit of his own personality served to increase the incredible number of cassocks that one encountered in the streets. Ah, that ebb and flow, that ceaseless tide of black gowns and frocks of every hue! With their processions of students ever walking abroad, the seminaries of the different nations would alone have sufficed to drape and decorate the streets, for there were the French and the English all in black, the South Americans in black with blue sashes, the North Americans in black with red sashes, the Poles in black with green sashes, the Greeks in blue, the Germans in red, the Scots in violet, the Romans in black or violet or purple, the Bohemians with chocolate sashes, the Irish with red lappets, the Spaniards with blue cords, to say nothing of all the others with broidery and bindings and buttons in 100 different styles. And in addition there were the confraternities, the penitents, white, black, blue, and grey, with sleeveless frocks and capes of different hue, grey, blue, black, or white. And thus even nowadays papal Rome at times seems to resuscitate, and one could realize how tenaciously and vivaciously she struggled on in order that she might not disappear in the cosmopolitan Rome of the new era. However, Pierre, whilst running about from one prelate to another, frequenting priests and crossing churches, could not accustom himself to the worship, the Roman piety which astonished him when it did not wound him. One rainy Sunday morning, on entering Santa Maria Maggiore, he fancied himself in some waiting room, a very splendid one, no doubt, but where God seemed to have no habitation. There was not a bench, not a chair in the nave across which people passed, as they might pass through a railway station, wetting and soiling the precious mosaic pavement with their muddy shoes. And tired women and children sat round the bases of the columns, even as in railway stations one sees people sitting and waiting for their trains during the great crushes of the holiday season. And for this tramping throng of folks of small degree, who had looked in en passant, a priest was saying a low mass in a side chapel, before which a narrow file of standing people had gathered, extending across the nave, and recalling the crowds which wait in front of theatres for the opening of the doors. At the elevation of the host one and all inclined themselves devoutly, but almost immediately afterwards the gathering dispersed. And indeed, why linger? The Mass was said. Pierre everywhere found the same form of attendance, peculiar to the countries of the sun. The worshippers were in a hurry, and only favoured the deity with short familiar visits, unless it were a question of some gala scene at San Paolo or San Giovanni in Laterano, or some other of the old basilicas. It was only at the Gesù, on another Sunday morning, that the young priest came upon a high mass congregation, which reminded him of the devout throngs of the north. Here there were benches and women seated, a worldly warmth and cosiness under the luxurious, gilded, carved, and painted roof, whose tawny splendour is very fine now that time has toned down the eccentricities of the decoration. But how many of the churches were empty, among them some of the most ancient and venerable, San Clemente, Sant'Agnese, Santa Croce in Gerusalemme, where during the offices one saw but a few believers of the neighbourhood. 400 churches were a good many for even Rome to people, and indeed some were merely attended on fixed ceremonial occasions, and a good many merely opened their doors once every year, on the feast day, that is, of their patron saint. Some also subsisted on the lucky possession of a fetish, an idol compassionate to human sufferings. Santa Maria in Araceli possessed the miraculous little Jesus, the Bambino, who healed sick children, and Sant'Agostino had the Madonna del Parto, who grants a happy delivery to mothers. Then others were renowned for the holy water of their fonts, the oil of their lamps, the power of some wooden saint or marble virgin. Others again seemed forsaken, given up to tourists and the perquisites of beadles, like mere museums peopled with dead gods. Finally, others disturbed one's faith by the suggestiveness of their aspect, as for instance that Santa Maria Rotonda, which is located in the Pantheon, a circular hall recalling a circus, where the Virgin remains the evident tenant of the Olympian deities. Pierre took no little interest in the churches of the poor districts, but did not find there the keen faith and the throngs he had hoped for. One afternoon at Santa Maria in Trastevere, he heard the choir in full song, but the church was quite empty, and the chant had a most lugubrious sound in such a desert. Then, another day, on entering San Crisogono, he found it draped, probably in readiness for some festival on the morrow. The columns were cased with red damask, and between them were hangings and curtains alternately yellow and blue, white and red, and the young man fled from such a fearful decoration as gaudy as that of a fair booth. Ah, how far he was from the cathedrals where in childhood he had believed and prayed! On all sides he found the same type of church, the antique basilica accommodated to the taste of 18th century Rome. Though the style of San Luigi de' Francesi is better, more soberly elegant, the only thing that touched him even there was the thought of the heroic or saintly Frenchmen who sleep in foreign soil beneath the flags. And as he sought for something Gothic, he ended by going to see Santa Maria sopra Minerva, which he was told was the only example of the Gothic style in Rome. Here his stupefaction attained a climax at sight of the clustering columns cased in stucco imitating marble, the ogives which dared not soar, the rounded vaults condemned to the heavy majesty of the dome style. No, no, thought he, the faith whose cooling cinders lingered there was no longer that whose brazier had invaded and set all Christendom aglow. However, Monsignor Fornaro, whom he chanced to meet as he was leaving the church, inveighed against the Gothic style as rank heresy. The first Christian church, said the prelate, had been the basilica, which had sprung from the temple, and it was blasphemy to assert that the Gothic cathedral was the real Christian house of prayer, for Gothic embodied the hateful Anglo-Saxon spirit, the rebellious genius of Luther. At this a passionate reply rose to Pierre's lips, but he said nothing for fear that he might say too much. However, he asked himself whether in all this there were not a decisive proof that Catholicism was the very vegetation of Rome, paganism modified by Christianity. Elsewhere Christianity has grown up in quite a different spirit, to such a point that it has risen in rebellion and schismatically turned against the mother city. And the breach has ever gone on widening, the dissemblance has become more and more marked, and amidst the evolution of new societies yet a fresh schism appears inevitable and proximate in spite of all the despairing efforts to maintain union. While Pierre thus visited the Roman churches, he also continued his efforts to gain support in the matter of his book, his irritation tending to such stubbornness that if in the first instance he failed to obtain an interview, he went back again and again to secure one, steadfastly keeping his promise to call in turn upon each cardinal of the congregation of the Index. And as a cardinal may belong to several congregations, it resulted that he gradually found himself roaming through those former ministries of the old pontifical government which, if less numerous than formerly, are still very intricate institutions, each with its cardinal prefect, its cardinal members, its consultative prelates and its numerous employees. Pierre repeatedly had to return to the Cancelleria, where the congregation of the Index meets, and lost himself in its world of staircases, corridors, and halls. From the moment he passed under the porticus he was overcome by the icy shiver which fell from the old walls, and was quite unable to appreciate the bare, frigid beauty of the palace, Bramante's masterpiece though it be, so purely typical of the Roman Renaissance. He also knew the Propaganda, where he had seen Cardinal Sarno, and, sent as he was hither and thither, in his efforts to gain over influential prelates, chance made him acquainted with the other congregations, that of the bishops and regulars, that of the rites, and that of the council. He even obtained a glimpse of the consistorial, the dataria, and the sacred penitentiary. All these formed part of the administrative mechanism of the Church under its several aspects: the government of the Catholic world, the enlargement of the Church's conquests, the administration of its affairs in conquered countries, the decision of all questions touching faith, morals, and individuals, the investigation and punishment of offences, the grant of dispensations, and the sale of favours. One can scarcely imagine what a fearful number of affairs are each morning submitted to the Vatican, questions of the greatest gravity, delicacy, and intricacy, the solution of which gives rise to endless study and research. It is necessary to reply to the innumerable visitors who flock to Rome from all parts, and to the letters, the petitions, and the batches of documents which are submitted and require to be distributed among the various officers. And Pierre was struck by the deep and discreet silence in which all this colossal labour was accomplished. Not a sound reaching the streets from the tribunals, parliaments, and factories for the manufacture of saints and nobles, whose mechanism was so well greased, that in spite of the rust of centuries and the deep and irremediable wear and tear, the whole continued working without clank or creak to denote its presence behind the walls. And did not that silence embody the whole policy of the Church, which is to remain mute and await developments? Nevertheless, what a prodigious mechanism it was, antiquated no doubt, but still so powerful. And amidst those congregations how keenly Pierre felt himself to be in the grip of the most absolute power ever devised for the domination of mankind. However much he might notice signs of decay and coming ruin, he was none the less seized, crushed, and carried off by that huge engine, made up of vanity and venality, corruption and ambition, meanness and greatness. And how far, too, he now was from the Rome that he had dreamt of, and what anger at times filled him amidst his weariness, as he persevered in his resolve to defend himself. All at once certain things which he had never understood were explained to him. One day, when he returned to the propaganda, Cardinal Sarno spoke to him of Freemasonry with such icy rage that he was abruptly enlightened. Freemasonry had hitherto made him smile. He had believed in it no more than he had believed in the Jesuits. Indeed, he had looked upon the ridiculous stories which were current, the stories of mysterious, shadowy men who governed the world with secret, incalculable power, as mere childish legends. In particular, he had been amazed by the blind hatred which maddened certain people as soon as Freemasonry was mentioned. However, a very distinguished and intelligent prelate had declared to him, with an air of profound conviction, that at least on one occasion every year each Masonic lodge was presided over by the devil in person, incarnate in a visible shape. And now, by Cardinal Sarno's remarks, he understood the rivalry, the furious struggle of the Roman Catholic Church against that other church, the Church of over the way. Although the former counted on her own triumph, she none the less felt that the other, the Church of Freemasonry, was a competitor, a very ancient enemy, who indeed claimed to be more ancient than herself, and whose victory always remained a possibility. And the friction between them was largely due to the circumstance that they had both aimed at universal sovereignty, and had a similar international organization, a similar net thrown over the nations, and in a like way mysteries, dogmas, and rites. It was deity against deity, faith against faith, conquest against conquest. And so, like competing tradesmen in the same street, they were a source of mutual embarrassment, and one of them was bound to kill the other. But if Roman Catholicism seemed to Pierre to be worn out and threatened with ruin, he remained quite as sceptical with regard to the power of Freemasonry. He had made inquiries as to the reality of that power in Rome, where both Grand Master and Pope were enthroned, one in front of the other. He was certainly told that the last Roman princes had thought themselves compelled to become Freemasons in order to render their own difficult position somewhat easier and facilitate the future of their sons. But was this true? Had they not simply yielded to the force of the present social evolution? And would not Freemasonry eventually be submerged by its own triumph, that of the ideas of justice, reason, and truth, which it had defended through the dark and violent ages of history? It is a thing which constantly happens. The victory of an idea kills the sect which has propagated it, and renders the apparatus with which the members of the sect surrounded themselves in order to fire imaginations, both useless and somewhat ridiculous. Carbonarism did not survive the conquest of the political liberties which it demanded, and on the day when the Catholic Church crumbles, having accomplished its work of civilization, the other church, the Freemasons' church of across the road, will in a like way disappear, its task of liberation ended. Nowadays the famous power of the lodges, hampered by traditions, weakened by a ceremonial which provokes laughter, and reduced to a simple bond of brotherly agreement and mutual assistance, would be but a sorry weapon of conquest for humanity, were it not that the vigorous breath of science impels the nations onwards and helps to destroy the old religions. However, all Pierre's journeyings and applications brought him no certainty, and while stubbornly clinging to Rome, intent on fighting to the very end, like a soldier who will not believe in the possibility of defeat, he remained as anxious as ever. He had seen all the cardinals whose influence could be of use to him. He had seen the cardinal vicar, entrusted with the diocese of Rome, who, like the man of letters he was, had spoken to him of Horace, and, like a somewhat blundering politician, had questioned him about France, the Republic, the army and the navy estimates, without dealing in the slightest degree with the incriminated book. He had also seen the grand penitentiary, that tall old man with fleshless, ascetic face, of whom he had previously caught a glimpse at the Boccanera mansion, and from whom he now only drew a long and severe sermon on the wickedness of young priests, whom the century had perverted and who wrote most abominable books. Finally, at the Vatican he had seen the Cardinal Secretary, in some wise His Holiness's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the great power of the Holy See, whom he had hitherto been prevented from approaching by terrifying warnings as to the possible result of an unfavourable reception. However, whilst apologizing for calling at such a late stage, he had found himself in presence of a most amiable man, whose somewhat rough appearance was softened by diplomatic affability, and who, after making him sit down, questioned him with an air of interest, listened to him, and even spoke some words of comfort. Nevertheless, on again reaching the Piazza of St. Peter's, Pierre well understood that his affair had not made the slightest progress, and that if he ever managed to force the Pope's door, it would not be by way of the Secretariat of State. And that evening he returned home quite exhausted by so many visits, in such distraction at feeling that little by little he had been wholly caught in that huge mechanism with its 100 wheels, that he asked himself in terror what he should do on the morrow now that there remained nothing for him to do, unless indeed it were to go mad. However, meeting Don Vigilio in a passage of the house, he again wished to ask him for some good advice. But the secretary, who had a gleam of terror in his eyes, silenced him, he knew not why, with an anxious gesture. And then in a whisper, in Pierre's ear, he said, "Have you seen Monsignor Nani?" "No." "Well, go to see him. Go to see him. I repeat that you have nothing else to do." Pierre yielded. And indeed, why should he have resisted? Apart from the motives of ardent charity which had brought him to Rome to defend his book, was he not there for a self-educating, experimental purpose? It was necessary that he should carry his attempts to the very end. On the morrow, when he reached the colonnade of St. Peter's, the hour was so early that he had to wait there a while. He had never better realized the enormity of those 4 curving rows of columns, forming a forest of gigantic stone trunks, among which nobody ever promenades. In fact, the spot is a grandiose and dreary desert, and one asks oneself the why and wherefore of such a majestic porticus. Doubtless, however, it was for its sole majesty, for the mere pomp of decoration, that this colonnade was reared. And therein again one finds the whole Roman spirit. However, Pierre at last turned into the Via di Sant'Offizio, and passing the sacristy of St. Peter's, found himself before the Palace of the Holy Office in a solitary silent district, which the footfall of pedestrians or the rumble of wheels but seldom disturbs. The sun alone lives there, in sheets of light which spread slowly over the small white paving. You divine the vicinity of the basilica, for there is a smell as of incense, a cloistral quiescence as of the slumber of centuries. And at one corner the Palace of the Holy Office rises up with heavy, disquieting bareness, only a single row of windows piercing its lofty, yellow front. The wall which skirts a side street looks yet more suspicious, with its row of even smaller casements, mere peepholes with glaucous panes. In the bright sunlight this huge cube of mud-coloured masonry ever seems to be asleep, mysterious and closed like a prison, with scarcely an aperture for communication with the outer world. Pierre shivered, but then smiled as at an act of childishness, for he reflected that the Holy Roman and Universal Inquisition, nowadays the Sacred Congregation of the Holy Office, was no longer the institution it had been, the purveyor of heretics for the stake, the occult tribunal beyond appeal which had right of life and death over all mankind. True, it still laboured in secrecy, meeting every Wednesday, and judging and condemning without a sound issuing from within its walls. But on the other hand, if it still continued to strike at the crime of heresy, If it smote men as well as their works, it no longer possessed either weapons or dungeons, steel or fire to do its bidding, but was reduced to a mere roll of protest, unable to inflict aught but disciplinary penalties even upon the ecclesiastics of its own church. When Pierre on entering was ushered into the reception room of Monsignor Nani, who as assessor lived in the palace, he experienced an agreeable surprise. The apartment faced the south and was spacious and flooded with sunshine. And stiff as was the furniture, dark as were the hangings, an exquisite sweetness pervaded the room, as though a woman had lived in it, and accomplished the prodigy of imparting some of her own grace to all those stern-looking things. There were no flowers, yet there was a pleasant smell. A charm expanded and conquered every heart from the very threshold. Monsignor Nani at once came forward, with a smile on his rosy face, his blue eyes keenly glittering, and his fine light hair powdered by age. With hands outstretched, he exclaimed, "Ah, how kind of you to have come to see me, my dear son! Come, sit down, let us have a friendly chat." Then, with an extraordinary display of affection, he began to question Pierre. "How are you getting on? Tell me all about it, exactly what you have done." Touched in spite of Don Vigilio's revelations, won over by the sympathy which he fancied he could detect, Pierre thereupon confessed himself, relating his visits to Cardinal Sarno, Monsignor Fornaro, and Father d'Angelis, his applications to all the influential cardinals, those of the Index, the Grand Penitentiary, the Cardinal Vicar and the Cardinal Secretary, and dwelling on his endless journeys from door to door through all the congregations and all the clergy, that huge, active, silent beehive amidst which he had wearied his feet, exhausted his limbs, and bewildered his poor brain. And at each successive station of this Calvary of entreaty, Monsignor Nani, who seemed to listen with an air of rapture, exclaimed, "But that's very good, that's capital! Oh, your affair is progressing. Yes, it's progressing marvellously well." He was exultant, though he allowed no unseemly irony to appear, while his pleasant, penetrating eyes fathomed the young priest, to ascertain if he had been brought to the requisite degree of obedience. Had he been sufficiently wearied, disillusioned, and instructed in the reality of things for one to finish with him? Had 3 months' sojourn in Rome sufficed to turn the somewhat mad enthusiast of the first days into an unimpassioned or at least resigned being? However, all at once Monsignor Nani remarked, "But, my dear son, you tell me nothing of His Eminence Cardinal Sanguinetti." "The fact is, Monseigneur, that His Eminence is at Frascati, so I have been unable to see him." Thereupon the prelate, as if once more postponing the denouement with the secret enjoyment of an artistic diplomate, began to protest, raising his little plump hands with the anxious air of a man who considers everything lost. "Oh, but you must see His Eminence. It is absolutely necessary. Think of it, the prefect of the Index. We can only act after your visit to him, for as you have not seen him, it is as if you had seen nobody. Go to Frascati, my dear son." And thereupon Pierre could only bow and reply, "I will go, Monseigneur." End of section 20.